All right, guys, we should have the stream open here. Give me just a second. I'm going to press go on Facebook and TikTok, and we should have everything open, both on Facebook and on TikTok. Now, what I don't know is if the new audio setup is working. So, if you guys can help me out, Jay Steele, welcome in. Annie, welcome in. Can you guys let me know if the audio is working properly? That would be really helpful. And then over on YouTube, welcome in, guys. I see Jay Cal saying yes, all good. Good. Sounds great. I think I may, guys, I may have had, believe it or not, a breakthrough last night. I may have figured out a way. We'll find out. I may have figured out a way to get it so that the guest from TikTok can communicate to the guest on YouTube. We shall see. We shall see. That being said, guys, the guest boxes should be ready to go. Let me double check and make sure that everything's ready to rock. I've got the YouTube guest box open. I've got the TikTok guest box open now. The only thing left to do is to open up my internet browser so I can read the Bible to the Christians who haven't read it, because we all know that's going to be a necessary component of this whole thing, is reading the Bible to people. Dex, thank you so much for the 5 subbies. Big W, Dex. I appreciate that. Right off the bat, Dex sending out 5 subbies. All right, let's see. Oh, shoot, Jay Cal, thank you for upgrading your membership to Kraken Crew Elite. Big W, I appreciate that. All right, we'll grab the first guest here from the TikTok queue. Welcome in, Broken. How you doing, Broken? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Before we get started, I'll use you as my audio check. Can everybody hear the guest, both on TikTok and on YouTube? Just throw a yes, we can hear them if we can hear them, and then we should be good for the night, guys. Yep, we got you. We got you on. We got you on TikTok at least, but they're saying that they can't hear you on YouTube. Give me 1 second, because I think I know why. 1 second. Why would they not be able to hear you on the YouTube? Because I've got your audio going directly over. Can you say something for me again there, guest? Oh, that's interesting. It didn't catch you. That is interesting. It did not catch you. Well, give me 1 second then. I'm going to add something. I'm going to add an audio source real quick. What a nuisance. What a nuisance. All right, give me 1 second. I apologize. We're going to get it here, TikTok, I promise. I promise. Let's see, where's my default audio source? All right, let's see if that works, guys. All right, guests, go ahead and talk for us. Let us know over on YouTube if you can hear the guest now.
Hello, hello. What's up? Are you there? How you doing, boss?
They may or may not be able to hear you. We'll give them a second to respond and see what we got. I hear some yeses, so we should be good to go. A lot of yeses now. All right, I think we're good to go now. Fantastic. We should be ready to rock and roll. Now with that, we'll start out with the usual script. Okay, so are you at least 18? And are you a believer? Broken?
Yeah, my bad, my bad. I thought you couldn't hear me at first.
No, we're good. I can hear you. Mm-hmm.
So can we start?
Yeah, we're ready to rock and roll, bud.
Yeah, so, well, I stand on the belief that there is a higher being. I just happen to call him God.
Sure. Okay. So you believe in a God, but not a specific God.
I do believe in a God, yes. In my religion, it's called God. There's three beings, the Trinity, there's
So you're a
God. But,
Christian.
well, I'm not a
Why?
Christian per
Why don't you
se. I
just say
don't,
you're a Christian?
no, because I don't claim religion unless I live by the roots, the rules set by said religion. So I don't want to be a hypocrite in that sense. So
So
I
do
just
you
say,
believe that Jesus is part of the Trinity?
yeah, there's three beings that make up God. Yes,
Okay, and you believe in the teachings of Christ.
you could. Yes, I do. I'm not. I don't believe and follow are two different things.
Right. Well, I don't know
But
if you follow them. Like
belief.
your level of obedience isn't a big concern. I'm curious about what you believe.
The level, but it's two different things. When you talk about belief, you're talking more about faith and having hope on what's not seen. When you talk about belief, it's more about religion wise. Belief
Yeah,
only exists in
that's
religion.
that's all I'm wanting to get at. I just want to
All
know
right, all
what
right.
you believe. Okay, so you believe in
Yeah,
Jesus, which makes you a Christian because you believe that Jesus is the Christ. So we
yeah.
can put that one aside. You are a Christian. All right. So what would be your most
No,
convincing evidence
I have
or your
belief in
most convincing
Christianity
argument
roots.
for why the Christian God is real?
Why the Christian God is real?
Right.
Just everything, just everything around me, just the way things are, the way things are set is just too perfect for it to be random. It just works too well for it to be random, man.
Okay. So
Nothing.
what
Yeah,
does this have to
I,
do with the Christian God? Because it could be that that Hare Krishna is the answer for everything.
and that's why I say with that's my truth. That's my belief. That's why I say in my belief. And when you say is your God, are you talking about all possible beings? Or are you just talking about my religion
I'm
that I
asking
believe in?
I'm asking you what you believe specifically. And Sugary, thanks for becoming a member of the Kraken crew. I appreciate that. So I
Yeah.
like so you're a Christian. What I'm trying to get at is why are you a Christian and why would other people want to be a Christian?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Are you anti higher power or are you just anti God?
I'm neither. I'm pro information. I believe that humanity is best when they believe things that are true and not when they believe things that are untrue. So
For you to something to be true, it must have statistical facts behind it, doesn't it?
I agree. Yeah, for something to claim that something is true, that
Yeah,
it's like it is in accordance with reality. You need some kind of data point that would direct you in that particular direction, right?
yeah,
So
and the
what are
majority
the
of people. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
so what are the data points that would direct me to believe that your God is real?
You see, I hear that argument a lot when this comes about, and I think there's a fallacy in that point. Because what's your statistical analyst that is not? You know what I'm saying? What's the opposite to that?
Oh, well, you
What's
actually
your
don't have
proof?
to have
What's
an
your proof?
opposite to it. Like, so
Yeah,
I don't have to prove the
yeah.
non-existence of something
No,
because
you
things that
do.
are, hold on, things that are
All right,
non-existent don't leave proof for the same reason that you don't
all right.
have proof that Santa Claus isn't real and you don't
Ah,
have
so
proof that the tooth fairy
yeah,
isn't real because
yeah,
by definition, things that aren't
yeah.
real don't leave proof or evidence.
I don't think it's not truth. I just think it's not in the realm of your reality yet, because you haven't perceived it yet.
I don't think you actually understood my argument. So my
No, no, no.
argument
I
is
understand
that
what you said.
the
There's no
burden of
statistical
proof
proofs or
for
evidence
things
for God.
existing is always going to be on the person that think they exist. Like if I told you
Yeah,
that I'm actually growing
yeah,
tomatoes in my backyard in the middle of
yeah.
winter,
You haven't perceived it yet.
and they're
Yeah,
growing in the color
yeah,
pink. I got pink and I got teal tomatoes growing in my
yeah,
backyard in the middle of winter. Well, that's kind
yeah.
of that's an unprecedented claim. The
No,
burden of proof would be
yeah,
on me to demonstrate that I am in fact growing these weird tomatoes in my backyard.
yeah. You just haven't perceived it yet. That's what you mean to say, because there's no statistical proof for either. Is
Okay,
there?
so there is
Because
no proof for your God.
but there's not no proof that there isn't a God.
I'm asking
So
you
we're
for the
both.
proof that there is a God.
No, no.
There
So
is
so
actually proof that there's no God, by the way. I'm just trying to put your feet to the fire
so no no no
so
no
that
no.
you don't shift the burden of proof on me. Thank you, Fallen, for
No
the
no no.
subscription. So
So
I'll just try
that's
this
the problem
again.
that. That's the problem that I
I'll
have.
just explain this really easily. So, claiming that an entity exists, that claim must be evidenced by the person claiming that the thing does in fact exist. If I said there's a magic dragon in my garage, it's my burden of proof to demonstrate that there's a magic dragon in my garage.
I understand, yeah.
It's not your burden to come up with evidence that I don't have a magic dragon in my garage, because things that don't exist don't leave proof.
Can I ask you something?
Are you going to address anything I just said?
Yeah. This it has to do a lot with what you say, right? It's something that is not there, just is not there. It does not make sense. We're both playing devil's advocate. We're both playing the same role. So that's why it's such a logical fallacy when people bring up that point, because you're saying that there's no evidence for God. So I'm asking you, what's the evidence that there is not a God? You see what I'm saying?
I explain it to you. I'll try it one more
Give me
time.
a sec. All right, boss. I'm being respectful. Can I get my point across? Thank
No,
you.
you asked me a question, so I'm just going to answer the question. That's how question and answer work. So,
You can, but I'm trying to get to the point.
so the second time you've asked me why there's no evidence that God does not exist, because things that do not exist do not have evidence. The burden of proof is not on me to prove that your invisible, non-existing thing is invisible and non-existing. But that being said, there's a lot of good reasons to believe that your God is fiction. I'm more than happy to give them to you as long as you can understand that things that don't have evidence are unprovable.
So can we agree that it just hasn't been perceived yet, and not that it's not there? Because germs, for example, haven't been perceived before they were discovered that they were microscopic. Yes or no? That's your own logic right there.
No, my logic is that we believe in things when there's evidence to believe in the thing. Until there's evidence to believe in the thing, I'm not going to believe in it.
So then we're both fighting on the same boat. Then you're using the same logic that you would say somebody that's religious is using, aren't you? Because
no, I'm
you're
not.
saying that.
We'll just try this again. Does your God exist? Yes or no? Does your God exist?
Yes. All right.
Okay. What is the evidence that your God exists?
What is the evidence that God doesn't exist?
The burden of proof is on you, not me. I don't have to prove that your fictional thing is fictional. Until you can demonstrate that your fictional thing is true, the problem is your problem, not my problem.
But you do, though, because you're stating this as a fact.
Okay, so what's your proof that the tooth fairy doesn't exist? What's your proof that the tooth fairy doesn't exist?
Listen, exactly. I don't know.
Okay, so then the tooth fairy is real. Just say it. The tooth fairy is real. Say it. The tooth fairy is real. I want to hear it. I want to hear it come out of your mouth. The tooth fairy is real because you don't have proof that the tooth fairy doesn't exist.
Tooth fairy just has nothing to do with an all-powerful.
The tooth fairy is real. Praise the tooth fairy. I want to see tooth fairy emotes in all of the chats right now, guys.
You know what I'm saying?
Light it up with tooth fairy emotes. So clearly the logic of this argument is lost on you.
No, but it hasn't.
We'll just try this from the beginning. So, is the tooth fairy real because you don't have proof against the tooth fairy?
But we're not talking about the tooth fairy. We're talking about
is the tooth fairy real because you don't have evidence against her?
I don't know. I can't say she's not.
Oh, there you go. Fantastic. So you're agnostic towards tooth fairies. Say it. I want to hear it.
No, you see what you're doing is you're using a logical. You're using something that you wouldn't like, and I think you're. I think it's something that you wouldn't like. It's a devil's advocate, a straw man argument.
You don't know what that means. You just used two words. You have no idea what they mean.
Your straw man's argument.
Thank you for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate that, Katie.
I'm giving you a complete argument, and you're just taking 1 point and arguing that point.
You haven't made an argument yet. What is the argument for your God existing?
I have multiple times. Just because you say it's not an argument doesn't mean that it's not.
We'll just try this. We'll try this from the beginning. So I don't know where you're from, but where I'm from, you can't win an argument by endlessly yapping. So what is the actual evidence that your God is real? Because that's what you're here for.
It's just you haven't perceived it yet.
Okay, so there's no evidence.
Exactly, but what's the evidence that God doesn't exist?
Okay, there we go. He just said it. I don't know why it took him 10 minutes to say there is no evidence for your God. I have no idea what you're doing here. Daniel Silva, thank you for the $2 super chat. Caller uses the Bible book to prove your point. I was actually hoping we'd get to the Bible with that caller, because I can guarantee he's never read it. There are a few things I can guarantee in life, but I can guarantee he never read the Bible. Also, Blumpkin Lumpkin, you're 100% right. Thank you for the $5 super chat. The Tooth Fairy is real. Praise her. Hail, hail the Holy Tooth Fairy. Yes, right, Daniel. Thank you for the $2 super chat. He is very confused, doesn't listen, and interrupts. I was hoping our first conversation for the night wouldn't be nonsensical talking over each other, but what are you going to do when that happens, right? Maybe we'll get an adult the next one. Welcome in, Luke.
Hey, what's up, man?
How you doing?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Doing well, thanks for asking. Are you a Christian, and are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 22. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian. I don't know what that last dude was talking about.
Oh.
His God is definitely not real, but mine is.
Okay, what's your God?
Right. So there's no objectively
Does your God have a name?
Yeah. I'll get to that.
So
but there's no objective criteria for what there is to be a God, right? So I worship you. You have influence. You're my God.
Oh fuck yeah, hell yeah.
So I've proven you wrong. Do I get money? I don't think you're imaginary, right? I see you.
But objectively, I'm not a God.
But what's the criteria for being a God? I don't think there's not an objective criteria for being a God, right?
Well, definitionally, a God is basically something that's supernatural. Do you think I'm supernatural?
No, but that's not the criteria for being a God. That's what most people believe a God is.
Well, we can just look it up in the dictionary if you want to. We'll just do
sure.
the definition of God, and we'll go to Merriam-Webster. This really shouldn't be a difficult thing to define. See if I can get the text big enough. A supreme or ultimate reality, such as a being perfect in power, wisdom, and goodness, who is worshipped, as creator and ruler of the universe. Do you think I created and ruled the universe?
Well, that definition itself is pretty contradictory, because there's gods like Zeus and Thor.
Listen, you can argue with the dictionary all you want. I'm not here to argue with the dictionary.
Yeah, no, I got you. But is Zeus and Thor a god? Are they gods? Because they didn't create the universe. I mean, Thor didn't, right? Just a god of lightning.
Yeah, but they are supernatural entities.
Yeah. So now we just have to see what classifies as a supernatural entity, right? Someone who has great influence, someone who's worshipped. You fit both of those things for me, right?
That's not what a god is. By that definition, anyone who is famous is a god. They're just making up definitions now. This is not a productive
But I don't worship.
conversation.
I don't worship them.
Okay. You can go worship the comments now. I don't have time for this conversation. I'm eventually we're going to get somebody realistic in the box. I don't know how long it's going to take tonight, but we'll do what we can. How you doing, Tall?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing good. Thanks for asking.
Okay. You're okay. So your header says your God is imaginary. Okay. The way I see it, God cannot create you. Only your parents can create you.
So are you a theist or not?
What's that?
Are you a theist or not?
No, I'm a realist.
So you don't believe in God?
Nope. Well, I do.
Well, thanks for being here. But we're just talking to people who believe in God. We've got some interesting opinions here. Speech bubbles annoying? Religion is dumb? Listen, maybe annoying to you, but a lot of people really like the speech bubbles of the character in the background. I believe you're outweighed on this particular one. So that's going to be what that is. The speech bubbles are here to stay. In fact, I'll probably change them up from week to week. So we'll do that. All right, we're going to get the next guest in here. I've got MTG coming in. And thank you so much for the $5 super chat, Elf. Elf says, Tolkien's mythology is real because it's in books. And thank you. Your channel has helped me understand my own arguments against 20 years of religion. I'm so glad, Elf, that I was able to help you. I hope to give you the very best arguments to use against the theists. We've got MTG in the house. Welcome in, MTG.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Nah, I'm great, man. It's a blessed day to be here.
I'm glad to hear it. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in any form of God?
Oh, yeah, I believe in one God.
Sure. And which one?
I believe in Jesus, and, you know, I'm gonna bring all my proof to claim that, my God really exists, and I'll give you the definition of who or what we shall consider our God as. Because the real question is, because many Christians will say, I believe in this God, and then when they're asked the question, they'll say, okay, prove it. So let me just pull up scripture real quick, if you can give me like 2 minutes.
I got time.
Okay, just give me like 2 minutes.
Can't wait. It's about time someone wanted to talk about the Bible. I don't know why it takes so long. Don't know why it takes so long. Guys, thanks for being here. It's going to be a fun night. Also, for those who are unaware, who didn't make it to the last live, there were some questions about why some accounts weren't pushing out to the algorithm. And somebody higher up on the food chain told me what it was, and I fixed it, and now I've got guests galore. If you're putting like your pay accounts in your profile or on your screen, TikTok doesn't like that because they want to get the money when people send in the gifts. They don't want you bypassing their system. When they updated the algorithm back at the beginning of November, I believe, that became part of the algorithm. You got to take those out of your profile, put them in your link tree, get them off your screen, and things will be much more happier with the algorithm. All right, so I believe you got your Bible now, MTG, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Fantastic. So what about the Bible proves your God is real?
Okay, first of all, let me just open to this scripture real quick. Sorry, I just like closed my tab, so it really just closed up real quick. So let me just open it up. And because the problem with most Christians is they'll say, my God exists, but they won't bring up scripture to back up their claim. And
Can I
that.
ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Do you think quoting the Bible would prove that God exists? Because if I quoted the Quran to prove that, Islam is true, would you accept it?
Oh, absolutely not.
Oh, okay. Just so we're aware then, just because the Bible says a thing doesn't mean I'm going to accept it.
Oh, I understand you. I understand you.
But what verse you got for me?
So I've got Romans 1, verse 18 to 25.
Oh, yeah, about how I'm just suppressing the truth and unrighteousness?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How do you know that's true?
Okay, so, to be honest, I won't lie. I used to say, like, I praise the God, and then until, like, I once came to realize that.
I said, how do you know that Romans chapter 1, the verses you quoted, are true?
Oh, because it's happened in my life.
Okay, but it didn't happen in my life.
Okay,
so I'm not suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. I sincerely don't believe in your God.
All right, man.
So if your starting point is I'm a liar, that's not a good starting point.
No, I'm not saying that you're a liar, right? But we gotta accept the truth. I'm not trying to, because to be honest, if you don't want to accept it, I'm not gonna force anything on you. I'm gonna be respectful of your choice and your decisions because I'm not you and you are not me. You get me?
Sure. So what about the Bible would lead me to believe that your God is real?
Okay, first of all, because many people refer to the Old Testament instead of the New Testament, and also Revelations shows you God did mention certain key elements that would be happening in the last days, and suddenly all these have been happening. Yes, sir. You get my point? For example, hold on. Let me just open this up.
I assume you're going to go to Revelation chapter 16 and talk about the Euphrates River?
Maybe, maybe not, hey.
Never heard that one before. Well, while you're finding that, I'll read a super chat out real quick. Blood type, scarlet and gray, big WOH. IO, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Saw you on the Atheist Experience. You were great and teamed well with the other hosts. Hope to see you there again. Great job as well. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. And I think I will be back on the Atheist Experience. We'll see. You know, they have to let me back on, right? I can't just march in. So what Bible passage you want to read here?
Hold on, I'm just going through it real quick.
Okay, you need to find the passage still.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's in Revelation 16. I can just tell you where it's at.
All right. Let's see. Let me open up to that side.
Yep. And you're talking about the sixth bowl of wrath that was poured out on the Euphrates River, and it dried so that the army of the east can go over, right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
Now, are you aware that chapter 16 is a chronological narrative? Thank you so much for the face paint there, Chris. I appreciate that. Okay, so it's a chronological chapter, okay? I want you to go to verse 2 for me, okay? And read verse 2.
So verse 2 says, the first angel went and poured out his bowl on the land.
Right.
And ugly...
Go ahead, sorry.
Huh?
Go ahead, I'm listening.
An ugly, thirsting sores broke out on the people who had the mark of the beast and worshipped its image.
Okay, did that happen?
No, it hasn't happened yet.
Okay, but that's going to precede the other bowls. So if that didn't happen, then that means the other ones didn't happen either. Read verse 3 now.
Verse 3 says, the second angel poured out his bowl on the sea, and it turned into blood like that of a dead person, and every living thing in the sea died.
Right, did that happen?
Nah, not yet.
Okay, so then the rest of them didn't happen yet either. All right, go ahead and read verse 4.
The third angel poured out his bowl on the rivers and springs of water, and they became blood.
Right, did that happen?
Nah, it hasn't happened yet.
Okay, so then the rest of them couldn't have happened. All right, go ahead and read verse 8.
Okay, let me just go to verse 8 real quick. Verse 8 says, the fourth angel poured out his bowl on the sun, and the sun was allowed to scorch people with fire.
Sure, did that happen?
Nah.
Okay. Let's do one more. Let's do verse number 10.
Verse number 10. All right. The fifth angel poured out his bowl on the throne of the beast, and its kingdom was plunged into darkness.
Sure.
People yawned their tongues in agony.
Yeah. Did that happen?
Not yet.
Okay. So none of these precursors actually happened to the sixth bowl of wrath, which is why I know the sixth bowl of wrath hasn't happened, because this is a precursor to that. What you've done is you made a fallacious assumption that because the river is getting low in one particular river, then the whole chapter must be coming true. But it's more detailed than that. And the river has gotten low and come back and gotten low and come back many times over the centuries. This is not the first time it's happened.
I hear you.
It's not dried up either.
I hear you.
Right.
But to be honest, man, I won't lie to you. I'm going to be honest, if you're not going to hear me out, I'm going to just say, you know what? To be honest, I'm not going to force you. It's just like a friendly, conversation you give me. But I'm going to be honest with you. I used to be like a guy that first I grew up in a Christian home. And
but I am hearing you out.
Yes, sir. Okay, so let me continue, right? So as I grew up, I used to think and say, you know what?
Oh, we don't care about your testimony, though. I want to talk about the evidence.
The evidence. Number one, as I said, if you don't care about the testimony, then there's nothing I can do, man, because he showed me.
Do you think that testimonies are evidence?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay. So I've got a friend who is Islam, or he's Muslim. He converted to Islam from Christianity because the God of Islam helped him to overcome his alcoholism. Does that mean that Islam is true?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Oh, so his testimony is not valid, but yours is.
Oh, I'm going to prove why I'm going to say this. Because,
can't wait.
The honest truth is that just because some God that you believe in helped you overcome certain things doesn't really mean that, that's the real God. Because there's historical evidence that proves that Christ did indeed come onto this earth at one point, resurrected 3 days later, spent a short span of days going around and spreading the word, saying, beware, for the kingdom of God is near.
Sure.
And
What's
the
that
fact,
evidence?
hold on. Let me just bring it up real quick. So hold on, let me just, because it's taking quite a bit for my tab to load up real quick.
Take your time. I'll read one or two super chats while you're getting your internet to work.
Alright.
S, good to see you in the house. Thanks for being here. S says, ironically, the man who wrote Romans 1 needed his own personal reveal from Jesus. I agree. If Paul needed it, then why wouldn't the rest of us need it? And Mr. Okay, I see what you did there. Okay, that was all right. That's a good play on words. Thank you for the 666. Hail Satan. It says, nice to see you on AXP the other day, Justin. Do you think Darth is still crying because I mentioned him? Yeah, most likely. All he does is actually cry, which is why, he doesn't want to come into my live, is because I won't let him run his script. And then he just cries forever that I won't let him run his script. All right, did you find your verse, man?
I can't really find it right now, but then I can show you some evidence, which could
Sure. Whatever evidence you think is going to help move the needle, I'd love to hear it.
Okay, so first of all, there are 4 ancient biographies of Jesus. You feel me? They were
You mean the
all
Gospels?
Huh?
You mean the Gospels?
Biographies, yeah, you get me. It's just sort of like the Gospels. Okay.
Sure.
were all
So you're
written
referring to
by-
the Bible then?
Yes, sir.
So the Bible is proof that the stuff happening in the Bible is true?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay,
Because
so the Quran is the proof that everything happened in the Quran is true then?
no.
Well, why not? Okay,
Because-
we'll try this from the beginning. If the Bible is evidence that the stuff that happened in the Bible is true, then the Quran is evidence that what happened in the Quran is true. You see how
Oh, yep.
your argument's not a good one?
No. So you see, just wait till I'm done explaining, then you can come with the questions.
Okay, I'll let you square up that circle.
All right. Number 1, as I said, there are 4 ancient biographies of Jesus. They were all written by eyewitnesses and are based on eyewitness testimony.
Where can I find these?
You can go to the book of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Okay, can you show me in Mark where he says he's an eyewitness?
Wait, what?
Show me in the book of Mark where Mark says that he wrote it and that he was an eyewitness.
Hold on, give me a minute.
Take your time. You haven't actually read the book, have you? What
Oh,
what
I've-
website are you quoting from? It's not helping you very much.
I'm not quoting from a website. I'm just going through scripture.
I'm sure you're reading off a script. But Yolanda, thank you for the 666 over Venmo. I really appreciate that, Yolanda. Hail Satan, big W, Yolanda. Yolanda's with us every live. She's amazing. Okay, so nowhere in Mark does the author identify himself. Are you aware of this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then Mark's not an eyewitness to anything. Do you know when Mark lived?
No.
He was the cousin of Barnabas, which means he was alive during the tail end of Paul's ministry. We don't really know how old he was. He could have been young. He could have been old. We don't really know. All we know is that he never claimed to actually write Mark. He never claimed to be an eyewitness to anything. And we have no idea how old he actually was at the time of writing and if he witnessed anything. So this is problematic because Mark's the earliest gospel. The other 2 gospels copy directly from Mark, which means they had to have lived after Mark. So they certainly can't be eyewitnesses.
All right, man. The thing is, because, I'm not going to come here because the honest truth is, it's just like the story of Pharaoh. When your heart is hardened, also God.
So you present poor evidence, and I'm the one with the hard heart. It sounds to me like your heart is hardened towards logic, facts, and information.
Oh, no. Because remember, what you're saying now will be shown to you on the day of judgment.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
All right, man.
Are you worried about the Muslim hell?
I'm not worried about that because I'm not in that category.
Yeah,
my boy.
and I'm not worried about your hell for the same reason you're not worried about the Muslim hell.
All right, man. So, you know what? I'ma just leave you to it, because not gonna lie, I can't like, force any debate, because
Okay. The tiniest, literally the tiniest fraction of pushback, and my heart is hard. Ridiculous. Thank you so much, Stott. I cannot pronounce that name. Stu for the $66 Euro chat. I really appreciate that. And then we also got another super chat in from Godly Entertainment Live. Good to see you in the house tonight. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, to the caller, so another God helps a human overcome alcoholism. Sounds like a God that cares. Why does it matter if a different God helps humanity? How is another God that helps humanity an enemy to the Christian God? And this is actually a really good point, because if his evidence is evidence that his God exists, then why in the world would another person's testimony not count as evidence that their God exists? It's just a special pleading, you know what I mean? And Ben, thank you for the $2 super chat. Ask, is Hanji coming back? Just curious. No, Ben, Hanji's not coming back. But we love and care about Hanji. Make sure you follow her on all of her social media accounts, and let her know that, you enjoy her social media and her content and everything that she offers to the community. All right, let me grab Talladega Night, and we've got a friend in the house. Let me pull Bert up in here.
Yo.
Welcome in. How you doing, Talladega? Have we talked before?
Maybe.
I feel like
sure.
I've seen your screen name. It could have been somebody else.
Yeah, I hang around.
Sure. Okay.
Atheist lives, whatever. Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay. So, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I'm over 30, and I am a believer.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
I believe, so I'm a sort of a pan-entheist. I don't believe in, I don't follow a particular religion.
So you're a pantheist?
But I believe basically, I would say panentheist.
I don't know what that means, actually. That's a new word for me. Can you help me out with that?
Sure. So, it's kind of, I guess it's very close, but, the pantheist believes the universe is God. I guess, full stop. Whereas a panentheist will believe, basically, the universe is, an expression of God, but there's, more to God than what we see in the universe. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess I understand what you're saying. What would be the evidence that this God is in existence?
I guess I kind of come at it from a couple directions. So I used to be a materialist atheist. I used to call myself a agnostic atheist. And, I believe that, materialism was true, and consciousness comes from the brain and the physical processes. But I went through a period where I just started studying things more and looking into the mind and things like that more. And it came to me that, no one can really explain exactly how consciousness is generated. And so it seems to make sense that
just God of the gaps.
I wouldn't say God of the gaps. It's a different worldview where consciousness is primary or more fundamental than matter, I guess.
Right. And the evidence for this is what?
I guess it would be the lack of evidence on the materialism side.
So because you can't explain something, you invent a God? That's God of the gaps.
No, I wouldn't say I invented the God. That whole concept of consciousness being a supreme consciousness ruling or creating the universe has been around forever.
Sure. Okay. So if I said I don't understand how consciousness works, therefore this rock holds all consciousness together, would you accept that?
No.
But he has googly eyes.
I don't buy it, man.
Okay, and I don't buy your God of the gaps either. So what I'm suggesting is that you're special pleading for your particular God of the gaps, but you wouldn't accept it for any other God of the gaps.
No, I wouldn't. But I wouldn't say I'm special pleading. I'd say
That's the definition of special pleading.
Wait, sorry. How am I special pleading?
So what's the evidence that your God is the cause of consciousness and not Doug the Rock God?
I mean, Doug is a rock, right? And
so?
Not really a god.
No,
or anything more than a
actually,
rock.
according to your belief system, you believe that rocks are part of God. So that's not a crazy thing.
Yeah.
So the rock is obviously a physical manifestation of Doug.
No, okay, so my fingernails are a part of me. A part of me. Once they fall off of me, they're not, you could say that was a part of this guy. But, the whole, so what I'm saying is the universe as a whole is an expression of God.
Yeah, I heard you say it the first time.
And
I want to know why you believe that, though. What's the evidence that would lead someone to believe that?
Right. So I think that, the evidence is, like I said, the failure of materialism to explain exactly how physical properties lead, like the interactions between like matter and energy, whatever you want to call it, chemicals, whatever, actually leads to consciousness.
All right, but I just used the same argument for Doug the Rock. I just said that Doug the Rock God exists because we can't explain consciousness, but you won't accept it. Do you understand how you're accepting an argument for the God you like, and you won't accept the exact same argument for a God you don't like?
I understand that you think that, but like I haven't actually made an argument for the God yet. Really, I'm just kind of like walking through like my thought process, I guess, for why. So like,
Are you driving? Is that your turn signal?
That was my turn signal. Yes.
You can't drive while you're live, man.
Okay. All right.
All right. Come back when you're parked, okay?
Okay.
Cheers. Why do so many people get on here and drive? I don't know why they continue to do it. Anyways, Patrick, thank you for the 100 SEKs. I apologize. I don't know where SEKs come from, but thank you so much, Patrick. Says that went over his head to the last caller. 100% right. And for the last caller also, Jesus lied, read the Bible. Good to see you in the house tonight. $1.99 super chat, big W. Says another dishonest caller in a false religion. I gotta be honest, that's most of them. Is that not most of them? You have to kind of lie to yourself to make this thing work out. Miles, thank you for the $5 super chat. Miles says, Bible God is real. All other deities are merely placebos. Answered prayers to placebos are pure coincidence. God not answering prayers doesn't count. Yeah, I know. Miles, I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah, thank you so much for the face paint, Dr. Joe. Good to see you in the house tonight. People will claim that their answered prayer is proof for God, but then when prayers aren't answered, they'll make excuses for it. And it also turns out that like if somebody from another religion claims that there's answered prayer, people won't accept it. Like, no, I only accept answered prayer for my God. Anyone else that had their prayers answered, their God isn't real. Also, Leah, thank you for the 666 over Venmo. Hail Satan Almighty. P.S. You rock. No, Leah, you rock. Thank you for the 666. All right, guys, we've got some people in the YouTube queue. I'm going to bring in JPW here. Let's see. All right. It should be on the screen. No, there's no video, but JPW, can you hear me? JP, are you with us? Yes? No? Maybe? Not so much? I don't hear them talking. I don't know if they configured their stream correctly. All right. Well, we'll grab John then and see if John is with us. Welcome in, John.
How you doing, brother?
John, I can see you and I can hear you. Can everyone hear the guest? Let me know on TikTok if you can hear the guest. Guest, can you? I'm seeing yeses, so everyone should be able to. Everyone should be able to hear you. Lizette, thank you for becoming a subscriber. I appreciate that. And J Cal, thank you so much. This is one of my favorite lines, J Cal. Thank you for the 666. Hail Satan. He says, "There's medication for that." There is definitely medication for that. And good to see you back, His Hotness. With the $5 super chat, says, "Thanks for
I have a question for you, brother.
the robotics advice. Bought a Pi 5 and learning Python." Listen, His Hotness, if you need any help with your Pi or programming, I'm more than welcome to help out. All right, so we've got John in the house. John, thank you for being here. Are you at least 18? Because we can't talk to minors. And do you believe in a god or multiple gods?
I just have one question to ask you, brother.
Sure.
So you're atheist. Am I wrong, or I don't want to misstate your position?
That is accurate. I'm an atheist.
So, what is your preopinating disposition that to go against religion if you believe none of them are real, for the sake of debate?
You mean
Because you're not
why?
trying to.
You mean why do I hold
Yeah.
debates on religion? Because
No, I mean, why do you feel if you feel like there's no religion that's true, why would you feel like it's important to express that fact so other people can become atheists?
I think humanity is better off when they believe things that are true, don't you?
So you're saying it for the sake of truth. Is that your point?
I love truth. Do you think that humanity benefits from believing things that are true?
Not necessarily.
Do you think they benefit from believing lies?
Yes. I mean, they could. Yeah.
Do you want to be lied to?
Do I want to be lied to?
Yeah.
No, not necessarily.
And neither do I. So if you don't want to be lied to, why do you think others do?
Yeah, but the problem is religion is
Yeah, I asked you a
not
question.
provable fact. We can't go back in time
I asked you a
and see
question.
which religion is true.
Did you
or
hear
not.
my question?
What? Do I want to be lied?
Yeah, if
you
you
wanna
don't
be
want to
lied
be
to?
lied to, why do you think other people should be lied to?
Why
If
does
you
think
don't
other
want to
people-
be lied
for the
to,
state of society? Just keep the
okay, so you
keep the
think
world running.
society should be lied to.
Yes.
And who determines which lies get told to society?
I don't know. It's a good question. The Illuminati? Just that's a joke, by the way.
Actually, you know what? Once I got past a certain number of followers on my TikTok account, you wouldn't believe how many messages I got from people pretending to be the Illuminati trying to recruit me. It's wild.
Maybe one of them was real, brother. You don't
I'm sure it was. Yeah, all sent by the devil himself. Okay,
Yeah.
so I forgot where we're at. The Illuminati got me sidetracked. Listen, I don't think we should be lying to society, and I don't think we have a good method for determining which lies should and shouldn't be told to the society.
So then, how do you think these Abrahamic religions came about specifically?
Well, people believed it.
Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, I just hear the other guy in the back. So
There's somebody else you can
Yeah.
hear?
yeah, JPW.
Oh, JPW is
think-
talking over there? That's weird. You shouldn't be able to hear him. Oh, well. JP, mute yourself for a moment. Nobody else can hear him.
Yeah. So
Right.
wait, what were you saying again? I got off topic. I lost what I was saying. What,
Right, yeah.
what was it?
Right,
we're talking about?
So you were asking, how did the Abrahamic religions become a thing?
Come
And I
about?
said,
Yeah.
Yeah, so because
For
people believe the mythology.
so you think people put it together as of as it coming about?
I think it came
out
together
of
like every
local
other mythology.
bigger mythologies came out of it.
I think it came out just like every other mythology. Some person claimed to have an experience with God, and they told their family members, and then they told their family members, and then whoever, one particular family got so influential that they founded their own city, and then they made everyone in the city believe it, and then eventually they thought that their God was wanting them to take over the other cities, and then they dominated all the regional cities and made people worship their God. And most of these gods were, unironically, they were spread by whoever was the most dominant in power in their region.
And would you have any preoperating dispositions to express this? What would be your main reason for taking down religions such as Christianity? What would you say against that?
Against what?
Christianity, the belief of Jesus
It's
Christ
not-
died.
It's demonstrably untrue.
like logical.
No, well, yeah, there are some logical absurdities, but it's
Yeah,
just
I would agree with
demonstrably
that one.
untrue. Do you have a Bible on you?
No, I mean my mom does, but not in my room, honestly.
Okay. Can you see my screen? I don't think you can see my screen, can you?
I can see like it's like horizontal. Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. All right, I'm going to put some Bible passages on the screen, and I want you to follow along with me, okay?
Sure.
Okay. For anyone that's following along, let me throw some passages up here. It is Hosea chapter 11. It says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more that I called them, the more that they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols." What event from the Bible is this referring to?
You cut out. My bad. What's up?
Yeah, what event in the Bible is this referring to?
Not exactly sure. I never read it.
You never read the Bible, but you believe it's
I'm
true?
not, no, I'm not a Christian.
Oh, what are you? Didn't I ask you if you believed in a God?
No,
So
I
are
think I
you?
asked you if you what you believe
Do
in.
you believe in a
Actually,
God?
no.
You're
I
an
was just trying to
atheist.
understand. Huh?
You're an atheist then.
No, I said I have a point about it. Alpha.
What are you
Not
doing
about
here?
religion. I wanted to ask, like,
Did you
why were
read
you
my
posing?
background?
No.
You saw my stream, you got in my stream to talk to me, and you didn't take 1 second to read the background.
Yeah, my bad. I saw you on YouTube.
Okay, get out of here. All right, we're going to try to bring JPW in, and then we've got some people on the TikTok queue waiting to get in. So we'll see if JPW's equipment is going to work this time.
Hopefully it does.
JPW, I can hear you.
Oh my
But
gosh.
looks like your camera's turned off. So I think we're
Oh,
good.
yeah, that's on purpose.
All right, so are you
So
at least 18? And do
yes,
you believe? All right, fantastic. And are you a theist? Do you believe in a God? And we lost him again. Anyways, Taco Joe, thank you for the $5 super chat. Taco Joe says, Justin, we broke 500 in the YouTube chat for the first time. We did. YouTube's been popping off. In fact, listen, here's the deal, guys. We've got 600 people watching on YouTube and only 500 people watching on TikTok. Usually the TikTok crowd is much bigger. We're seeing some unprecedented exodus from TikTok and people migrating over to YouTube because TikTok is going away. It's getting wild. But thanks for being here either way on either platform. JPW, can you still hear me? Does your mic work? What's happening with your equipment? Anything? Hola? Nothing? All right, well, come on back if you get it figured out, my man. All right, we'll grab Ari and then Bevy and then Durden and then Decap in that order. For those who aren't aware, we typically prioritize callers that are not repeat callers. So as much as I'd love to talk to Decap and Durden, I'm going to take people that I haven't talked to first. I've been around long enough to know that nobody likes to hear the same caller come back over and over again because they always bring the same dumb arguments over and over again, and it never really goes anywhere. But so we're trying to keep things fresh. Is your name Ari? Is that about right?
Yeah, you can go by Ari. That's fine.
All right. Thanks for being here. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
It's a complicated question. Because I'm a yogi, so I'm like an omnist.
I'm sorry. Help me out with that definition. What's a yogi?
An omnist means you believe there's truth in a lot of different paths. They're just different ways of different ways of getting there.
Sure, I think I know what omniism is, but what's a yogi? That's new information. I've never heard that.
Yogi comes from you're going to hear a lot of new information from me. Yogi means a practitioner from the Vedic Hindu system of training.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, thanks for being here. I don't think I've ever talked to anyone that said that they were a yogi, so I'm glad you're here.
Excellent.
So, what would be the most compelling evidence that your God is real?
Well, it's different. I've had these conversations before, and usually the paradigm people have a perception from is the Abrahamic, right? So they're coming from that kind of perception. The Eastern perspective is completely way more coherent and way more logical, right? So we believe in the mind, first of all, right? So God is the mind. That's what we believe. And we believe in states of the mind, right? And we have training systems and disciplines that allow us to ascend to certain different states that give us that. So for us, God is a conscious experience.
Right. Yeah. But
It's
what's
not
the evidence of
something.
that?
What do you mean the evidence? The evidence is training and gaining that experience. That's your evidence. This is states of perception.
Right. But how do
It's
you
not a
know?
tangible.
How do
Yeah,
you
go
know
ahead.
that gaining experience is somehow equivalent with some form of deity?
Because the deity that we're speaking about is you. I told you that we said that God is the mind.
Right. Yeah. But
Right.
how do you know that?
This is a completely different. That's what I'm saying. This is different, completely different perspective than what you get from the Abrahamic position. We're more
Yeah.
like Gnostics, right?
I
We're trying to
understand what
gain.
you're saying. I'm
Okay,
asking you how you know that to be the case.
note what to be the case.
That God is associated with our mental states.
Oh, because we have thousands of years of training in it, and it's been passed down
How do you
through.
know?
I'm explaining to do many traditions. We have them in Hinduism. We have them in Buddhism. We have breath training techniques. We have perception techniques. We also use epistemology.
I don't think
Right.
you're using epistemology right now. So
Well,
if you knew what epistemology was, you would understand my question. My question is not what you believe. My question is, how do you know that the thing that you believe is true?
by experiencing it. That's
Okay.
how by you right. You know things to be true by experiencing them.
Well, I don't think so. What's the
So
what's the
you're saying
experience
that
that
truth
would
is not based on experience? Is that what
what's
you're saying?
I'm
That
saying
truth
that
has no validity in experience?
claims of invisible entities are not proven based on experience for the same reason that I don't believe that Bigfoot
Well, I didn't
exists.
speak about invisible
And I
entities. I
don't
spoke to you
and I
about.
don't believe that alien abductions exist. Do you think that
I never.
people are being abducted by aliens?
That's great, but that's what you're mentioning. I never
Do you
mentioned any
believe
of
that
those.
people
Hold on,
have
hold
been
on. Now you're
abducted by
changing the subject.
aliens?
You're changing the subject.
I'm
You're
not. I'm
changing the
helping you to
subject.
understand the nature of the claims you're making.
Well,
Do
actually,
you
if you want to go
do you-
there, if you want.
I need you to focus up, lock in. We're having a little back and forth here. I need you to answer a question. Do you believe that people claiming to have seen Bigfoot and also those who have claimed to be abductive, that those claims are evidence that they were abducted and that they did see Bigfoot? Do you think that those are true? Skits and Bits in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Haven't seen you live in a while, buddy. I miss you. I know you're busy. I know you're working. I get it. I understand the grind. But good to see you, man. We miss you. I'll send him an invite to unmute himself. He might not know how his technology works.
There you go. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Well, you asked me a question and then you muted me, so I didn't know I
Well,
was. I
I
didn't know I was
muted
muted.
you so I could ask the question.
Yeah. Well, let's just start that you change topics, but
not.
I'm going to answer your question.
It's not a
So-
change of topics.
So I would say I don't know if Bigfoot is this. I don't have the evidence or research to that, right? So I would say I don't know. We would have to base that on evidence. But if you want to go into the topic of, since you're doing the topic of aliens and extraterrestrials, you know now the government is talking about that, right?
Yep, I've read the documents.
Okay. Have you seen the antenna that broke down that was filmed by NASA? It was a huge antenna.
I read the 65-page report that was published by Congress.
All right, I didn't ask you about that, but what I'm saying is there's so many sightings, right? And the one that I'm telling you specifically is about a huge antenna that was like 2 miles long that broke off, right? And NASA has this.
Where's it at?
They're filming this with satellites. It's on YouTube. You can see it on YouTube.
No, where's the antenna right now?
The antenna's floating on in space. It broke off.
Oh, there's an antenna in space.
Yeah,
And
it broke off.
how
So
big
what
is it?
happened? Oh, it was huge. It was like miles and miles long. And
Oh,
so,
there's
and then
there's
what-
a multi-mile long antenna floating
Yeah.
around in space.
yeah, and then what
And NASA
happened
confirmed
was,
it?
yeah, they're actually doing it. It's live.
I can't
The
wait.
video was live, and they recorded it, right? And then what you see is hundreds.
All right,
of ships coming out.
where can I find this antenna from NASA?
I
What-
think it's called.
What website?
Oh no, it's not on where. It's you could find it on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
No. I don't want to look at a YouTube video. I want to look at a NASA site. You're saying that NASA confirmed it.
No, I'm saying it was on YouTube, and it's not something made by AI.
Yeah, and there's alien encounters on YouTube as well, and there's also people getting sucked out of their body on YouTube.
And you also have
that
your
doesn't mean
government
anything
saying
to
it,
me. You claim
right?
that NASA published something. I want to know where I can find it.
No, I said I saw something on YouTube.
Okay,
that
so
looked pretty
I don't
real to
care that
me,
you saw a
that
YouTube
it was
video.
NASA.
Then. Don't care.
Okay, so anyway, we
If
changed
your source
subjects
is YouTube, that's not helpful.
Okay, so you're saying that. So there, how much? We have a lot of evidence, right? We even have military people speaking about seeing UFOs, right? And this has been happening for like the last
Buddy,
40 years.
You're aware that
So
we're
what's
talking
the
about God right
probability-
now, aren't you?
Oh, so now you want to change subjects again?
That's literally the whole point of the discussion. I only brought up UFOs
Where
and
do you-
alien.
uh-huh.
Hold, just stop talking. I literally only brought up aliens abducting people because I assumed you were a rational human being that didn't believe that people were being sucked up on spaceships. But now it turns out that you're not rational, and you do believe that people are being sucked up on alien spaceships.
I never
so
said.
we can,
first of all, hold on.
So we can forego that discussion since you're that level of crazy. So we can go back to the original argument, which I brought up. Just because people claim to witness something or claim to experience something doesn't mean that they, in fact, did experience the thing. And Elizabeth, thank you so much for becoming a subscriber. I appreciate that. Do you understand the argument?
So first of all, I didn't say anybody was being sucked up. You spoke about Sasquatch, right? And you said that.
You're struggling to stay on task here.
No. You're the one who changed subjects. So let me
It's
finish.
not a change of subject.
So
I was helping you to understand the problem with your argument.
And what I was trying to have you understand is that there's a lot of proof on extraterrestrial beings by your government.
I don't care about the extraterrestrials.
So what do you care about? What are you
I
talking
care about
So
your
why would you
God.
use
We're not here
So why
discussing
would you
whether or
use
not
Sasquatch?
we're not here discussing whether or not extraterrestrials exist.
So why would you use Sasquatch then?
Because it's clearly an invented thing.
It was a bad analogy on your part then.
Well, I assume that you're irrational and you didn't believe
It was a
in
bad
Sasquatch.
analogy. You know what's funny? It was a bad analogy.
Okay,
and when I
we'll
went
start
down
this
your road,
easy.
You were about to lose, so you changed.
So we'll start this easy. Do you believe that Sasquatch exists? Yes or no? It's wild that he can't understand the actual argument being. I won't stop muting you until you stop talking over me.
And when I replied to you, I said, I don't know. There's no evidence. I don't know. That's what I replied to you.
Okay.
Then after that, then I spoke about there's proof of extraterrestrials.
That's great. We don't care if that's true.
Yeah, of course, because going down that road, you were going to lose that one.
No, it's not, because that's not relevant to the conversation.
You were going to lose that one. But
I do not care about extraterrestrials.
But you care to talk about Sasquatch.
I don't care about either of them. I was helping you understand that
you're.
I was helping you to understand that your argument is bad because you can't base an argument on somebody had an experience, because there's a whole range of experiences that I can guarantee you wouldn't accept somebody else's experience as proof.
You cannot accept just what do you call that? Physical evidence as the validation of all truth or even logic, right?
Well, give me the evidence for your God. That's what I'm asking for.
All right. Well, first I told you that God is the mind, right?
But what's the evidence that that's true?
That's what I told you.
That's a claim. That's not evidence.
Well, the evidence is in the training systems that we do for thousands of years that have been documented through most of the esoteric traditions in the East. Now, you wouldn't know this because you don't train in these techniques.
I asked for the evidence, not the claim.
I just gave you the evidence.
That's not evidence. That's a claim.
You would have to experience it. Okay. Let me make you understand that.
Do you believe that Doug is God? Do you believe that this is God?
Let me just say something real quick.
No, I'm not gonna let you say anything. Do you believe that this is God?
No, I don't. Listen.
Why?
Well, because it doesn't have any functions of the mind that we have. No, it doesn't. It can't.
Doug talks to me. In fact,
Doug
talks to a lot of people here. Look at all the Doug emotes in the comments.
I just answered your question, and now you're looking stupid. But
No,
let
I'm
me,
not
let-
looking
let-
stupid. I need you to focus up, lock
no, no,
in,
no, no,
and
no.
actually pay attention to
I
what's
told
being
you no.
said.
I answered
so,
you no.
So
I
you
answered
don't
no.
believe that this rock is God, right?
No,
Why not?
because it doesn't have a conscious mind that we have.
How do you know that?
Well, that's true. I don't know that.
I just told you that this rock speaks to me, which means it is conscious. And by the argument that you laid down, my experience is evidence that it's true.
No, it would have to speak to other people.
It has. Everyone put a
Right.
1 in the comments if Doug spoke to you.
No. Now you're playing games.
Watch all the ones.
No, now you're just making shit up.
Watch all. I'm
bad
demonstrating
analogy.
that you're
It's a bad
making shit up.
analogy.
Look
It's
at
a
all
bad
these
analogy.
ones. Praise Doug.
Let me ask you something.
Praise Doug. He's
Hold on.
upset
Let me give you a good analogy.
he's
'cause
upset
you're
that I'm
failing.
using his same logic for my God.
Let me give you a good analogy because you're failing here. Listen to the analogy.
They get
Listen-
so
listen-
burnt when I use their own logic against them.
No. Listen to the analogy. Listen to the analogy. If there's an apple, right? There's an apple. Who knows more about the apple? The person who actually eats it or the person who just observes it and describes the qualities of the apple without knowing the apple? Who would know more about the apple?
I would imagine the person eating it, which is why I know
Exactly.
that. Which is why
Which
I
is
know
an
that Doug is
experience.
God.
Which is an experience.
Which
Exactly.
is why I know that Doug is God.
So my
Cora,
proof is that.
Thank you
my
so
proof
much.
is-
Thank you so much for the dragon. I appreciate that, Cora. I need you to listen carefully to my argument. I know that Doug is God because I experienced him. By the same virtue that you haven't experienced him, you must conclude that my experience about Doug is more relevant than your non-experience about Doug. See how every argument that you raise I can use for my God?
It doesn't work because you haven't experimented that with Doug. So
I have.
yeah, that experiment fails.
No, Doug
That
talks to me.
experiment fails.
Doug
we
talks to
have,
me.
Listen,
I don't-
we have thousands of years of tradition. First of all, do you know?
Okay. I can't talk to this guy any longer. He doesn't understand a single word coming out of my mouth. He has no idea the line of argumentation went really, really, really high over his head. Not even right over his head. I'm talking like an airplane over his head. He has no idea what's happening. Jesus Slide, read the Bible. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Good to see you in the house tonight. Caller and his false god don't stand up to scrutiny. Yeah, that's typically the case. I made very, very, very simple, easy arguments that he should be able to understand to demonstrate that you can literally use that same rationale for any made-up deity, anyone. Mark, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Mark says, A Christmas Carol, Ebenezer spotted two creatures under the ghost of Christmas present. Ignorance and want. Beware ignorance the most. That's interesting. I like that. That's a good saying. I might have to think on that. I might have to ponder that one for a little bit. Ignorance really is the gift of religion that keeps on giving. And Beats by Vigil, good to see you back. $5 by Beats says, this dude could bring up the brain scans they did on Buddhists. I've been meditating a long time, and I can tell you that he knows nothing. And I agree. He didn't understand the difference between a claim and like evidence for something. I've literally no idea what's happening with him. All right, we're going to grab the prior guest from YouTube for the last time. He says his microphone should be working this time. We'll see. We'll give it a shot.
God willing.
Hey, we're gonna do what we can. Anyways, welcome in.
Hello?
I can hear you. Yep.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Oh, I was scared.
See how this works. So where do we leave off? You're at least 18 and you are a believer, right?
Yes. No.
Oh, you're not a believer.
No, I'm an atheist. Born again atheist.
Well, Big W, thanks for being part of reality, but we are just doing debates, so I
Okay.
appreciate you being here.
Well, I was wondering, are you able to answer a few questions? Because I'm kind of having like trouble debating a lot of Christians, and I'm really into it.
So
And,
we've got a Discord. If you go to my link tree in my profile, there's a Discord community where we do a lot of question and answer. I'm more than happy to do question and answer there, but I mean, everyone is here to watch me debate people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Me too. I was just wondering. Okay, cool.
But I'd love to
Awesome.
see you in the Discord community.
Yeah, no problem. I really appreciate what you do, and I'll be sure to be in there.
Absolutely. Cheers. Hope to see you soon.
Yep. Bye.
For anyone that's not in our Discord community yet, I encourage you to join. If you're joining from TikTok, then you'll need to copy and paste the link from TikTok into your browser. You can't click it directly because TikTok's got a weird copy and paste issue. I'm not copy and paste. I mean, they got a weird link issue. They try to open the link in the internal browser, and the internal browser malfunctions all the time, or it won't. It just won't open the link. So we're gonna try to get GoHabs89 in here, but looks like they're having a little trouble connecting. Believe it or not, we've got Doug in the YouTube guest box waiting to get in. I wonder if it's God. Do you think it's Doug the Rock God waiting to get in? Well, while we're waiting on GoHabs, thank you so much, Cyber Deconstruction, for the 666. Hail Satan, hail Cyber Deconstruction, another great debater. He says, guest is going to spiral within 6.66 minutes. That's right. That is right. And Lizette, thank you for the 666. Big W, Lizette. I appreciate the support. I don't think GoHabs is going to connect. Sorry, GoHabs. If you find Wi-Fi, come on back. And we'll try to keep everything rolling. All right, let's see who we've got next. I believe Bevy was going to be coming next, and see if they're going to connect.
Oh, bugger. My bad. Sorry, I didn't even realize I bumped that. I'm just listening.
Oh, not a problem. Not a problem at all. I'll bump you out. Thanks for being here, Bev.
No, thanks, mate.
Big W for Bev. Joanne, thank you so much for the $2 over Venmo. Dr. Joe says, in addition to my clinical this might be an actual message. Oh, no way. I didn't know that. Okay, so Dr. Joe is in the house, by the way, guys. Dr. Joe, send some comments out so people can see it. Dr. Joe is not just a clinical licensed therapist, but she's also a certified meditation teacher and a Tai Chi practitioner. Really interesting. I didn't know that about you, Dr. Joe. That's wild. Johnny, thank you for the 666 over Cash App. Big W, Johnny. I really appreciate that. Okay, well, as promised, I said we bring in Durden. He's a repeat. I think it is his second or third time back. Welcome in, Durden.
Yep. Hey, before we start, I want to say Merry Christmas to you before it starts.
Yeah, I mean, happy holidays, man. So are you going to run precept on me this time again?
I didn't run precept last time, so yeah. Hey, it's all good, though. Yeah, I would ask the question is, why are you appealing to rationalization?
Because all we have.
It's all you have. You understand what rationalization is, correct?
Well, there's multiple different definitions of rationalization. So, for example, the behavior of rationalize something is you're just organizing it in a manner that makes sense to you. But when we talk about something that is rational, that's a little bit different. Like we would say that something is rational because it is sensible. It does have a form of sensibility to it.
Okay, yeah, I said rationalization, not rationalize. There's a difference. Okay, yeah, in psychology, rationalization is a defense mechanism where you try to justify actions and or beliefs against, I guess, to say logical reasoning. So the point of them saying that is it's a defense mechanism. Okay, you claim your God is imaginary, but yet you are rationalize that as a defense mechanism. You're trying to rationalize your own conscious. No, I'm literally not. You're literally doing that every live that you get on, my dad.
Durden, this is the same thing you did last time. You just came in and cried like a baby.
No, that's not the same thing.
His hotness, the answer to your question is yes. Thank you for the $2 super chat. You can DM me on the Discord if you want to do direct messages. Okay, so what's the evidence for your God, or do you just come here to cry?
Well, I'm not the one that's on here bitching and griping about a God I don't believe in.
Okay, you can go cry somewhere else, and we're going to bring in some adults, okay? Imagine being so butthurt that atheists exist that you have to get up and cry that they exist. You know what I did when I was a Christian apologist? I just got up and I had normal conversations with atheists. That's literally all I did. I never complained that they existed. I never accused them of being liars or suppressing the truth. I just came and I wanted to know why they didn't believe what I believe. And it's that easy. It's wild to me that people are offended that I exist. Welcome in, Doug. Fantastic.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Doug, are you
awesome.
18?
Yes, I am.
Cool. And are you a believer?
Um, well, I was raised Catholic, but I don't like to call myself a Christian. I like to call myself more of like a follower of Christ. Just, I don't know, his teachings resonate with me.
So you're embarrassed to call yourself a Christian?
No. I was a Christian, but
So you're not a
Christianity is
Christian.
kind of they've kind of fallen off the rails in
Well, what
recent
is a
years.
Christian?
I don't want to be associated with them. It depends, man. There's so many different sects nowadays. Like you can't really narrow it down to like one specific kind of religion anymore. That's why I left.
Yeah, but the definition of a Christian is a guy that believes that Jesus is the Christ. And that sounds
Yes.
like what you believe?
Yes, but
So
there's a
you're-
lot of Christians out there that, yeah, but I don't want to call myself a Christian because
So
Christians,
you're an embarrassed Christian. That's fine.
No. I don't like the fact that Christians are doing really stupid stuff.
Oh, neither do I, but you shouldn't be embarrassed about being a Christian.
Well, I'm not. I'm not a Christian, though. I follow Christ's teachings, sure, but I wouldn't call myself a Christian because they seem to be idiots nowadays.
Sure. Okay, so what's the best evidence that the Christian God is real?
I guess I would just say that there's so many things that are inexplainable in my life that it's kind of like it's refreshing to kind of put my faith in something that can kind of explain it a little bit better than the fact science can't. So, I don't know. A lot of stuff has happened to me in my lifetime that made me go, there's no way that there's not something out there that has some kind of power.
So you're saying incredulity. Your argument is you can't fathom a world existing without God.
Sorry. I can't. There's someone else speaking. I can't hear you over him.
Oh, sorry. For anyone waiting in the YouTube queue, if you could mute your microphone, that would be really helpful because when you're talking, the other guest that's here can hear you talking as well. And I don't really have a way to turn your microphones off, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, if you're in the YouTube queue and you're talking, make sure your microphone is muted so that the guest in the box can't hear you as well. Sorry about that.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
So basically your argument kind of comes down to what we call incredulity. Like you just can't fathom a world without a God because there are things that you don't understand, but it's not really like evidence for your God. I can make that an argument for literally anything, which is why I have praise God, Doug the Rock. Like I could just say,
Right,
I don't know how we came about, therefore Doug the Rock God, but you wouldn't accept that Doug's God, would you?
Well, if you accepted him as God, sure, but I wouldn't accept him because he hasn't showed me anything that I would consider as like all powerful or anything like that. Like we were talking about earlier, or the conversation you had earlier, when it came down to personal experiences, that's what made them want to follow a specific deity or belief or science or whatever the case may be.
Right. So do you believe that personal experience is evidence of God?
Well, I wouldn't say it's evidence of quote unquote the God, but if it's evidence in that person's mind for that God or for whoever they want to believe in, it's just like, hey, if you wanna take that and run with it, go for it.
But do you understand the problem with that? Okay, so we're examining what is the best we can tell true, right? Now, if you're saying that your personal experience means that your God is real, then I would have to accept that the Muslim's personal experience is proof that the Muslim God is real, and the Hindu's personal experience is proof that the Hindu God is real. Do you see the problem there? Mm-hmm. But they can't all be.
Not necessarily. Well, why not?
Because their books oppose each other. For example, in the Bible, it says that the only way to the Father is through Jesus, which means that certainly would exclude, Krishna or Brahma or Vishnu or any other deity.
Well, I'm not saying that there are multiple gods, because that goes against what Jesus was teaching. But I'm also not going to sit here and say that I know everything, because, hey, for all I know, what you believe, we're just on a floating rock in space, and that's the end of it. That's the story.
Yeah,
I don't know. There's no way I can
for
know.
the floating rock, though.
What's the evidence?
We're on it.
Well, yeah, but Like how you don't know how we came into being. How do you know that the rock wasn't created by something?
Because we know how other rocks are created. We observe it happening in the universe.
Where?
In all of the other planetary bodies. Like, we've seen the accretion disk. We know how planets form.
How did they form?
Through accretion disk. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Do you know that gravity is real? Are you a flat earther?
Yeah. No.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, gravity's real, and that's the thing. Somebody in your background is talking.
Yeah, it's my radio. Sorry. I have 30 minutes until I'm off work.
Yeah, you got to turn that off. Sorry.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Yep. Okay. So we quite literally know how planets form, and they don't all form the same way. There's multiple ways that they form, but the truth of the matter is gravity is the thing that allows things to form.
Okay. So then what creates that? Like, what creates gravity? If gravity is what creates the planets, then what creates gravity?
Well, gravity is a property of the space-time continuum. So when you have objects that have mass and they're within the space-time continuum, they bend space-time. And because space-time is bent, it pulls things within that warped portion of space-time towards itself. Kind of like if you hold a sheet real tight and then you drop a ball in the middle of the sheet will bow down a little bit, and you'll be able to throw another marble in there and watch it spiral around.
Yeah, taking me back to my high school physics classes.
Right, yep.
I guess the only other question that I would ask then is, like, what creates the space-time continuum then?
Well, I think
if it's not created, like, where did it come from?
I don't think it was created. I think matter, space, and time are eternal, and there's no reason to believe otherwise. Parker, thank you for the crowd.
Well, just like how you believe that, that's kind of how I see God. He's not created. He's just endless.
Right, but we have evidence that matter, space, and time exist. We don't have any evidence that God exists.
True.
Also,
but if it's endless and uncreated, you don't have evidence that it was there the entire time, do you?
Well, no, we can't go back infinitely in time, but we can use logic to deduce a few things. Krista, thank you for the crowns. I appreciate that. So we can't get something from nothing, right?
Right.
Okay.
Not like logically, at least.
And is there something?
Yes.
Okay, that means there was never nothing. Thank you, Astronova, for the crown. Okay, so logically, there's no reason to believe there was ever nothing. It's also irrational to believe that space-time was ever created, because the act of creation requires time, right? You can't have a sequencing of events without time already existing. And time, the creation of anything, by definition, requires a sequence of events.
Okay, so I guess what would be your basis then for human consciousness, or just consciousness in general? What would be the evidence that it started at a certain point and it got to here?
I don't know what you're referring to. Consciousness is just a product of the brain, which is why, like, other people and other animals have them, right? So, like, my dog, well, actually, peace be upon her, she's no longer with us, but my dog was conscious at some time. But that doesn't mean a God made her conscious.
True, but I guess what I'm getting at is...
Oh, and his technology cut out. He's having a lot of trouble with his technology. Wait, well, that's a different guest, actually. Hold on. That was a different guest. Sorry, Doug. I don't know what happened with your technology. We'll get you back in here.
Okay.
Doug, I don't know what happened with your technology, but we got you.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. I guess what I was getting at was, like, we had the evidence of, like, planets coming into being with the space-time continuum and gravity and bending and all the stuff that you just explained. So the other thing that I would question is, if that's how planets came into being, right, and microorganisms, how did they come into being? Were they also part of gravity and space-time continuum bent, and single-celled organisms divided and became larger masses and then evolved through the dinosaurs and then evolved eventually humans? Or how would that process exactly work? Because as you were saying earlier,
what I'm hearing is that
something can't exist without nothing.
You haven't read a science book, therefore God?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just curious as to what your belief is or what the evidence is.
I mean, obviously, I would believe in the evolutionary model.
Right. But what I'm saying is, if something can't be without nothing, or excuse me, if if you can't have something, or if you can't have nothing because something has always been, right? So does that mean like microorganisms have always been here as well since the beginning of time?
No, why would you think that?
Well, because if they weren't here in the beginning, then they wouldn't have been able to evolve
Why couldn't
to where we are now. Because, like you said, you can't have something from nothing.
I never said that. Evolution isn't something from nothing. Evolution is the change of the something.
Okay, so that's my point. If it came from something, and like planets came from space-time bending and gravity, so the microorganisms started somewhere too, right? Because the planet started from space-time bending and gravity. So where did the microorganisms start with? Because did they also start from the space-time bending and gravity?
No, they're a product of the Earth. We evolved on the Earth.
Yeah, I understand.
You think that
what
we
you're
evolved
saying.
on a meteorite?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if microorganisms were around the time the Earth came into being,
but
right?
They weren't.
How do you know?
Because the Earth was too hot.
That's okay. So now you're just helping prove my point. If the Earth was too hot for microorganisms to exist, then how did they become a thing?
The atoms that are on the Earth, when it cooled off, formed the first organisms. They didn't poof, They didn't poof into existence from nothing.
Okay, I get where you're coming from now. So what's the evidence that the atoms actually became microorganisms then?
Abiogenesis and evolution. Listen, it sounds to me like you've just never read a book on evolution.
I haven't read books on evolution, no.
Okay. Well, go read a book on evolution, and if you have questions, you're more than welcome to come back and ask. I'm not a biologist, but I can direct you to a biologist.
Dude, don't be respectful. Come on, man. I'm trying to have a respectful conversation here.
I'm not being disrespectful here. I'm just
No, not you. The dude that was just talking over me.
Who? I don't know who's talking over you. I can't hear him. Sorry.
It's okay, Kyle.
If you're waiting in the YouTube queue, guys, turn your mics off so the guest that's on the stage can't hear you yapping. Okay.
Anyways, I guess the question that I had for you was the atoms became microorganisms through what would you say it was called again?
Abiogenesis.
Abiogenesis. Okay. The abiogenesis that you're referring to. So, how did they prove that?
I mean, abiogenesis is still a working theory, but it starts with the Urey Miller experiment, and it's been reproduced a handful of times since then. And we know that amino acids can self-form because we see it happening in space. For example, we've probed 2 different meteorites, and we found both water and amino acids fully formed on the meteorites. So we know that the elementary parts of the universe can self-assemble into amino acids, which are obviously the building blocks of protein and RNA and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
But you understand that, that even if evolution was proven wrong, it wouldn't mean that God exists. You get that, right?
No, yeah, I get that. It just seems to me, like I said, from personal experiences I've had that make absolutely no sense whatsoever, no matter how many times I wrap my head around it try to approach it from a logical perspective. It just, there's something about life in general, from my experiences, that lead me to believe that there is a higher power out there. And it may not be evidence, but it's evidence enough for me.
Sure, but it's not evidence for me. It means nothing to me because I hear personal experiences from everybody. I know a guy who literally believes that Bigfoot's real. I know him personally.
I mean, hey, if he wants to believe that and he wants to spend his life searching for it, more power to him. But like you, you show me the evidence and I'll believe it. But like how I can't show you my evidence, I'm not expecting you to just accept it. You know what I mean? But it's really tough to explain because it it was really powerful, man. I don't know how else to explain it.
Sure.
But yeah.
I'm sorry. Which God
I'm
did
gonna
you
get
believe
at
in again?
I believe Jesus Christ is the God. Yes.
That's right. Yeah, you were the okay. Do you want to know why Jesus is not God?
I mean, sure, shoot.
Because he's a liar, and the book that attests to his prophecies is also lying. I'm going to read a couple of Bible passages with you. It's Matthew 16, 27 through 28. I'll put it on the screen. I don't know if you can see it, but I'll put it up. It says, for the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So that's when he comes back with the angels to judge mankind, according to Matthew 25 and Matthew 26 and Matthew 24. But he didn't come back within the lifetime of those people living there. See the problem?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, dang it! I was trying to read along with you, looking up the verse.
Sure.
On my phone, but I guess it turned off my mic when I did that.
Oh yeah, I don't think you can swipe away from the app like that.
Oof. Okay. Sorry. One more time. Repeat the verse for me.
Yeah, it says, the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
Which kingdom is he referring to in this verse?
The one where he comes and judges mankind, because he's going to repay everybody, and he's going to be coming with the angels in the glory of his Father.
So the day of judgment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. After reading a lot of verses that really struck a chord with me, which is why I decided to stop being a Christian and just call myself a follower of Christ. There's a lot of the stuff in the New Testament that refers to spiritual salvation. So when he's saving people, he's saving them from torment. And that's what I'm pretty sure that's what he's referring to here.
But he didn't say anything about saving anyone. He says judging. He says he's going to pay them back for what's been done.
Right, and entering them into the kingdom.
No, doesn't say entering into the kingdom. He says he's going to pay everybody back for their deeds. He's going to punish them. He's going to hand out punishments and rewards, which is what he says in Matthew 25, 31 through 32. I'll put it on the screen again. Sorry, you can't see it. But it says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory with all of the angels, just like it said in the prior passage, it says he will sit on the throne of his glory, and all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate the people one from another, as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. And then you know the story. He sends one off to paradise and the other group off to hell. This is about the judgment. He said it's going to happen while some of his disciples were still alive.
Where does it say while his disciples were still alive?
Oh, we just read it. It's Matthew 16, verse 28. I'll bring it up again. In 27 and 28, he says, the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what's been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So he said that
I see.
Standing there currently won't taste death.
I guess it depends on what your interpretation of death is. Does it mean physical or spiritual death? And from what I've read, he usually refers to spiritual death instead of physical death.
It can't mean a spiritual death, because that would be the second death. The second death doesn't happen until after the judgment, according to Revelation 21.
Right. Continue.
That's it. It's referring to a physical death. He says, some of you will still be standing here. Some of you still standing here will be alive when I come back. That's what he's saying. That's what it means to taste
But
death.
but in the Revelation, he's referring to the second death.
No, he's not. That's what I'm saying. He can't be referring to the second death because in the book of Revelation, the second death comes after the judgment. It's after he's already come back. So he's not saying that some of you standing here will not taste the second death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, because the second death is after he comes in his kingdom. Nobody is tasting death before he comes, if it's spiritual.
In the verse that in Revelations that you're referring to, what was that passage?
Revelation 21, terminating in verse 8.
I wish I could read it while I was
I can read it for you.
able to still talk. Yes, please.
Yeah, so the beginning of Revelation starts out with the new heaven and the new earth. And then there's no more pain, no more sorrow, no more crying, so on and so forth. And then in verse 8 it says, as for the cowardly, the faithless, the polluted, the murderers, the sexually immoral, the sorcerers, the idolaters, and all liars, their place will be in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. So after the new heaven and new earth, then death and Hades are going to be thrown into the lake of fire, it says.
How is that different from the first death?
Because it's after you already died.
What are we talking about, physical death or spiritual death? Because I'm confused what you mean by the second death.
You sound really confused. Yes, the second death is what happens after you've already died once. And that happens after you've died physically. And that doesn't happen until after Jesus already comes back, according to Revelation.
So in the book of Revelation, it's talking about the same judgment day, or are we talking about a different day?
Both. Revelation talks about the judgment, the new heaven, and then the new earth, and then the lake of fire, the second death.
Lou, could you mute your mic, please?
This really shouldn't be a controversial opinion. He says it again in Matthew 10:23 when he sends the disciples out to the villages. He says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. And then he says the same thing in Matthew 24. He gives all the signs of the end times, what to expect when the end comes. Says, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn when they see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. He will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call. They will gather his elect from the four winds from one end of heaven to the other. So just like what we read prior in book of Matthew. Then he says, from
Revelation.
From the fig tree, learn its lesson. As soon as the branches...
Lou, could you mute your mic, please?
Yeah, Lou, you guys got to... Sorry, for people that are coming into the TikTok, you got to mute your mic.
Thank you.
So that the guest on stage can't hear you. From the fig tree, learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender and puts forth its leaves, you know that summer is near. So also, when you see all of these things, you know that he is near at the very gates. Truly, I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. So over and over again in the Bible, we're told that Jesus is coming back to judge mankind within the lifetime of the people living there. Paul says it as well in 1 Corinthians chapter 7 and 1 Thessalonians chapter 4.
It still sounds like you're talking about the same day, the judgment day.
I'm not. Well, I am, but listen to what I'm saying. The passage is saying that the judgment day is going to happen while those people are still alive, the people there currently.
Again, after reading a lot of the scripture, it sounds more like he's talking about spiritual death. I'm not sure.
He's not talking about spiritual death.
How do you know?
Because he quite literally says what's going to happen. The sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man is going to appear in heaven. All this stuff is going to happen. The judgment is coming. And then he says, Truly I tell you that this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. So for a second time, he's saying, you people here that are currently alive in this generation, you'll be alive when this judgment happens. Which is why Paul taught in his letters that he would be alive and the church members would be alive when Jesus came back.
I see where you're coming from. Like, I definitely get the logic in what you're saying. I guess the only thing that's holding me back from like committing to that logic is the fact that I still think he's referring to spiritual life.
What would make you believe that he's referring to spiritual death?
The other verses that he's spoken of in the past.
The other verses can't be referring to the spiritual death. The spiritual death is the second death. You already admitted that that's the case because that is the case. The spiritual death, the second death, happens after the judgment. And in Matthew 16, he says that some of you will still be living here when you see me come back. We'll go back to Matthew 16. Maybe I didn't read it slowly enough. Matthew 27, 28, in verse 16, he says, "Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death," which means some of them will and some of them will not. But none of them are tasting death before the Son of Man comes, if it's the second coming, or I'm sorry, if it's the second death, because nobody experiences the second death until after the second coming.
Right. But he also mentions in other scriptures that he's talking about eternal life spiritually. And for the people he's referring to in this passage,
we're not talking about eternal life.
He guaranteed it for them before.
We'll try this again. He says, some of you standing here will not taste death. That means some of them will and some of them will not. That's what the word some means. And we know it's not referring to spiritual death because nobody experiences the spiritual death until Jesus comes back.
I'm pretty sure that's not true, though, because there are other scriptures.
We literally just read it. You don't experience the second death until you're thrown into the lake of fire, according to Revelation chapter 20 and 21, after the judgment.
Judgment of everybody's souls, yes.
Yes, and Jesus has to come back before the judgment.
But again, for the some that he's referring to that will not taste death, he also references that they're going to experience eternal life.
That's not what he's saying.
In other scriptures.
I don't care what he said in other scriptures. You're not listening to this scripture. According to this scripture, just slow down.
Right. But you can cherry pick all you want.
I'm not cherry picking.
I get it. But
I need you to actually grapple with what the text says. The text says that some of you will die and some of you will not die. Now, we know that it's referring to a physical death, because nobody experiences the second death until after he comes back. It cannot refer to the second death. It has to refer to a mortal death.
Okay.
And it didn't happen. All of those people experienced the mortal death. They're all gone.
Okay.
Which means he was wrong, or whoever wrote this claiming he said it was wrong.
Okay.
It's pretty simple logic.
Yeah, I understand the logic.
Okay. Now there's a lot bigger issues. This is a small fish to fry. I want to take you to Jeremiah 31. Have you read the Old Testament?
A little bit. I focus more on the New Testament, but yeah, bits and pieces.
Sure. I want to read Jeremiah 31, 15 through 16. This might be something you've heard before. It says, "Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more." Do you know what Jeremiah is writing about?
I guess the context isn't very clear if it's just that one scripture you're going off of.
Sure. Well, Jeremiah is writing about the Babylonian exile. Rachel is the beloved mother of Israel. one of Jacob's wives. So it's a reference to the women of Israel watching their children get taken away in captivity, which is why in verse 16 he says, thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy, right? So the prophecy coincides with Jeremiah chapter 25, where he says that they're going to go into exile, but they'll come back after 70 years. Understand so far?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you for the roses and butterflies, Cora. I appreciate that. And Bad Religion, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that. So Jeremiah is making a pretty common prophecy for the rest of his particular book. He prophesies about the Babylon exile almost the entire book. Now, this is not interesting in itself, except that when you go to Matthew chapter 2 and go to like verse 17 through 19, Matthew says something strange. When the babies in Bethlehem get executed by Herod, it says, then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing and loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more. But that's not what the prophecy is about. Prophecy is not about a bunch of babies that get executed. So why is Matthew lying on the text?
You say they're referring to the same event?
I'm saying they're clearly not referring to the same event, but Matthew says so.
Interesting. Because from what I've read, Matthew was referring to when the Pharaoh was slaughtering all of the infants in an attempt to take out Jesus.
Not the Pharaoh, you mean King Herod.
Yes.
Right, yes.
The Pharaoh was from Egypt.
Yes, that's what Matthew is referring to. And he uses the quote from Jeremiah 31:15 to say that there was a prophecy being fulfilled. He's saying when the babies were executed by Herod, a prophecy from Jeremiah was fulfilled. Namely, that a bunch of women in Ramah would be weeping for their children that were no more. But we just read Jeremiah 31:15, and it's not about a bunch of babies being slaughtered. It's about how the Israelites are being taken away into captivity and they're going to come back.
Yeah, that is a very clear contradiction.
So Matthew's just making stuff up. And we can keep going because all of Matthew's prophecies read the same way. We can do Hosea chapter 11, verse 1 and 2, where it says, when Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more that I called them, the more that they went from me, and they kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. Well, there's no actual prophecy there, is there?
Just sounds like a documentation.
It is about the Exodus, right? In Exodus chapter 4, I think verse 22, God says that Israel is my firstborn son, and he calls Moses to go free him. So that's what this is talking about here quite clearly. Because remember when the Israelites left Egypt, they immediately went into idolatry. But when you go to the book of Matthew, Matthew says something completely different. Go to Matthew chapter 2, and I think we're in verse 14 through 16. And he says, Joseph got up and took the child and his mother by night and went to Egypt. And he remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what was spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I have called my son. So Matthew's just like randomly grabbing Old Testament quotations out of context and applying them to Jesus and calling it a prophecy. If this is the level of exegesis being done by the New Testament authors, why would I believe anything they're telling me?
I mean, I don't see why you would.
Right? All right. Well, listen, Doug, that's a lot to chew on. I want you to read. I want you to read the first 2 chapters. Read the first 3 chapters of Matthew, and when it references the Old Testament, go back and read those Old Testament passages, and then come back and tell me what you think. Okay?
Well, like I was saying before, this is why I don't identify as a Christian anymore, because of those exact reasons that you just specified. This is why I more just call myself a follower of Christ. I really resonate with his teachings and what he was trying to like spread to the world, and like as a message of like, hey, this is going to be a fulfilling life if you live like this. This that's why I follow Christ and don't call myself a Christian, because like you said, there's plenty of contradictions in the Bible, plenty of contradictions in the Quran and Torah. That's why I don't like going by quote unquote mainstream religions, and more like just looking for the deeper message that was trying to be taught by these people who were very influential in their time. And
how do you know what Jesus did say?
I guess just like how there's contradictions in the Bible and the Quran, there's also little bits and pieces of truth as well. So it's the cherry picking, sure, but I mean, people cherry pick science too, and they try to claim that certain things are true that are not true, and there's certain things that are very, very false, but they say, "Oh, the science proves it," when it clearly doesn't. So,
right,
it's the same concept, but that's why I don't like Kyle, dude. Mute your mic, man.
Yeah, sorry,
But
Kyle.
I won't take up any more of your time.
Before you head off, let me ask you one question real quick. I've got somebody on the TikTok stream. I want to make sure I'm testing a new audio setup. So Joyful, welcome in. Can you hear Doug talking while you're in the box, Joyful?
Hello.
Oh, you can't hear him? Okay, that's all I need to know. Anyways, Doug, thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you. And again, read the prophecies that Matthew lists. Go back to the Old Testament and read them. And I'll come back. I want to hear what you think about them, okay?
Yeah, sure.
All right, cheers. Have a great one.
Take it easy.
All right, we got some more people coming in. Welcome in, Joyful. Joyful, I'm going to read off a couple super chats real quick. Howard Barnett, thank you for the $6.66 for vestments for Doug. A big W. Thank you for the vestments for Doug. I appreciate that. And I think Doug appreciates it as well. Also, Cyber Deconstruction, thank you so much for the 666. Cyber says, Cain is Bigfoot, according to the Mormons. Wow, I didn't know that. So the Mormons believe that Cain is Bigfoot. I've really got to dig more into Mormonism. This is a wild belief system. And Scott Duff, thank you for the 666 as well. Scott says, your microwave makes you sound like a chipmunk right now. May want to fix that, bro. I think, microphone. Joyful, is my microphone sound clear?
What I was going to tell you is when you're on TikTok guests, right now you sound fine, but every time you've had a TikTok guest, you sound like a chipmunk. It sounds like it's sped up.
Interesting. So when I get a TikTok guest, my microphone gets weird.
At least for me, that's how it was. And there was a couple people in the chat that said it as well.
Really? I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't know if you could fix it or what, but I thought you'd like to know regardless.
Yeah. Well, my audio experiment didn't really work out because I was hoping that you'd be able to hear the guest from YouTube. So what I was doing was I was porting my microphone through an additional source, but apparently it's not really helping. So I guess we won't do that.
It seems like it's a mixed bag in the chat. Some people are saying that I'm right, and some people are saying that there's not a problem. So.
Oh well, shit. Oh, okay then. Well, we'll figure it out.
Weird. Yeah, for sure.
We'll figure it out. Thank you so much, Joyful. Good to see you guys. Make sure you're following Joyful, by the way, if you're not following. And you're welcome to hang out with us, Joyful. I'm going to read a couple super chats.
Yeah, I will, if you don't mind.
Yeah, come on through. Carrie, thank you so much for the 10-hour super chat. Carrie says, paying my tithes to Doug, for he is the rock of my salvation. I know. Praise Doug. Could you please explain Isaiah 17, as some think it is pertaining to the recent fall of Damascus and the coming of the Messiah? Thanks. Well, there's nothing about the Messiah in that particular chapter. And the fall of Damascus, it says in Isaiah 17 that it's going to be wiped off the map. It doesn't. It says it's not going to exist anymore, right? So I'll pull it up real quick because these people just lying on the Bible are ridiculous. They're just ridiculous. It says an oracle concerning Damascus. See, Damascus will cease to be a city and will become a heap of ruins. That didn't come true. Damascus was bombed, yes. Damascus has been bombed a dozen times, not the first time. Does it cease to exist? No. People are living there right now. So obviously that has nothing to do with Isaiah 17. And Isaiah 17 has nothing to do with the coming of the Messiah. That's ridiculous. People just people just making stuff up as usual. But thank you so much for the question, and thank you for the super chat. I do appreciate that. And then let me grab the next super chat before I miss it. I wish my browser could save these super chats for longer, but eventually they get lost. Astronova, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Good to see you, Astro. He says, I would love to hear you do a topic on all of the crazy incest in the Bible. Didn't the God literally give a baby to Abraham and his half-sister? Yeah, Sarah's his half-sister, basically. Which is wild because God says he's going to curse those, who practice incest at some point. Apparently that was before the law was given, so it was okay. Lord, I can't even say that. Lord L.U. Manis, Apu, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. He says, I'm a Doug Precept. He is the rock, and all logic rests on him. I agree. I'm a Doug Precept as well. And thank you so much for this $6.66 super chat. Organic Perception says, woo-woo Deepak Chopra style Christians think they're different. They think they hit different, but can't tell you beyond their own feelings. That's my perception of things. There's a classification of Christians that are really into the woo-woo stuff, and they want you to think that like they're unique, but they're not. They haven't done anything interesting. So we'll grab the next guest in here. We've got Jonathan coming in. Carissa, Beyond, thank you so much for the TikTok crowns. I appreciate that. Beyond Space. We got Jonathan in. How you doing, Jonathan? Jonathan? Hello? I think Jonathan requested by accident. Okay, we'll get Jonathan out of here and we'll do Solomon. We'll get Solomon in here next. Guys, thanks so much for being here. I was hoping we would have a solution for allowing the TikTok guests to talk to the YouTube guests, but I don't think that's a reality. I don't think we're ever going to really find a good solution for that. I just don't think there's a way to do it. It'd be great, but TikTok doesn't let you really edit the audio routings as much as you would hope. You're kind of stuck a little bit with what they give you. Is it Bopo? What's your name, buddy?
Bopo. Yeah, it's a fake name.
That's all right. I just want to make sure I'm pronouncing the fake name correctly. So, yeah. Welcome in, Bopo. Are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yes, and yes.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
The only God.
Does he have a name? Or is it a she?
It's definitely a dude. I don't know, like.
Does he have a schlong?
I think sometimes he does. It all depends on his mood, but it's
so when he's in the mood, Yeah. When he sees teenage Mary and he gets a little bit excited,
or it could be like the Muslim one where they get 99 virgins and all that, and as kind of like the reward. Yeah. No, I definitely believe that. So I don't know. Like, there's definitely some sort of. I've heard a lot of your different TikToks and all that, and the whole idea that good and bad or good and evil is all subjective or whatever. I think there actually is. There has to be some sort of actual good and actual evil. And so the God that exists, that is above everything, is definitely good. And the reason why I say that, I know that, you would say
how do you know that it exists?
It's just, I think that a lot of what we try to do with who we are and how we try to understand things and how we always try to figure things out, we totally go past the obvious. The things that are already like so the more basic the life form, the more you know that it respects the creation, the creator, those types of rules. Is it just some way of thinking? Is it just some philosophy? Is it just some mumbo jumbo that human beings have created? No, it's actually some sort of power. I don't know. I feel like I'm just kind of like losing myself along with everybody else. But yeah, no, I definitely, there is a God.
Right, but what's the evidence of the God?
What's the evidence? Man, okay. Because I've listened to all your stuff, so I know that everything that I say is going to get shot down. It's just so. The way I go looking at things is look at the world the way it is right now. Look at the absolute insanity that we are living through, and look at the words that are written supposedly by this God that everybody argues about. And
man, are you outside right now?
Yes, I am. It's cold as hell.
There's quite a bit of road noise. We can hear the wind, and we can hear the cars passing by. And is there a way you can get inside of something so the audio's not so crazy?
I can. I'm going to try to go away from the road.
Definitely don't play in the road. Please don't do that.
I freaking have I live in this tiny little place, and my neighbors are all right next door. So I try to respect everybody.
Right. I get that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Metal Giga, thank you for becoming a new member of the Kraken crew. Big W, Metal Giga. I appreciate that. The background noise is a little better right now, so you must have found a good spot.
Yeah, I went behind the place here. But yeah, no, like I was saying, it's for me the evidence is more so the state of the world that we're in. And so it's to me I just see it all day, every day. Everything that we see looks more and more like these end time predictions that they talk about, in the scripture. The immorality, the push towards the liberal agenda, the whole how.
Sure, and where's that in the Bible?
So it's just to me it's almost like a logic thing. It's so you learn about the enemy or the devil or whatever you want to call him, and how he fights not necessarily against God, because he's not really any sort of match against God. The only thing that he can do is to try to trip people up so that they mess up. But
that's not my question. Has nothing to do with my question. I asked you what biblical passage is being fulfilled right now.
What biblical passage?
Right, you said that the state of the world proves that what the Bible says is going to happen is coming true, but I'm trying to figure out what in the Bible is coming true right now.
Okay, so I don't know if it's a passage in the Bible or not, but so the weakening of man and the reversal of gender roles and making women act stronger as if they were the men. And they're the ones that are supposed to be, and it's I understand.
Where's that prophesied in the Bible?
I guess it might not be prophesied in the Bible, but I also believe that a lot of that scripture has been altered and manipulated and used in order to try to control people.
So the Bible's been changed?
Yes.
Why do you trust it then?
I don't trust all of it, but I do believe that there is. Okay, so my theory is that the works that aren't of God are weaved in with the works that are of God. And so when you pick up the book and read it, even though it's been tampered with, the message of the things that are of God still come through.
Great. Okay. Dugald, thank you so much for all the confetti and gifts. Big W, Dugald. Thanks for all the support. I really do appreciate that. Same with you, Twisted Scripture. So, what's your tool? What's your measuring stick for determining what parts of the Bible are true and which ones are not?
Well, I would say that for me, it's a consistency thing. So, so one of the people that I have the biggest problem with in the New Testament is Paul, and the reason why
I agree, Paul's a maniac.
The first thing that I heard that made me really question his entire works were when he was talking about the dream that Peter had, that he was talking
Acts
about.
chapter 10, was it?
Yeah. When the sheet came down from heaven and all the animals that in the Old Testament God had said, hey, don't eat these animals. And then supposedly he heard his Lord Jesus say, Peter, arise and eat. And he's like, no, Lord, I can't. And then, he did it 3 times, and then finally he ended up doing it, or however many times, I don't know. But my thing was, it's if Christ really is the perfect son, who his only loyalty.
But how do you know that? That's what I'm trying to get at, right? It's like you're suggesting that that some parts of the Bible are true and some parts are not true. I'm trying to figure out what's your tool for determining what parts are true.
It's almost like it's logic. Like, if it is this perfect thing, right? How does perfect work together?
But when I apply logic to the Bible, I come to the point that Jesus is not the Messiah and that there's no God. So I don't know if just saying, well, logic will dictate that some of it's true and some of it's not.
And I get what you're saying, and like, it's just, I don't know, man. It's such a strange journey that I've been on, where I don't know how to say it, but like, Christ has been here many times.
How do you know that?
In different ways. How do I know that? I don't know. It's just kind of like personal sort of thing. I mean, I guess I can't prove it. I can't, if anything, it just sounds like me saying words. But but that's the same as whoever wrote those books in the Bible. It could be.
So sounds like the answer to the question is that, like, you just feel like it's real.
My thing is the world is screwed up beyond anything that could be imaginable. The way things were 50 years, 100 years ago is not the way they are today.
Yeah, but 50 years ago was way worse. We were in the middle of a world war. Actually, it's 70 years ago now, but like, things have certainly gotten better.
70 years ago? Yeah, okay, yeah.
Like 70 years ago, literally, we were throwing bombs at each other. Like, the whole world was at war.
Yeah, well, 80 years ago.
Yeah.
No, I get it.
I do have a question. So, do you discount all of Paul's teachings or just certain ones?
I think all of Paul's teachings.
Joyful, I got to use the restroom real quick. Can you talk to the guest for a little bit?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Thank you so much.
So, the Paul's teachings, I would say yes, all of them, because I don't know, like, it's this sort of mood that I get, or just kind of like a general theme that I get when I read Paul's writings, where it seems almost as if Christ is this weak, soft, pushover. It's almost like the words that were being written about Christ, that he didn't even know Christ other than the fact that he persecuted him. He went after him and his followers and tried to squash that rebellion with everything in his might.
Okay.
But his whole thing was, now that I am supposedly this reformed person who was told by your master to come here and lead you all, now I'm going to be the authority. I'm going to tell you that you must be like him. You must be this submissive, soft, easy pushover. And that's where my problem comes in, because I don't think that at any point that was actually the case.
You don't think Christ wanted you to turn your other cheek?
I don't think that Christ wanted people to be stupid. I think that Christ would have said, hey, read the book of Proverbs, read the Psalms, read all this wisdom, read all these, previous people like King Solomon, King David, who are the epitome of courage and wisdom, and have that sort of heart about you. And then, at the same time, have mercy, at the same time have, but all of it has to be done tempered with intelligence, which it's almost like Paul was foregoing all of that and saying, as long as we just accept Christ.
But Jesus was foregoing intelligence too.
What's that?
Jesus was foregoing intelligence too. He said things would happen that never happened. He believed in nonsensical things. He believed that Noah's Ark was real. There's no evidence that Noah's Ark is real. It's completely improbable.
Again, we're basing this off of other people's accounts of this man.
So the Bible shouldn't be trusted.
I'm not saying that it shouldn't be trusted.
Right, hey, you said it, not me.
That it should be looked at with scrutiny.
I agree. I don't trust any of it. But listen, Bappo, I appreciate you spending some time with us.
Yeah. It's cold as hell, man. I got to get inside. So
get warmed up. Yeah, I'm in the Great White North as well. Don't worry. I understand.
All right, man. Hey, it's nice talking to you guys. Thanks.
Have a good one.
See you, man.
Bye.
Oh, boy. He was nice at least, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was nice. He just, I don't even know what to do with that mess.
Yeah, that was something. I don't know exactly what it was, but it was something. That being said, before I drag the next guest in here, it's just K. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat. It says the misogyny is strong with this one. We didn't really get to the misogyny, actually. We haven't actually got to talk about misogyny yet tonight, unfortunately. It's going to come up, though. It's going to come up. And Lord Illuminous Pooh, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Wonderful name. I love that name. It says, firmament cleaning, 500 hours, call Pooh to see through. Wonderful advertisement. I would call Pooh to see through the firmament for sure. All right, I got to bring in someone who's waiting in the YouTube queue for a while. I don't know, Joyful, if you're going to be able to hear him, but we'll see what happens.
I'll chill. I'll just chill if I can't.
All right, guys, while we're bringing the next guest in, make sure you're following Joyful. He's a great friend of the channel. He's been with me and supporting my streams since I literally first got on TikTok streaming, so make sure you're dropping him a follow. And last super chat before we get the guest introduced, El Moreno Brown says, funny, the gymnastics to prove something that's not in the book that they say they believe in. Shake my head. God EMB. Oh, God EMB. Good to hear from you. Yeah, you really have to listen. If the Bible's not true and you can just kind of pick and choose what parts make sense to you, just throw it out. Just get it out of here and just follow the God that makes sense to you. Don't try to make up a God that fits some part of the book that's useless. Anyways, it looks like we've got the name I'm reading out is there anything out there? Is that your name?
Hello? Yep.
Okay. Do you want to be called that, or would you like to be called something else?
You could just call me like V for short or something. That would be fun.
Sure. All right. V for short. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes and yes.
And what God do you believe in?
I think that's one of the questions I might be struggling with because it seems like, I guess for lack of better words, I seem to be cherry picking like from all different religions. Like, oh, there's something I agree with here. There's something I agree with there. and it seems to be like I've just made, like what everyone seems to be doing is just I've created an image of my own God that's doesn't really pertain to any kind of religion. So it's like I'm not even sure what I would be. I seem to be more on the lines of like panentheism or monotheism. Like I think if there is going to be a God and he is eternal, then by that definition, I feel like God could just be matter, atoms, space, and time, because that's like the only thing we really have that is eternal right now, kind of, right? Like, so I don't know what God I believe in, I guess, to answer your question, but I still think that there's something more out there than just the physical, and I'm not entirely sure if it is God or if it's just, just imaginations of a brain from a human just trying to explain reality, right?
Well, that's what I think is going on. I don't see any evidence for a God, and I understand like the internal feeling of it's really hard for me to explain like the unexplainable stuff. Therefore, I can put a God into this gap of unexplainable stuff. So like I get that feeling, but I think you want to resist the urge of doing a God of the gaps, because it could very well be that the explanation for the unexplainable stuff is just a naturalistic phenomenon that we didn't know about yet. The same way that before we understood gravity was a naturalistic phenomenon, Right? I think when we start inventing, like when we start inventing things, like supernatural things to explain naturalistic things, then we put a pretty big burden on ourselves, because then we have to start defining that supernatural entity. What are its characteristics? What do we believe about it? And how do we know anything about this entity?
Right.
Right. So like the God that you believe in, like what are its characteristics? What are its properties, and how do you know?
I think that's a good question. I mean, in general, I would assume that this God is good, and it poses the question: well, if this God is good, then why doesn't it do anything in the current world? Why can't it reach down and maybe end suffering or feed people who need food? And that's a good question. And part of me says, well, this God isn't fully responsible for what we do on this planet. That's kind of up to us as the physical beings here and now. It's up to us to kind of make this world into a better place, with or without God. But I would say the God is good.
Well, is God in charge of how things were designed?
I think God put forth, I would just say the Big Bang. Whatever came of it was just natural. As we are now, it's what's come of it. And
So-
kind of just God put forth the Big Bang and just kind of said, let it be. You know what I mean? Let it evolve, let it do its thing, and here we are now.
So God wasn't in charge of creating mankind or creating the earth specifically.
I wouldn't say.
So
Because
it's more of
then
a deistic God.
is that what it would be? Just a deistic God? Would that be the words for that?
Yeah, a deistic God is someone that just kind of kicks everything into motion and then lets it do its thing. He's not really involved in anything. But if you do believe in a deistic God, then there's no way we could know whether it was good or bad, because he's not involved in anything.
Right.
Right?
I would suppose that would just be general feeling, yeah.
Right. I mean, why would we believe that the God is good other than we want the God to be good? Because it could very well be that the God is capricious and he created us and we're no more significant than when we put an ant farm in our house and we use it for our entertainment.
Right, yeah. For all I know, it's a terrible God, and that's why things are the way they are. Like, is this all reality really is? Just get your jobs and try to have a good life for yourself and kind of not worry about the rest of the world. I don't know. It just seems
right.
It just seems like there should be more, and I guess part of me is just like, oh, I guess it must be God or some sort of spiritual. Maybe not God. I mean, maybe we're just. It's just weird. I see this reality as like a dualistic nature. There's the physical, there's the spiritual, there's the good, there's the bad, there's cold, hot, whatever. Everything just seems to be a duality, and I feel like if there is that duality, then I guess there might be like a duality to the physical, and if there is, then perhaps it leads into God or just something like that, you know?
Sure, but
I don't
does
know if
there
I'm the
need
best at putting it to words.
does there need to be a duality?
Not necessarily, but from what I see, it seems like there is.
Right. No, I'm not saying that there isn't. I'm saying from a theistic standpoint, does there need to be? Like, if God made everything, was God like forced or required somehow to create a dualistic world?
I wouldn't say forced or required, but it just happened to happen.
Would it be preferred to have a world without the suffering and the pain and the carnage?
Yes and no, I guess. I would say yes in the sense that this way everybody can live a nice life, you know, without suffering, which I think would be amazing.
Sure.
But I think part of the suffering is to kind of let us know the difference between, I guess, good and bad, or what one would perceive as good and bad. You know, we can tell that the starvation of a child is bad. You can feel that. It's not like just because you're seeing something not have food. It's, I don't know, there's a feeling inside. And
right. But does my does like one of my family members need to be have hot lava poured all over them from a volcano for me to know that it's bad to be lavaed?
no, I think you can see, you know, things get burned from lava, so you would know that.
Did the God, when he created everything, did the God know ahead of time that the earth would have natural disasters?
Well, I guess if he would be all-knowing, and if he is indeed the Alpha and the Omega, you know, beginning, the end, then he should know. And I would assume, I guess this would, I don't know if this would be the right definition, but it would just be like apologetics to say that the natural disasters are just a byproduct of an earth, you know, like a functioning earth, that it just needs these things to function. And unfortunately, we as beings of life that are on here, we're kind of like, shit, this kind of sucks. You know, damn, this planet's kind of hurting us, but, you know, at the same time it provides, and we can learn to kind of live with it, so to speak.
So did the God have control over the parameters? Could he have made the universe such in which we wouldn't be executed via natural disaster at random?
He could have.
Sure. So to me, that means he's not a good God. He's a God that enjoys carnage and has no problem with it. I don't think that's a good God.
I can agree with that, yeah.
So if this God exists, we're no more than ants. We're just his plaything.
In a sense, yeah, we can see it that way, absolutely. We're just finite beings, you know, and some limitless beings sandbox of good and suffering. I don't know. I also don't know, man.
Is there a benefit to
life is
believing this
strange.
thing?
I wouldn't say there's a direct benefit. No, I think there's good and bad people, from atheists and theists, from what I've seen. You know, just because someone doesn't believe in God or religion doesn't mean they're bad people. I mean, I've seen it myself. There's clearly good people regardless of what they believe. So I wouldn't say there's a direct benefit other than something like Pascal's wager, you know, like, oh shit, well, if this is real, then maybe I should. But that's kind of like fear-based, and I don't like something that's like that.
Well, it's fear-based too, but now you've made up another criteria for this God. You've now are assuming that if you don't believe in the God, he's going to punish you. But like, I don't know, what gives you the idea that there's even going to be an afterlife? Like, if we can't actually know anything about him, we don't, other than what we see around us, right? Mm-hmm. If we can't actually know his attributes, why would we think that there's even an afterlife?
I would say the only reason I would even think about an afterlife is just based off NDEs, but even that's just kind of falls in the line of hearsay.
That could also just be a naturalistic phenomenon, right?
Exactly.
Let's imagine for a second. I don't think that NDEs are real because we've studied them for a long time and they never turn out to be real. But let's imagine they were. Let's imagine that people were having NDEs and they were experiencing things on the other side. Mm-hmm. That still doesn't actually point towards the God. It could just be a naturalistic phenomenon that part of us actually lives on after our body expires. It could literally just be a part of the universe. It still doesn't mean that there's a God.
That's fair.
Likewise, even
That's
if
fair.
there's a God, it doesn't mean there's an afterlife. Like they're not mutually exclusive.
I can see what you mean, yeah. And I guess I didn't really know if I was the right person for this kind of thing, but
that's all right.
I kind of just wanted to share my ideas and hear what you had to say
coming
about them
through,
too.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the kind conversation for sure, man. We love a good cordial conversation.
Yeah, just gotta keep seeking things, and I'll keep listening and see what else you explain about the Bible and stuff. It's nice to hear.
Sure thing. Well, thanks for listening. All right.
One last question: have you ever? I've been curious. Would you ever be open to talking to that Cliff guy?
I'd love to. If you ever found a way to get Cliff on my stream, I'd talk to him all night.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Cheers. Few things would I love more than to see Cliff Connectly on this live. It would not go the way he hoped. Tim, thank you for the $5.
Not at all.
Yeah, I know. Listen, he's there's a reason why he only debates teenagers. It says, I feel sorry for people born in July. What's your sign? Cough, cough, cancer. What's their animal? Crabs? Another freaking disease? Tim, I don't know any of the zodiac signs. I apologize. That comment might mean something to somebody else that knows something about zodiac signs. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about zodiac signs, but guess what? This must be the magic timing of Doug, because we've got a TikTok guest named Sierra Aquarius. And I'm willing to wager that Sierra knows something about zodiac. Oh, Sierra, there's a wild background noise. Holy smoke, Sierra, that's loud. You gotta listen. You gotta get that background noise fixed up. What was that? I don't even know if she meant to be here on purpose, to be honest. Yeah, it did sound like a hamster wheel, didn't it? Sierra, are you with us? Sierra? All right, we'll drop Sierra. Sierra did not mean to be here. All right, we'll grab Dark Saber and Joyful. I think, is your mic hot?
Is it? Can you hear me?
I can hear the like a wind almost, like a. Oh, now it's better. Where'd he go? Oh well, we'll get him back here in a second. Anyways, Dark Saber, welcome in.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Not too much. How you doing?
Doing well. Thanks for having me up.
Absolutely, Dark. I think we've talked before, haven't we?
Yeah, we talked before a little bit once. It was a good talk.
I thought so. Yeah. Aaron, thank you so much for gifting 20 memberships to Deconstruction Zone on YouTube. Big W, Aaron. I really appreciate it. Good to see you in the house, my man. And congratulations to everyone that just received a free membership to the membership club. So, Dark, I already know you're a Christian, and I already know you're above the age of 18, so I won't ask you those questions. So I will ask you the same question I'm asking everyone, though, which is, what's the most convincing evidence or the most convincing argument for why your God is real?
I would say fine-tuning of the universe is a convincing argument.
Sure.
That's kind of gotten my attention.
Okay, do you think the entire universe is fine-tuned?
Yeah, I would say so.
So
maybe I don't think we can fully understand it all, but I think there seems to be, the more we observe, the more fine-tuning there appears to be, potentially.
Is the Earth finely tuned?
I would say so.
Okay. What's it finely tuned for?
Planet Earth specifically?
Yeah.
Life would be one thing.
Okay. That's it? Because the odds that there's a planet in any given habitable zone, there's probably trillions of them out there, that one of them would develop biological life, I think is pretty high.
Possibly.
Right.
It's hard to know.
I mean, I assume the fine tuning, though, if the fine tuning argument works, then we're assuming that the creator is creating things with intention. And if the creator is creating things with intention, then I think that the earth can only demonstrate that he has cruel intentions, because almost 100,000 people a year on average are executed via natural disaster over the course of time. So that's a lot of people to be executed at random for somebody who like loves his creation as though they're his own children. And Pink and Blue Shark, thank you so much for the 3-month subscription. Thank you.
Are you referring to what some people call natural evil?
You can call it anything you want, but God is in control over the design of the earth, is he not?
Yeah, and I think by what you're referring to, like now, you're talking about suffering that is outside of human choice, like natural disasters, natural stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that raises a good question, and I think maybe having a universe that operates according to consistent natural laws is how the world was designed.
Sure. Was God capable of making the world without natural disasters?
Well, the better question would be: Is God capable of making love and morality without suffering? That's the better question.
I don't think that's a better question. The better question is he capable of creating a world without natural disasters?
In theory, yeah.
Okay. So it was a choice to make it with the natural disasters then.
Well, I wouldn't frame it exactly like that, but I see how you could frame it like that, but I wouldn't frame it like that personally.
Did you choose to have natural disasters?
Would I, or did I?
Did you?
I didn't, no.
I didn't choose. I didn't make the parameters of the earth. God did. So God decided that the earth would have natural disasters.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, can love and morality and free will exist without suffering? That's kind of the bigger question.
It will, according to Revelation chapter 21. It says that there's going to be no more tears, no more sorrow, no more suffering in heaven. And supposedly these people are going to love each other. And supposedly, if God's a Trinity, the Father loved the Son, and the love of the Son was to the Father even before there was any suffering. So I don't know why suffering would be necessary to experience love.
Well, how can love exist without choice?
Well, choice has nothing to do with suffering.
It could be potentially.
No, you could choose to love somebody without making them suffer. Like I can choose to love a significant other, completely independent of me making them suffer. Those are not things that need to coincide.
Yeah, no,
Jason,
I agree.
Thank you for the 6 months.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, in order for love to exist, there has to be a choice to not love.
Yeah, but not loving has nothing to do with whether or not you need to suffer via natural disasters.
Right, I agree with you, but I feel like it opens the door for good and bad if there is a choice involved. And now I understand that we're talking about kind of two different things when you jump from love to natural disasters. That's a little bit of a leap.
Yeah, we're definitely talking about two different things. Yeah. So I'm talking about natural disasters, and according to the Bible, there was a time before there were natural disasters, and there's going to be a time later where there are no natural disasters. But certainly God still loved Adam and Eve before they sinned, didn't he?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you don't have to have sin. You don't have to have natural disasters. You don't have to have suffering for somebody to love.
Yes. Was the ability and the choice still there prior to the choice that they made at that moment in time?
Of course it was. But did they have to suffer for God to love them?
No.
Did God have to suffer for him to love them?
No, but I think the ability was still there, correct?
No, the ability is
it was
irrelevant.
Still there, or else maybe
the question
it
is
wasn't
whether
truly...
or not we can love somebody without suffering involved in the world. And clearly we can, because God loved the Father, or Jesus loved the Father, and the Father loved the Son, according to Trinitarian doctrine, before anything was ever created.
Okay. Yeah, I know it says that. But now the Trinity, they would be different beings than humans, correct? So maybe there's is free will the same for them, or is it different?
I assume
We
God
don't
has
know.
free will.
Yeah.
Right. And it says that in Revelation, there's going to be no more suffering and no more tears after the judgment, and there's the new heaven and the new earth. No more suffering, no more tears, presumably no more natural disasters. But you wouldn't say that that would be a less preferred world. Obviously, you think that would be the preferred world.
Sure, I think you would too.
Yeah, okay. So the preferred world is where there are no natural disasters. So God decided to make the non-preferred world.
Well, if he's restoring the preferred world, the question would be not that he made that, but why is he restoring it back to its original form?
But he made the non-preferred world. That's like if I went and lit my neighbor's house on fire and then like, it's okay, I'm going to put it out. That doesn't negate the fact that I lit the house on fire.
Well, yeah, no, I see what you're saying. What I'm saying is, he, according to Revelation, there will be a new heaven and a new earth. So why is he restoring it back? You're saying he didn't create the right world, but if he's restoring it back to the right sense.
But you don't get credit for fixing the thing that you fucked up.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I could see how you could say that. Can we understand why an all-powerful being would allow such things? I don't know if we can, if he does exist.
I don't think there is any excuse for it. The only excuse would be that the all-powerful being's not all good.
Would you also agree? Do you have kids?
Yeah. And
you would agree that
I would never torture them like God does.
Well, you would agree that their understanding is very limited and compared to your understanding.
So?
Right?
So?
No, I'm just suggesting if a God exists, then our understanding would be underneath. So there could be some things that don't make sense to us in the same way some things our kids don't understand.
So you're saying God needs us to suffer and we just can't understand it?
No, I'm suggesting that potentially suffering is a part of free will. Now, if he modifies it, or
has nothing to do with natural disasters.
Potentially, it could.
It can.
If suffering,
God created natural disasters, not mankind.
Well, if he created a universe where natural laws and natural things play out,
but did he have control over those parameters?
Well, what I'm saying is, if he set it in motion, and then these natural laws can play out and things can happen.
Did he have control over the parameters?
Well, sure.
Okay. Did he know what was going to happen?
Yeah.
Okay. So then God's responsible for all of the carnage. He had control over all the parameters, and he knew what would happen with the parameters that he set in place. And before we move on with the conversation, because I want to talk about more, Sanctuary INC, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, thank you for bringing sanity to the internet. Thank you, Sanctuary. I appreciate that. I wanted to read your super chat before it disappeared from my chat. It was right on the edge of disappearing, so I wanted to catch it before it left the chat. And also, thank you so much, Kakarotu, for gifting 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, we appreciate the support. And we appreciate, Jason, your subscription over on TikTok. And Amber, thank you so much for the $5 over Venmo. Says the opposite of love is indifference, not suffering. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, you could say that, but I think indifference leads to the same conclusion. Okay, so God had control over the parameters. God knew what would happen with the parameters in place, which means God made a conscious decision to create a world that included unnecessary suffering. So you see why that would lead me to conclude that the God is not good?
Well, when you put in unnecessary, that's where it's, I know it doesn't make sense. Why would obviously this is a very deep theological question because no one wants anybody to suffer.
Right.
So, what I'm trying to say is it seems like God created some natural processes that allowed to play themselves out.
So
that's where
if I lit my
suffering
house on
could be-
fire with my family inside, and I just said, well, let's see how things played out. I'm responsible for how things play out.
Yeah. Now, he also makes a rescue plan available.
It's meaningless. If you're rescuing people from the shit show you created, you're not good. You're bad for creating the shit show. And Jay Steele, thank you for subscribing. Or someone sent Jay Steele, I don't know, somebody to subscribe. Thank you so much for whoever subscribed just now.
I think it's also worthy of the note that he created what would save you from the shit show. So he created all of these parameters, not just the parameters of Earth, not just us, like what happens when you sin. He created the parameters that for what will save you from this shit show.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I hear you. And obviously, this specific issue of suffering is a difficult one for theists to talk through. Now let's talk about your guys' position then too. So if you believe that we are the result of a blind, chaotic, cosmic accident.
Yeah, I think that explains the suffering pretty well.
Okay.
Atheist Bulldog, thank you for sending out the subbies. Yeah, so the fact that we suffer as a result of a chaotic universe is pretty in line because the universe doesn't care if you suffer.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Would you also agree that, if we are the result of a blind, chaotic accident, how can we trust our own thoughts?
I mean, sometimes you can't. I've got a friend that has to take medication because his brain tells him things are happening that don't happen.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So at some point, we have to come to facts with reality is that there are things that we have reasonable confidence in, and there are things that we don't have reasonable confidence in. Like, it's reasonably confident that if 99.9% of people tell you that there's a glowing orange orb in the sky every day when the daylight's out, that there's probably a glowing orange orb in the sky. So like we would assess what is more probabilistic based on the largest amount of data points pointing towards its truthfulness, and we would subtract the amount of data points pointing against it to arrive at something that it either is or isn't probable.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that's actually how I come to the conclusion that there seems to be an intelligent agent behind life as we know it. So I would agree with you versus a blind, chaotic, random accident that, that still doesn't necessarily explain how life began.
So what's the data point that points towards God?
The best possible explanation for when you look at the information of how life, as we try to use science of course can't explain the beginning. Abiogenesis is a theory. It's a good idea, but it definitely cannot be proven, and it has a lot of holes.
Proven?
Well, I mean, sorry, it's a theory. And it's an explanation for how life could have arisen naturally, but there's so many different variations and elements that are either at play or whatnot. It's the best attempt to explain life, but it cannot.
Wrong with it? Why is it not a good explanation?
Well, a lot of the tests and conclusions that it's come to have been in controlled environments.
So?
Well, we don't know what the original environment was. We never will.
No, I agree. Yeah, we have an idea of what the original environment was like, but we don't know for sure because we weren't there. But we know that amino acids self-assemble on their own. We've gotten at least 2 different meteors probed and brought back both water and amino acids from the meteors. So we know that amino acids are forming even out in space. The idea that they could form on the Earth isn't a conclusion that would be difficult.
Yeah, no, that's true. But the jump from amino acids to the first replicating cell, there are things that it doesn't. It's not just a jump from one to the next. It's not that simple.
Well, it's not that difficult either. Like we've got scientists who have been able to finally do it. They can take a synthetic cell and it'll actually reproduce and continue to live.
Sure, it does live, but it doesn't live as long, and its life is not as strong or as powerful as actual life. It's there's a lot of problems with it.
So
it's not exactly replicating life. It's the closest attempt we've had so far.
Yeah.
Well, my point so far is it's very controlled. It's very controlled.
But that's a data point in favor of science, not in favor of God. There's 0 data points in favor of God. You're saying because there's a gap in the science, you're just going to insert your God in there. But that's not how God claims work. You can't just say God exists because science isn't able to explain 1 or 2 things. You would still need to give evidence for why your God is the explanation for it, because it could be true that there's another naturalistic phenomenon that's in charge of it.
Yeah, and I'm not saying God and science are 2 separate things. Science can't talk. Only people who use science as a tool can talk and try to find. You can use science to come to a lot of different conclusions. What I'm saying is we won't know for sure because we aren't able to replicate the original form of life and the settings on Earth and all that stuff.
I don't disagree, but I've never claimed that we know for sure that abiogenesis is the answer. What I'm saying is that we actually have data points that suggest it's possible, but we have no data points for the God.
Well, then where did the information come?
What is information?
Cellular information, self-replicating information. Yeah, it is.
That's just chemical reactions. All life is chemical reactions. Yeah.
No, there's definitely more information and systems in play than just chemical reactions.
It's just chemical reactions.
Well, would you agree that might be oversimplifying it?
No.
Well, I appreciate your answer. You and I aren't scientists, so we
do
observe.
There's a reason why almost the entire bulk of biology, all the scientists don't believe in God? Do you think maybe that they know more than you do?
Where do you see that number?
By Pew Research and others. In fact, among scientists generally, it was like 89% say that they believe in evolution without any need for a creator, with any need for guidance.
Well, I mean, I know tons of scientists in my area, and they all believe in God. So, it's.
I've never met one yet.
I've met a ton. I mean, Francis Collins. Francis Collins is a pretty prominent one.
I know Francis Collins. I read his book. Yeah, but that's one guy. I'm saying when we sample,
you say Francis Bacon. There's all sorts of famous scientists over the years.
The larger community of scientists, they don't believe. So what you're asking me to do is to believe your like 2 and 3 and 4% of scientists over like the 80-something% of them.
Yeah, it's kind of like the popularity poll for president. It's like, who's really taking that poll? You know what I mean? It's like, are they really polling a lot of honest? Are they really polling a fair and honest numbers? It's hard to know.
So the Pew Research is polling lying scientists.
What is Pew Research? I'm sorry, I forget who they are. I've heard of it.
It's just a survey company.
Oh no, I don't know. I don't know who they're polling. I do know that the science community is heavily influenced by political powers.
No, politics is largely theistic. That's why we've never had an atheist president. So if the scientists were bowing to the whim of the government, then they'd be theistic, not atheistic.
Well, I mean, he claims to be a Christian, but a Christian would probably argue that they don't see fruit. So, I mean,
I think you're missing the point. If the government is influencing science would be more theistic and not less.
Well, they influence science for profit, not for evangelism.
But then that has nothing to do with God claims. We're talking about God.
Yeah, that's fair. All I'm trying to say is I don't know Pew Research. I don't know who they. Do you have that study? Maybe I can look it up and go look at it.
Yeah, they've done about 3 or 4 of them now. Just type in Pew Research, scientific or scientist opinions on God or evolution. They did one way back in like 2010. They did another one in like 2014 or 15.
Are you saying there are no smart theistic scientists?
No, I'm saying that I would rather believe the 80-something% of them rather than the 2% that do believe in God.
2 or 20?
2.
That just sounds fun. That just sounds off.
You're welcome to do your own research and find out.
Yeah. I mean, all the ones I've talked to definitely believe in God.
What state do you live in?
I live in Ohio.
I've never met a scientist in Ohio that believes in God.
I have.
Well, congratulations. But we don't have to trust your favorite scientists. We can trust the actual polling data.
Hang on, look at Pew Research. What did you say? Pew Research science.
Yeah, they've done multiple polls of scientists that believe and don't believe in evolution and or God as well. You're going to find about 5 or 6 of them.
The first search says 33% of scientists say they believe in God. So that's better than 2.
It is. That's probably 2009. Yeah, they've done more.
Okay, yeah, that is 2009.
They've done more. There's a bunch of them. You'll find various numbers. But even let's imagine it was 33%. Guess what? I'll still take the 67%.
Well, could the majority ever be wrong?
Could the minority be wrong?
But could the majority be wrong? We've seen a majority of people be wrong
Can
before.
the minority be wrong, though?
Anybody can be wrong.
What's more likely, that all of the scientists, the majority of the scientists are wrong, or the minority of the scientists are wrong?
Well, I'm just saying, claiming to go with the majority doesn't always mean it's correct.
But claiming to go with the minority doesn't make it correct either. It's a silly argument.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Well, no, you're the one who said you're going to go with the majority, and I'm just saying, well, the majority could be wrong. It's not, appealing to the majority doesn't. So, that's not a solid. That's not tried and true.
That's a silly argument because the minority could be wrong too. Just saying somebody could be wrong isn't an argument.
Well, I didn't make the argument. I was just responding to you.
That was your response. Yes, your response to me saying I'd rather take the majority is just that the majority could be wrong. And congratulations, so could the minority. Anyone could be wrong.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you.
But I much rather trust the bulk of the scientists than the minority of the scientists.
I'm trying to find that study, or a more recent one, belief in God. That's just belief in God in general, not scientists' belief in God. I don't see a newer study. Religion and science. I only see the 2009 study.
There's a bunch of them. The one from 2015 was one I was referencing, is titled Evolution and Perceptions of Scientific Consensus, talking about not just evolution, but evolution. There's another section. It's going to talk about evolution and God.
Evolution and Perceptions of Scientific Consensus?
Yep.
Okay, let me look at that. 2015, you said.
Yep.
It's a decent amount of data to read the study.
It's a lot of data, yeah. There's a lot in there. And what you'll discover is that the vast majority of scientists believe that evolution is an appropriate theory and without the need of God. So
I believe in evolution, but I don't think evolution explains the origin of life. So.
The scientific consensus is not in favor of God.
Are they really talking about that, or are they talking about, because evolution itself and God can coexist?
How do you believe in evolution but also believe in God?
Well, we can observe evolution.
So evolution,
but I don't think evolution. Well, evolution never set out to explain the origin of life. Even Darwin said that.
So at what time did men become made in the image of God?
I'm not exactly sure.
So God just picked a random moment during evolutionary history and said, now you're made in my image?
Possibly. I'm not sure. Because Genesis doesn't, Genesis is not a scientific book.
But Genesis says that there's a first man, his name is Adam, and it was only a couple thousand years before Jesus.
Couple thousand years? What do you mean, couple thousand years? You're talking about all the lineage report?
Yeah, you
Like
can actually
reporting?
just do the history. It goes back to about 4000 BCE. Unless you don't think the Bible's true.
I think there's potentially problems in the Bible, or especially the version that we're reading today.
Was Jesus' lineage traced back to Adam in the Gospels? Because my Bible says so.
That's what that, I mean. Yeah, it seems like that's what the gospel writers were trying to do.
Okay, were they wrong?
I don't believe so. Was everything preserved perfectly? I'm not sure.
So the gospel authors were wrong. If they're right, that means evolution's not true. So you either got to pick evolution or you got to pick the Gospels.
I'll think about that.
All right. Well, listen, Dark, I had a good time talking to you. I got to move on. My queue's getting long. I got to move on, but thanks for coming up.
Hey, I appreciate it. You have a good one.
All right. Cheers. Have a good one, Dark. I don't think he wants to admit it, but he's deconstructing. That's what's happening right now. Delilah Scissors, thank you so much for coming back. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Again, best name on the planet. Delilah Scissors says, is sin breaking the Big Ten, or how does God determine what sin is? Seems like every little disobedience is sin. Hail, Doug, our divine creator. Hail, Doug, I agree, and you are right. Sin, according to the Bible, is just missing the mark. The Hebrew word chatat just means to not do the right thing, or to not do what was expected, or to miss the mark. There's a couple other words for sin, but typically the idea of sinning is when you disobey the Creator. That is God's general idea of sin. So thank you so much, though, for the super chat. I appreciate that. And we're going to get, I think we got one more super chat in here. Eric Mishima says, sorry, it's Project Steve. I am so sorry. Thank you for the $2 super chat, but I don't know about Project Steve. This is new information for me. If somebody knows something about Project Steve, let me know, because this is not something that I'm aware of. And our last super chat from J. Cal, thank you so much, J. Cal, says, can we argue that because God is all-knowing and has predestined everything, that free will is absent? So kind of. It depends on what you think about God when he created the world. Do you believe that God created the world and had designed every facet? Like, he knew everything, how it was going to turn out. He decided that that was the way he was going to do things anyways. And then he kicked that ball down the hill and let it do what it was going to do. Then at that point, yeah, God put the recipe together. He knew everything the recipe was going to do. He could have changed the recipe. He chose not to change the recipe, which means everything that happens is then by definition because, God had predestined it to happen. All right, we're going to grab the next caller here. Agnostic has been waiting in the queue for some time. We'll bring him or her in. Agnostic, how are you? Agnostic, are you still with us? I think Agnostic's been waiting too long. Agnostic?
Hello.
There we go. We can hear you now. Yeah, welcome in.
Yes.
Sorry for the wait. We got a bit of a queue here tonight.
I have a wrong. I have something muted and I have live chat muted. It sounds weird. I'm sorry about that.
All right, sorry. Guys, if you're in the YouTube queue right now, if you could do me a favor and mute your microphone, because if your microphone's open, then
I fixed it.
Yeah,
I fixed it.
the guest here that's talking to me can hear everything you're saying. But Agnostic, you you do or you don't believe in a God?
The thing is, like,
hey, Justin, hold on one second.
Like,
hey, I'm having technical difficulties. It keeps dropping me. I do not. My app keeps just completely closing out. So I'm gonna drop down, man. Thanks for having me. I appreciate you. Love you. And have a great live, man.
I wanted to come at it at an angle of, let's say, if we were assuming like we were acting as God, we wanted to create an AI, then we create a world and we say, oh, those AI who believe in us, the AI who believe in us and will follow what we say are
you positing simulation theory?
I mean, this is an angle. It's not. It's not saying this is the thing. I'm just saying it's a possible way.
If we are in a simulation, how do you know that the simulation was created by God and not some other higher evolved life form?
It could be. I mean, in our sense, that would be a God to us.
Yeah, but the argument that you're making, I assume, is for God existing, right?
I mean, that would be a God in the form of what you called create, because then it would have created you.
Yeah, but okay, so then a God is just another naturalistic phenomenon, according to you.
Sorry, there's someone in the background talking, and I could hardly hear you.
Yeah, guys, if you're in the YouTube queue right now, please mute your microphones because the guest that's currently in the box can hear you guys talking. Sorry, they don't give me a way to mute these people. Do you understand, agnostic?
Sorry, repeat your question.
Right, okay. So if we are in a simulation, there's no way to know whether or not we are a product of a simulation created by a product of nature versus a supernatural being like God.
Well, I mean, our nature would be the product of what they created. Therefore, in our sense, that would be our God.
Right, but it wouldn't really be a God by definition. Definition of God is something that's supernatural.
To our sense, it sort of is supernatural. I mean, any future, if technology is futuristic enough, it's practically indistinguishable from magic.
Sure. Are the entities that put us into a simulation? Why is there only one of them in your theory? Why aren't there hundreds or thousands of them?
I mean, there could be.
Are they all
I'm not limiting to. I mean, supposedly, I mean, they weren't the ones that created our simulation if they weren't the ones who made this simulation directly.
Are they in a simulation too?
I mean, they could be.
So
then their God would be the one who created that simulation.
So there is a potential infinite chain of simulations inside of each other?
I mean, there could be. There could not be.
You think that's a coherent explanation for why the world is?
Not exactly, but I mean, there is a possibility for it to be that way.
There's a possibility that like there's magic farting unicorns that put everything into existence too, but that doesn't seem likely. All right. Well, listen, agnostic. I really don't have a lot of interest in simulation theory, but
I mean, it wasn't exactly simulation.
I don't think this is your best argument.
The thing is, like, it's more of I'm not trying to say simulation theory is the way. I'm just saying you can't say you're arguing strictly for atheism, right?
No.
No.
I mean, okay. I'm an atheist, but I would argue against any definition of God, right?
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
It's not my goal to convince. It's not my goal to convince you that atheism is true, but it is my goal to convince you that the particular God you believe in is not true.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I don't believe in a particular God either. So I mean, I guess that doesn't fall.
It sounds like you believe in a lot of gods.
Not exactly.
Like an infinite chain of gods.
Well, the
Have you seen the
simulation theory
movie
was just an
Inception?
example. That wasn't my goal. That was just an angle I was going to argue for. But
yeah, have you seen the movie Inception?
You don't. If you don't believe in a specific, well, if you aren't
it's like
arguing
I didn't even
for
ask a question.
Sorry, I'm trying to explain what I'm trying to argue.
I already know what you're explaining. It's a nonsensical explanation. Have you seen the movie Inception?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know that we're not just inside of somebody's dream rather than a simulation?
Well, that's what I was saying. I'm not arguing for the simulation theory. I'm just saying that is a possibility.
So we're just in somebody's dream, and he or she could wake up any moment, and then we won't exist. You think that's a good logical rationale for why we're here?
I mean, it is a possibility. It's not the guaranteed current.
Yeah, I'd definitely take the magic farting ponies over this one.
But what I was trying to say.
All right, listen, agnostic. I don't think you've got a good argument. This is not a good argument. I'm going to move on.
Well, that's what I was saying. That isn't my direct. I'm not arguing strictly for the simulation theory. I was just arguing for God in general. There could be.
Okay. All right. I was going to bring a guest from TikTok up, and then he dropped out. I don't know what happened to you. You said you had proof of God. I was going to bring you up. I was so excited because you said you had proof of God, and now you're gone. Where'd he go? What was his name again? Let me grab it. Mikey, or Mikey, Mykey. Mikey, you said you had proof for God. I want to hear what it is. I want to hear the proof. Get back in the box. You were there twice. Jump in. Man, Bear Pig said he already proved it. Oh boy. Yeah, Jay Steele, was that Vor's brother? Here's the deal. If anyone is going to argue simulation theory, I want to hear it from someone who's a little more rational. I don't think he understands the simulation theory all that well. But you know, what are you going to do? All right, we'll grab the next from the YouTube queue since the guy from TikTok apparently lost his Holy Spirit. We've got Kyle coming in next. Kyle, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, man.
Yeah,
I
welcome
hear you,
in.
But the people talking are kind of loud. I can't really hear you too well.
I gotcha. All right, so well, for everyone in the queue that entered the queue on YouTube through Streamlabs, do me a favor and mute your microphone because the guest in the box can hear all of you people talking. So we need you to mute your microphone so we can have a conversation. No one needs to hear your smoke detector battery or your car alarms or the traffic or you walking in the woods at night. So your name's Kyle?
No, I'm using a pseudonym.
Fair enough. I'll call you Kyle since that's your screen name. We won't out you to the public. So are you at least 18 and do you believe in a God or some form of God?
Yes.
Sure. And which God do you believe in?
I'm a Catholic.
Awesome. And what would be your most convincing evidence or argument for the Catholic God?
I'm kind of freezing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, mostly I think I can go deeply into causal chains because we do know the universe began.
No, we don't.
We have evidence we do know Hubble discovered it. George Lemaitre's mathematical equations discovered it. We do know the Earth had a beginning. We can see this.
No, the Earth had a beginning. Yes.
Proves this. Well, the universe did as well.
It didn't.
If you most scientists believe the universe began from the Big Bang. We do know this. Yes, they do. Most scientists do. Just like your claim earlier when you said that 51%, what you said, most scientists aren't theists. But that's not true because the Pew
So
study
modern
did show that
cosmology doesn't say that there was
51%
nothing before the
do
Big Bang.
believe.
Modern
Well,
cosmology.
yeah, nothing before the Big Bang, but I'm saying that
I have to mute you. Modern cosmology does not say that there was absolutely nothing before the Big Bang. In fact, even the famous ones like Krauss in his book Something from Nothing has a whole chapter explaining that nothing doesn't actually mean nothing and that there was something before the Big Bang. Do you understand?
What was your claim that there's something before the Big Bang? Because Hubble and George Lemaitre both. I mean, this is 1927. This is what scientists unanimously agreed on for a long time. Do
you think science has changed since the 1920s? Do you think science from 100?
No, you can't.
Do you think that science from 100 years ago should trump all of the current cosmology right now?
Missing the fact that but most scientists still today, even modern like big scientists still today believe the Big Bang is a relatively true thing. If you want to talk about consensus,
no one's saying that the people don't believe in the Big Bang, so I need you to actually follow along here.
That's what I'm pointing out.
So
the Big Bang.
I don't know why you won't let me say a word on my own stream, so I'll just continue to mute you. So modern cosmology doesn't say that the Big Bang doesn't exist. What they're saying is that prior to the Great Expansion, there was in fact stuff. We have no reason to believe that there was nothing before the Big Bang. Do you understand?
Well, yes, I understand that, but that's not consensus. That's what I'm saying. That's not consensus, and you can't make that as your argument if that's not consensus. That's what I'm saying.
I literally can. I mean, I can just hook you up with an actual physicist. You want me to introduce you to Dr.
So one physicist is consensus?
No,
one physicist is consensus?
No, he actually works with the other physicists. He can tell you what the consensus actually
so
is.
a dozen physicists are consensus.
No, I didn't say that.
That's
a
what I'm
dozen.
saying. Okay, so back to previously what we had said.
All right, so
when we
what's
go to
your
causal
evidence
chains,
that there
if
was
you
nothing
talk
before
about-
the Big Bang?
Well, no. If you go to the causal chains, nothing comes from
what
nothing.
is your
We know that
evidence that
philosophically,
there
we
was
know that
nothing?
logically.
What is the evidence that there was nothing before the Big Bang?
Just philosophically through reason. I mean, we can reasonably assume that the internet exists, right?
Okay,
And we
so
don't have,
give
like,
me the argument that there was nothing before the Big Bang. I want premise number one.
That premise number one is causal chains, right? Nothing comes from nothing. That
Okay.
in order for anything to exist,
So was the
right, there has to be.
I don't believe there was never nothing.
Right, but that's the problem. So
That's not the problem.
Distinct about whether or not you're now. This is just cat and mouse.
It's
right?
an
This
it's
is
an
just,
infinite
you
causal
believe
chain.
You're right, and I believe I'm wrong. That's all.
It's
it
an
is.
infinite causal
That
chain.
doesn't- Causal chains are real. We can see them.
I know,
in
and
the
it's
universe.
infinite.
But no, that's actually intrinsically impossible.
It's not.
That's intrinsically impossible.
It's not.
For infinite amount of yes, it is.
It's not because you
Because
believe
the
in a
law
God.
of thermodynamics would just fall apart.
Because you believe in a God that is an infinite causal chain. So it must be logically okay. If you're allowed to believe in an infinite causal chain, so am I.
Oh, the Catholic Church doesn't teach that.
He never shuts up. You know you're muted right now. No one can hear you. If all you want to do is yap and not let me join in the conversation, you can yap on mute the whole time.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So is your God infinite in the past?
No, because God doesn't sit in our timeline.
So your God isn't infinite.
No, God always was and always is, but he sits outside of our universe.
There's no such thing as outside of time.
But that's not, you can't prove that.
Because you can't have causation outside of time.
Yes, you can.
Okay, show me how you can have causation outside of time when you can't have a sequencing of events. I want to see it. Ideas are inside of time.
Well, they're not necessarily.
Is there a moment right now in your brain that wasn't there a second ago?
Well, yeah, if you want to rationally.
And how do you know and how do you know that thought was there at that moment and not for the entire time you've been alive?
But what I'm trying to say.
What you're going to do is answer my question. How do you know that thought is there in your brain right now or at that moment as opposed to every moment you've ever had?
Every moment that I ever had because I exist right now.
Right. Yeah. And do thoughts exist temporarily or permanently?
Well, they can exist both in temporal and in permanent.
No, because if you've had a thought that is not I can't say the word. If you've ever had a thought that is temporary, you know that it is in time. There's no such thing as a thought that is non-temporary. A thought is a thought.
No. That's true, but what I'm trying to get at.
Has God only had one thought forever?
No, but what I'm trying to say.
Has God had multiple thoughts?
We know that causal chains exist.
Has God had multiple thoughts?
You're changing the subject.
No, I'm helping you to understand. No, I'm helping you to understand that saying that there's a thing that exists outside of time is nonsensical. You can't have even a thought outside of time because that reduces to the idea that a thought either never happened because it happened for 0 seconds or every thought that has ever been had by God has always been happening for all of eternity, which means there's no sequencing of even God's own thoughts.
No, that's not true. That's not true because here's the thing: if you look at causal chains, because we can prove them, right? That it would break the laws of thermodynamics if there was an infinite amount of matter and an infinite amount of space.
Which law?
The law of thermodynamics, that nothing can be created nor destroyed.
That's not the law of thermodynamics, and that you didn't even quote
What
it
is
right.
the law of thermodynamics?
There's at least 3 of them that you probably have heard before. But you know there's a whole book of thermodynamics full of laws.
Well, there is. You're right.
Okay,
but
so
what's the definite one? What's the definite one?
there's not a definite one.
Right. Energy
There's
cannot
no
be created or destroyed.
There's
That's
no
the first law of thermodynamics.
There's no
right?
the law of thermodynamics. There are
Okay,
multiple
fine.
laws.
There
There are
true.
multiple
But
laws.
Again, this is
There are
non-sequitur,
multiple
bro.
laws
You're
in thermodynamics,
arguing semantics.
and your yapping
You're arguing
isn't going to help
semantics.
you here.
But you're arguing semantics. Stay
No,
on
I'm
point.
helping you
The
understand
point
that you
is-
don't have any idea what you're talking about.
No,
So-
you're arguing semantics because
so
you
right
want to,
now,
change
the-
subject on
the
whether
first-
or not I'm right on the law of thermodynamics.
So the first
and not
law-
continue about causal chains.
So the first law of thermodynamics has nothing to do with causal chains. So what I would like to do is talk about causal chains, and then we can talk about thermodynamics. Does that sound good to you?
No. I'll pause for a second. Because I want to harp on that point first.
You're not going to. So I want to talk about causal chains. Is that what you would like to do? Yes or no?
You just said you want to say the universe is infinite, but that breaks the energy cannot be created or destroyed. That breaks it.
I never said the universe is infinite, although I don't necessarily disagree with that.
All right, see that's the point.
I said the
It's
universe
a
goes.
cat and mouse thing.
I said the universe goes all the way into the past infinitely. I never said that it was infinitely large or that it was
How does that
infinite
even
in
happen?
size. The same way your God does.
See, that's different.
All right, so we'll just try this again. So we're going to talk about your causal chains since you're the one that brought it up, and I'm not going to let you escape because there's no way for your God to exist outside of time. And I'm just going to give it to you. I'm going to give you a 4-premise argument. Would you like to hear my first premise?
Go for it. Your first premise.
Premise number 1, creation, any act of creation requires a change of states, yes or no?
No.
Okay, can you name one act of creation that doesn't require 2 different states?
Like a change of states? Or are you talking more like about like something from nothing, or are you talking about like changing like water into wine, or
Neither.
like matter has to change?
Well, I'll just explain it for you. A change of states means that there was a state in which it existed and a state in which it didn't exist.
Okay, then yes. So then I would agree.
That's the definition of creation here: a state in which it
Right,
didn't
yeah, okay,
exist,
okay.
and then a state in which it did. Okay,
But
so
I had to get specified.
I know. Yeah, logic's hard. I
Figure it
know.
out.
So every act of
No,
creation is a
you're
change
not
of
explaining the
states.
definition. It's not logic. You're just
So
not
every
explaining the
act of
definition.
creation is a change
You're
of
just
states.
being
Yes or no?
incredibly narcissistic.
Every act of creation is a change of states. Yes or no?
Yes.
Fantastic. Premise number 2: every change of states has a before state and an after state.
No.
No. So the 2
No,
states
because-
existed simultaneously.
No, and here because the thing
Okay,
is
so
the thing
the
is,
so the
we
state
know
in
that-
which something existed and the state in which it didn't
because
exist
nothing can
happened at
come
the
from
same
nothing.
time.
Nothing comes from nothing.
You're not listening to me. We're talking about creation. Creation requires a change of states, a state in which the
Yes.
thing existed, and a state
We
in
do
which
not
the
create anything in this universe. though.
I'm not talking about who. We're talking
I know,
about whether or
I'm
not we're talking about whether or not creation is a change of states.
Right.
Okay.
But
So
we
if
cannot witness creation in the universe. That's what
I don't care. This is a logical premise. It doesn't matter if we can see it. I don't know why this is so hard for you. Okay, so if creation is a change of states, then it means there is a state in which it didn't exist and a state in which it did exist. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, and the state in which it did not exist preceded the state in which it did exist, correct?
Yes.
Okay, which means there is a before state and then an after state, correct?
Yes.
Okay, glad we can finally get through that one. Premise number 3, anything that has a before state and an after state is in time.
No.
Okay, how do you have a before time?
Because you need a before time. That God exists outside of time.
You're not listening. Anything that has a before state and an after state implies that it is in time because there needs to be a before moment.
There needs to be a first cause. There doesn't need to be a before. There needs to be a first cause.
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the primary state of creation.
Nope.
There's a state.
There needs to be a first cause.
There's a state in which the thing exists and a state in which it doesn't exist, and those are two different moments.
God is the first cause.
They are two different moments. Yes.
God is the first cause.
We're not talking about God. We have listen. We're not even talking about God.
We ought to be talking about God.
We're talking about creation, and I need you to focus, lock in, pay attention. Okay, we're talking about the creation of entities right now. All right. So anything that has a creation is in time because there's a before and an after state. And being before one thing and after another thing implies that it's in time. You can't have a before and an after without time.
Nope. Because you need in order.
Okay, so you think there's a time before time?
Yeah, it's called God.
So God's in time.
No, God is outside of time.
No, then there's a time before time. It is wild watching these guys struggle with basic logic.
Why can't God exist simultaneously? Why can't it be
how
both
long
ends?
how
That's
long
the problem.
how long was the time period before God created time?
That's what God knows. So how do I know that?
Okay, so there was a period of time before God created time?
If you're talking about when God created the universe, when God created the universe and spoke,
We're not talking about the universe. I don't know why this is so hard for you. We're talking about whether or not time can even be created, and you're
relative, correct?
You're literally embarrassing yourself right now. Listen, this is a very easy syllogism that even a 5-year-old could follow. Even a 5-year-old could follow. So time could not have been created. Time must be eternal. By the simple premise that you can't have a sequencing of events before time, which means God didn't have a thought that, hey, I'm going to create time now, and then he created time. Because the thought that he had before he created the time requires that it's in time. You cannot have a sequencing of events without time. Do you grasp this basic concept?
Things that exist.
He's still yapping.
Time is contingent on things that exist.
He's yapping.
But see, you're not even answering my question.
I didn't even hear your question because you were muted, so I can explain to you how you can't have time without time.
Do you think that time is relative?
I think time is relative to the observer, and I also think that time exists.
Okay, so time is contingent on.
I also think that time exists outside of the observer. Time doesn't need the observer to exist. We experience it as an observer relatively, but time exists outside of our perception.
That doesn't disprove that God is possible, though.
No,
just because God exists outside of our perception.
I'm not disproving God is impossible. That had nothing to do with what I was doing. What I'm trying to do is demonstrate to you that time itself could not have been created. That's literally the only thing I'm doing right now. We're not even addressing whether or not your God exists. Do you understand the scope of the argument?
Time is contingent. Time is contingent on matter. On matter and the universe existing.
Yeah, and I believe it's always existed, yeah.
And I'm saying that in causal chains, there is a first cause. There is something that starts the universe.
According to who? I don't believe that.
That is just philosophically sound.
No, it's not.
If you go far back, yes, it is.
Your daddy, William Lane Craig, probably your favorite Christian philosopher, says that there's absolutely no reason why you can't have an infinite regress. So there's absolutely no reason why you can't have. There's absolutely no reason why you can't have time and matter and space existing infinitely in the past. Give me one reason why you can't do that.
Because again, it breaks down the fact, because we just know that logically through reason, we know that.
No, we don't know that.
It breaks down the laws of physics.
Give me premise number one for the argument.
It will break down the laws of physics.
It won't.
If there's an infinite regression. Yes,
it will not. No, it will not.
It breaks down laws. How doesn't it?
Well, how does it?
No, you're making the claim. How doesn't it?
matter, space, and time have no reason why they can't exist eternally. They're going to exist eternally in the future, aren't they?
I mean, possibly. It depends on how much
Then
matter
why can't they
exists.
exist eternally in the past?
Because we know nothing comes from nothing, just based on our own reason alone.
I never said that anything came from nothing. There's a completely different argument. We're talking about whether or not matter, space, and time
First
exist
causes
eternally.
and nothing comes from nothing is the
There's
same.
not a first cause.
It is
I've been
a first
saying this the whole
cause.
time. There's not a first cause.
How isn't there a first cause?
There's not a first cause in either of our worldviews. You believe that your God is eternal, and I believe that matter, space, and time is eternal.
Yeah.
Neither one of these worldviews has a first cause.
No, we call God the first cause. That's the Catholic teaching. It
doesn't matter what you call him. If God existed forever, then he's not the first cause. There's no such thing as a first cause if you believe in anything that existed forever.
No, that's not true.
It's just logically true.
Mm-mm. You're restraining God to your human understanding, and that's the problem.
What was God's first cause? What was God's first cause?
The universe,
what was God's first cause? What was God's first cause?
Let there be lights. He created
No, not matter. What was God's first cause?
See, that goes back into infinite regression, right?
So you believe that your God is an infinite regress, don't you?
No, I don't. I believe that God is the first cause. He created all matter.
Okay, what was the first cause to cause God?
You can't go that far. That's
why does your God not need a first cause?
That's intrinsically impossible.
Why does your God logically not need a first cause? I will ask you the same question. I will ask you the same question 100 times until you ask it. Why is it that everything needs a first cause, but your God doesn't need a first cause? What's the thing?
Dude, you know your logic is silly because
my logic is sound, which is why you're flailing right here. C.S. Lewis is a clown show. If he was still alive, I'd cook him.
Clown show. Yeah, clown show. Except he defines the universal
you're just engaging in special pleading right now. So why does your God not require first cause?
That's true.
Why does your God why does God not require first cause?
Because he's primordial. He's infinite. I mean, he is who he is.
And I claim the universe is the first cause. The universe is primordial. It's infinite.
But we exist inside the universe.
So
that reasonably cannot be proven because you can look at the universe and
it's more reasonable than saying that your imaginary sky fairy did it.
No, it's not.
It is. It's much more reasonable to say the stuff that's all around, the matter, the space and time, the stuff that we know exists. It's much more reasonable to say that thing has always existed than to invent a sky fairy. I'm muting you since you won't let me talk. It's much more reasonable to conclude that the stuff we already know exists has already existed forever than to invent an imaginary thing that we have no evidence of and say that thing existed forever. Do you understand the difference between the two? One we can point to and one we can't point to?
Universe. We have other things that
Did you hear my question?
Outside of...
Did you hear my question?
Yes, I heard your question.
What was my question?
I'm trying to explain.
What was my question? If you do not tell me what my question was, I know you're not listening to anything I'm saying. You're just yapping to yap. So if the next words out of your mouth is not the argument I just made and an answer to it, then I'm just going to end the discussion.
All right. And that's the classical thing.
Okay, so you're not going to answer it. That's what I thought. So since you can't prove your God, would you like me to disprove your God for you?
You can't.
I can. Your specific God is a Christian. Your specific God is a Christian God, is it not?
Go ahead. If you're going to talk about Transfiguration, if you're going to talk about Matthew, again, if you're going to debate Matthew, you need to use all four synoptic gospels. You can't just use one account of the synoptic gospels, and you know that's irrelevant. You know it's irrelevant.
What's irrelevant? That Matthew's a liar?
You pulled out earlier. I mean, you pulled out earlier about Matthew being a liar, and you're not consistent with the synoptic gospels. What the problem is, you use one account of the synoptic gospels, and
you're about to get cooked. All right, just stop yapping and listen. Okay, let's go to Zechariah 9:9. Do you have a Bible?
Yeah, I can see your screen as well.
All right, I'm going to do 9:9 and verse 10, and I'll put it on the screen for you. It says, rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow will be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations, and his dominion shall be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth. Matthew 21 says that Jesus fulfilled the prophecy from Zechariah 9, but what part of this did he actually fulfill?
Are you talking about him riding on more than one donkey?
I'm talking about what Matthew said he did.
Again, you have first Matthew's mention of two donkeys.
That was a very easy question.
Jesus,
what part of this prophecy did he fulfill?
I'll tell you. First, he obviously the Palm Sunday, the number of the donkeys, the number of donkeys that Jesus rode on, right?
I don't care if he rode 10 donkeys. That's irrelevant to me. What part of the prophecy did he fulfill?
What do you mean? Well, first, explain the prophecy.
What part of Zechariah 9 did he fulfill? I didn't think it was a difficult question.
Say again. People are talking in the back. I can't hear.
What part of Zechariah chapter 9 did Jesus fulfill?
Well, first, the thing is, I need to know what Zechariah is. Firstly,
Zechariah is a prophet from the Old Testament. Pretty typical. These Catholics never read their Bible. Right. I know. Okay, so Zechariah is a prophet from the Old Testament, and according to Matthew 21,
Mark 11, Luke 19.
According to Matthew 21, this was fulfilled. This was fulfilled when Jesus rode the donkey into Jerusalem.
Yes, Palm Sunday.
Okay, so what part of this prophecy was actually fulfilled?
The fact that he rode into Jerusalem.
So you think him riding a donkey made him the Messiah?
Why doesn't it?
What does it say the guy in the donkey is going to do?
It says, rejoice greatly, O Lord Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter of Jerusalem. See your kings come to you.
Oh, yeah. Was he a king?
Why isn't? Yes, he's king.
When was he crowned king?
What do you mean when is he crowned king? He's
crowned
king when he
show
died
me the passage.
And crucified that same day.
So
he's crucified, and what happens?
So
he's given the crown of thorns. Listen.
So Simon Bar Kokhba was killed by the Romans. Does that make him the king?
Mocked by the Romans, and he's called King of the Jews.
Yeah, he was mocked.
Crowned then.
I want to know when he was actually elected as king.
When he was crucified.
He wasn't. He was mocked. They made fun of him because he wasn't the king. You know, there's a difference between.
That doesn't.
You know, there's a difference between being made fun of. Do you know there's a difference between being. By the way, every time you talk over me, I'm just going to mute you. I don't know how you don't know this yet. You can have one iota of self-control and engage in an honest dialogue with me like the previous guests have. I don't know why you feel the need to not let me talk to you on these topics. So, do you understand that there is a difference between actually being a king and being mocked for not being a king? Do you know there's a difference?
No, not in this case. Not in this case. This is allegorical.
Okay, so show me where he actually was the king.
When he rose from the dead and ascended into heaven.
Okay, show me where he was the king.
What do you mean? He's king of the church. The universal church.
When was he actually anointed king over his people? Because it says that he's going to be king over his people, and he's going to cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem. Did he cut off all war from Israel?
Yes.
When did he do that?
When he died on the cross.
Wrong again.
Nope.
Okay, show me in the Bible where he cut off all war from Israel. Because shortly after he died, his people were driven from their promised land. And then another 70 years after that, they were almost completely annihilated by the Romans. So this Messiah certainly didn't cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem.
Again, it's allegorical. That's the problem.
Oh, the part that you like is the part that you like is literal. Nope. Yes, the riding the donkey is dead literal, but the rest of it, it's all a metaphor. It doesn't actually mean what it says.
No,
how do you know that the donkey was allegorical?
Allegorical doesn't mean metaphor.
How do you know that the donkey wasn't allegorical?
Don't argue semantics here.
How do you know that the donkey wasn't allegorical?
I'm not saying it wasn't.
Okay, so then the whole chapter is allegorical. How do you know that?
I mean, we don't know that.
Okay, so you're applying a flawed hermeneutic. The part that you like is literal. The part that you don't like is allegorical.
That's not true at all.
That's exactly what you did. You said him riding the donkey into Jerusalem was literal, but the rest of it's allegorical.
No, I didn't say that.
The lies you have to tell yourself to maintain this stance.
I didn't say that, though.
Okay, so when it says he's going to cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem and the battle bow will be cut off, that's not literal. He's not actually going to do that.
You're only looking at one account.
Is he going to do it?
You're looking at one account of the gospel.
Is he going to do
Mark
it?
And John.
Did he do it?
Is he going to do it?
Is he ever going to do it?
Probably.
Is he ever going to do it? So then it's not allegorical if he's going to do it.
Probably.
Oh, so it's literal then.
But I'm saying you're only showing Matthew.
No, I need you to focus. We can only do one passage at a time.
You need to look at all the accounts.
I will read all of the accounts. I need you to actually focus on what we're reading right now and stop running from it. Will Jesus ever do verse 10, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, then it's not allegorical. If you believe he will do it, then it's not allegorical, it's literal. Now,
so that's the thing. You don't know Catholic.
So I do know. I had 12 years of Catholic schooling. You're embarrassing yourself. You need to go back and read your catechism. Okay, so if this is literal, if he's literally going to do this, then he should have done it while he was here. Because it doesn't say that your king comes to you and then he's going to die and come back thousands of years later and then do it. Do you understand?
No, see, again, you don't know the Catholic teaching.
I do know the Catholic teaching. Yes.
Then how do we interpret Scripture? How does the Catholic Church teach how we read Scripture?
Exactly the way you're doing it now. You're saying that there is a near...
There's different senses.
There is a near and a far fulfillment. That's the word you're looking for. You haven't figured it out yet. Is that your argument right now?
See, that's the thing. You're not answering my question.
I'll just answer it again. The church teaching on Zechariah 9 is that there is a near fulfillment and a far fulfillment. Do you understand?
Again, if you're going to make this debate and you're going to make it at least fair, then let me ask questions.
You can't answer a question while you're asking a question. I need you to engage with my question. So
this is how cross-examination works.
There's not a cross-examination. So
it is. We're at a debate.
No, we're not cross-examining anyone. We're reading a passage and trying to have a dialogue, but we can't have a dialogue because you never stop yapping. So it's very simple.
Here's the thing.
So when is chapter 10? Or when is verse 10 going to be fulfilled?
If you're not going to be at least.
When is verse 10 going to be fulfilled? I don't know why you refuse to answer questions. You're insufferable.
Listen, there are 3 senses on how to read Scripture that Catholics teach.
Buddy, I ask you a simple question. When will verse 10 be fulfilled?
That is not for me to know.
Oh, so you don't have an answer. Thank you. I knew you didn't have an answer for that.
Again,
that's why I asked the question.
This is the point.
So the point is quite
exactly
clear. You like the riding on the donkey, but you hate the harder part where he's actually a king and he actually defeats Israel's enemies. I rode a donkey. Am I the Messiah?
Here's the thing. How did he not defeat
Am I the Messiah because I rode a donkey?
Catholic Church.
I rode a donkey.
Listen,
I'm not listening. No.
Oh, see, that's the problem. You can only speak as well. You don't actually want to have
the problem is I want to actually read. I want to actually read
the Bible. And
I want to read what the Bible says.
And not actually read it.
I want to read what the Bible says. I don't care. I don't care about the fact that you didn't read your catechism.
My catechism?
Yeah.
The catechism's not the Bible.
I know. That's what you're appealing to.
Are you even Catholic?
You're appealing to the teaching of the Catholic Church. Which is found
Correct.
in what?
In what book?
In what book? In what book? In what book?
Nope.
In what book? In what book can you find the teachings of the Catholic Church? What do we call it?
Well, we have obviously there's a catechism, but it starts with oral tradition.
Yeah, obviously it's a catechism. Thank you. Yes.
And the magisterium.
And in the catechism, there is a summary. In the catechism, there is a summary of what is told to us by the magisterium and what is told to us in church history. Have you actually read it?
The Bible.
Have you actually read
it? Bible and the
Okay. So I'm going to read to you Ezekiel 37, This is an actual messianic prophecy, and I want you to engage with this actual messianic prophecy. It says, my servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd, and they shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David shall be their prince forever. Did Jesus do any of this prophecy?
Why didn't he?
I'm asking you, did he do it?
Yes.
Okay, what part of this did he do?
I want you to disprove it first.
What part of this did he do is what I'm asking.
Yeah. Come on, David was promised a covenant by God for a kingdom that would be on forever and ever.
This is written in Ezekiel. This is long after David.
Right.
This is about the Messiah.
There are 6 covenants in the Bible.
This is about the Messiah.
Correct?
This is about the Messiah.
I'm trying to give you context.
I have the context. Let me just help you out, okay? I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree from an accredited seminary. I know this material better than you. So I want to
Did
engage.
You go to the Dominican House of Studies, bro?
I want to engage with what the text actually says, and I want you to stop running away from the text. I don't care that you think you have the context. I already know all the context. That's why I'm bringing you to this passage. I read it 100 times. I know exactly what's in this chapter. I know what's in the prior chapter. I know what's in the rest of the book. So just engage with the text and be honest.
Not being consistent on the way in which that Catholics read Scripture.
I'm being consistent with what the text says. I don't care what the Catholic Church says. I'm just reading.
That's the problem.
I'm just reading the book. If you're going to say that the Catholic Church disagrees with me, then what you need to do is go quote mine the Catholic Church where it disagrees with me, and then we can discuss that. But what you're not going to do is just say the Catholic Church disagrees with me and then let me take it. I'm not going to do that because I know what the Catholic Church teaches. I was a Catholic student for 12 years, went to Bible college and seminary. I know what's in their teaching.
Right. So then you know that there are different senses on how to read Scripture, correct? Taught by the Catholic Church.
I don't know why you keep going to this. We're talking about what the Bible says.
Again, yep, there it is.
So I'll just give you one last chance. Do you want to read the Bible with me? Yes or no? That is the question.
You have to read it in consistency with the Catholic Church.
Do you want to read Do you want to read the Bible with me? It is a yes or a no question.
I want to read the Bible in a way that is consistent with Catholic teaching, which is in the 3 senses of the way you read Scripture.
Catholic.
Exactly.
I am not going to
sit there and.
I am not going to apply your favorite hermeneutic to the text just because you think I should. We have a text, and I want to read it with you. Would you like to read it with me?
You only want to read the literal sense and not understand there's other senses within the Scripture, and that's the problem. You only want to...
Okay, well, you can go cry somewhere else that I'm not Catholic. I'm going to try to get an actual adult in the box. We could have had a productive conversation about what the Bible teaches. You could have done that. And then you could have supported your theories about the Bible with church teaching. And then you could have supported your theories about the Bible using the magisterium and the catechism. You could have done all that. But you were so afraid of reading the Bible that you kept running away saying, you can't read the Bible because you're not Catholic. You can't read the Bible because you won't accept my church interpretation. And I won't accept your church interpretation because I don't believe that your God is real. It's up to you to demonstrate that he's real. All right, we'll get Sarah in the box, a different Sarah, guys. And then we've got Ragnar River Ryan waiting in the guest queue over on YouTube. That guy was insufferable. I don't know why I kept him on so long. I was hoping eventually he'd stop losing his mind and have a conversation with me. Okay, Sarah, are you at least 18? And are you a believer?
Hi, yes, I am.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
I'm a Christian.
Cool. What's the best evidence or the best argument for why the Christian God is real?
So I was actually on your live last week, and I just had a couple of questions. I don't necessarily have an argument, but I was curious your take.
Sure.
So there's a belief that the Gospels are anonymous, but then there's also a disagreement that while they're not, the authors aren't embedded within the Gospels, they're titled with the author, and it's been since early church history they have acknowledged it as like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John as to who wrote it. So I was just curious what you think of that.
Yeah, I mean the earliest manuscripts we have don't have the titles, right? So we know they were added at some point, and they migrate too. Like the first couple manuscripts that we have that actually have the titles kind of appear in various places. It's pretty clear that they were like editorial notes. But if they were written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, there's like a lot of curiosities that we need to solve. For example, Mark wasn't an eyewitness to anything. So like, I don't even know why I care what Mark has to say. He wasn't there. Mark
wasn't a disciple?
No, he was a cousin of Barnabas.
Oh, okay.
According to Colossians chapter 4. So he really doesn't have any eyewitness to speak of. And then both Luke and Matthew copied from Mark, which means they had to have written after Mark. So either they were ancient, they were like 100 years old when they wrote, or it's more likely that they were just people living after the time of Mark. It's also weird that Matthew copies his own conversion story from Mark. Rather than saying, this is my conversion story and telling it himself, even if he told it in the third person, which would be really weird, but even if he did, I still would expect that he told it from his perspective and not copied it directly out of Mark, because it's his story.
So you're saying Matthew copied it? Sorry, did you say Matthew copied who?
Matthew copied Mark. Both Luke and Matthew copied Mark.
Why?
Because
like, why is that? Why did they copy it then, though, if it's also considered to be their own experience, or they were writing it down as someone else's experience? Is it necessarily that they copied it, or it was the same experience that was just written down?
No, it's a direct copy. So in biblical studies, there's a theory referred to as Markan priority. And this is not a disputed theory in biblical academics at all. If there was such a thing as a universally held theory in biblical academics, this would be as close as you can get to it. And I'm going to show you a chart real quick. Give me a second. All right, so let me put this on the screen. So this is a Markan priority chart. And so according to scholarship, 76% of Mark was copied directly into Luke and then Matthew. And then Matthew and Luke added some of their own material on top of it. And then Matthew and Luke also copied from another source that we don't have. That source is typically referred to as Q. Some people refer to it as the double tradition, but most scholars refer to it as the Q document. There's even a couple scholars that have tried to reproduce a theoretical Q document. But anyways, the long and short of it is, it's clear that whoever Matthew and Luke were, they must have been writing after Mark, because they integrated Mark's work into their works and then added on top of it, right? What we wouldn't expect in that additional material in the copied material is Matthew copying his own conversion story, right? So Matthew wrote about his own conversion, was copied directly from Mark, except he changes the name of the tax collector. He changes it from Levi to Matthew. That's it.
But how do we know that it was copied versus, like, for example, like 9/11? Everyone can say this is what happened, and there's going to be so much overlap of the same thing happening. That's not copying, though. That's just, it's the same thing being repeated. Like, how is that different?
Oh, perfect. Because when they copy the passages into their own gospels, what you'll find is the core of the text gets copied from Mark into Luke and then also into Matthew. And then what they do is they'll make minor editorial changes to what they copied from Mark. But the editorial changes from Matthew and the editorial changes from Luke never cross over, ever. So there's no editorial changes that Matthew and Luke make to the Markan text that they share with each other, which means they're copying from Mark and not from each other.
Because there's no changes. Is that what you're saying?
Well, there are changes, but the changes are only against Mark, and the changes never cross over, right? So we would expect that if Matthew and Luke were copying from each other, that the changes made in Matthew would eventually show up in Luke, or some of the changes in Luke would show up in Matthew, but we don't find that, right? And then the editorial changes made by Matthew and Luke never show up in Mark.
Okay.
Right, and that's why the Markan priority is like one of the most foundational claims within New Testament source criticism.
You said that's called Markan. What did you just call it? Markan what?
Markan priority.
Markan priority. Okay.
And it's a pretty well attested theory. It's not something that like you're not weird to believe in it. That's what nearly all scholars believe. But that being said, if Matthew and Luke were writing after Mark, then it's safe to assume that whoever they were, they weren't eyewitnesses to anything.
So I think I saw something too where it was, I think it was 1 Timothy or 2 Timothy where Paul, I think it was Timothy, but it was one of Paul's writings, and he quoted one of the Gospels, and because we know that Paul died in like the 1st century, then the Gospels were written in the 1st century. Is that true?
Not so much, but this goes to like if you're familiar with Richard Bauckham, I like Richard Bauckham's theory. He's actually a conservative Christian scholar, but I think his theory of the formation of the Gospels make the most sense, which is that at the earliest stages of gospel composition, there were like these sayings of Jesus that were written down and passed around from the different communities. And so different communities had these various quotations or sayings from Jesus, and then they were later edited into a gospel. So I suspect that they're, because I believe Jesus was a real person and I believe Paul was a real person. I'm not a mythicist. I think that there were actually sayings of Jesus early on that people wrote down and they circulated in the community. And then those sayings later got incorporated into some of the Gospels. This theory is better explained in a book called Jesus and the Eyewitnesses. It is the most compelling case for the gospel authors containing some level of eyewitnesses. And I actually agree with it. I think some of the source material from the Gospels actually came from eyewitnesses. I just don't think that the authors were eyewitnesses.
So is that necessarily a problem, though, if the Gospels were just reiterating what eyewitnesses were saying?
No, I don't think it's a problem. Like, for example, it might be true that the gospel authors were secondhand witnesses, like they were recording the eyewitnesses of other people. And that doesn't mean that everything they recorded isn't true, right? It just means that they're not really claiming to be eyewitness to anything. But that's not why I don't believe. I don't think that the gospel authorship is a good reason to throw the whole religion away. I think the fact that Jesus failed his own predictions and that he didn't fulfill any messianic prophecies and that the hermeneutics applied by the gospel authors are like not appropriate hermeneutics, I think is a reason to throw out the Gospels.
And you said hermeneutics, what things do you think were flawed that point to it not being, the whole thing being kind of thrown away?
Yeah. Okay. So for example, we talk about the prophecies quite a bit, and none of the actual messianic prophecies really get mentioned. But for example, let me grab one real quick. This is going to be in Matthew chapter 2, I believe. And it's going to be coming from Isaiah chapter 11. And we want Matthew 2:23. I'll put it on the screen. Matthew 2:23, when we're referring to moving to Nazareth, says, there he made his home in a town called Nazareth so that what had been spoken through the prophets might be fulfilled. And then the quotation is that he will be called a Nazarene. And you might be compelled to think, oh, well, there must be a prophecy about the Messiah being from Nazareth or being a Nazarene, but there's no such prophecy anywhere in the Bible. The closest thing you're going to come to is a quotation from Isaiah chapter 11, where it talks about the one that's going to come from the line of David. It says, a shoot shall come out from the stump of Jesse, a branch shall grow out of its roots, so on and so forth. And it just happens to be that the Hebrew word for branch is netzer, which sounds a little bit similar to how they would have pronounced Nazareth. It's not exact. It's just like a little play on words. But this is the type of hermeneutic that the gospel authors are applying, and they're calling it a prophecy. That's not how prophecies work.
Hey, Justin.
Yeah.
You had someone who said they sent you a super chat a while back, and they wanted to know, what does the Son of Man mean in Matthew?
Oh, I didn't see the super chat. I was waiting for the next guest I got one super chat that I did see from Flanker. Flanker says something that can explain anything explains nothing. It's a really good super chat, actually. And then I don't see another super chat in the queue. I'm sorry if I missed a super chat, guys. I thought that was the only one. I apologize. They don't. So my software doesn't save all the super chats for like forever. I have to kind of catch them within a time window. There is a way to see my history of super chats, but I can't actually put them on the screen, and I can't read them. Like, I can see that I got a $10 super chat from Maximilian. Thank you so much, Maximilian, for the super chat. But it doesn't tell me, it won't tell me what you chatted. I apologize. And then I see another super chat from Tim Davidson. But it doesn't tell me the contents of the super chat, so I apologize. So the question was what now?
The question was what? Oh, am I muted? No, I'm not. The question was, what does the Son of Man mean in Matthew? I'm assuming the book of Matthew.
Well, in the Gospels, the Son of Man is a reference to the messianic figure. The messianic figure, Son of Man, kind of got his origin in the book of Daniel and then exploded during the intertestamental period. So we find a lot of writings about the Son of Man in like the intertestamental books and also in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And so, for example, I'll give you a couple references real quick. Outside of Daniel, I would specifically tell you to read Pesachim 118a. And then I would also steer you towards 2nd Esdras, chapter 13, which you can find in a good NRSV Bible that has the apocryphal works. Oh, big win, Bunny. Is that Meatball?
I had some requests in the chat for a Checkers close-up.
Oh, Checkers. Good to see you,
Here's Checkers.
I'll put them on the screen. So check out 2nd Esdras 13 for learning more about what the Son of Man is supposed to do. And then you also want to check out, there's more, hold on. Check out 1st Enoch, chapter 46. And then I would also check out the book of Tobit. But there's this idea that developed during the intertestamental period that this title, Son of Man, would be applied to like a Messiah figure. And if you want like a whole write-up on this, I actually wrote an article about it a number of years ago. I'm more than happy to send the article to anyone who wants to read it. And it shows the entire development of the messianic title, Son of Man. In the Gospels, the Son of Man does not read the way it does in the book of Zechariah. It does not read to refer to a literal mortal. By the time Jesus came, the Son of Man was a messianic title. I hope that helps. Phrases change over time, you know what I mean? So Sarah with an H. We got two Sarahs now. We got Sarah with an A and Sarah with an H. Sarah with an H, what was your question?
I can't remember what my question was, but I think I was asking just basically we were just talking is if even though there was an overlap, is it copying, is it not? And I was getting what you were saying. And then we were talking about the eyewitnesses. That's what we were talking about. And so you're saying that you don't think that the throwing away, or that it's just because the Gospels is a reason to throw away the whole thing. So I was just curious, why do you think then, like, what is it that caused you to think that God isn't real? If it wasn't the Gospels, if it wasn't Jesus?
Well, I mean, my understanding of God being real came after I deconverted from Christianity. So even after I left Christianity, I still believed in a God for a while. To me, the going from agnostic to atheist was a matter of studying science. So once you leave Christianity or you leave your formalized religion, then the next question is, okay, well, if there is God, can we know that there's a God? And there's not, like, outside of a holy book, there's no supposed evidence for a God.
But how do you really have evidence for God? Because I'm assuming when you say evidence, it's about like science or like a physical proof, like that you could prove with something observable, being tested with something observable. How do you test something with an observable test that can't be?
Well, why can't it be? Like, you're just assuming that God can't be observable or testable, but like I could make the same claim for the tooth fairy. I could just say, well, the tooth fairy exists and you just can't detect her. But the fact that I've made a claim that something undetectable exists doesn't mean that it exists.
Yeah, no, and I get that. I just mean more. I mean, there's evidence to prove of God's existence, but
Sure. Like what?
You can't prove it with science the way you can test something like under a microscope, or test it by physically touching it and looking at it.
Sure.
So I'm just curious, like, what's that?
What's the evidence?
Well, I can't give evidence in the sense of physical proof. I mean, there's no. I wish more Christians would be able to say this confidently. Is that there's zero physical proof of God. There's none. The way that I know most atheists are claiming, well, there's no proof. Well,
So
there is.
why do you believe
There
in
is
God?
none. Well, and this is where I sound like an out-of-touch Christian, is that I believe in what the Bible says. I believe in the history, and I have personal experiences that have made me go from agnostic to Christian. But that's not that those points though don't give valid physical proof in the way most people ask for proof when it comes to proving God.
Is the Bible completely true?
Is the Bible completely true?
Yeah.
What do you mean by true? Like historically accurate, or what?
Yeah, how much of the Bible is accurate? Like, it says things that are demonstrably true.
I think I've seen somewhere that there hasn't been any archaeological evidence to prove that the Bible is not saying it is true.
Oh boy. You sure about that one?
I could be wrong. I'm okay with being wrong. And I'm not 100% well versed on the Bible or the history of it, but I'm just repeating what I've heard.
So, who was the pharaoh, the last pharaoh named in the Bible while the Israelites were in Egypt?
Was it Ramses? Yeah.
Yeah, because it says in Genesis, was it Genesis 37 or 47? I think it might be 37. I forget. It's 47. It says that they settled in the land of Ramses, the pharaoh. And then in Exodus chapter 1, verse 11, it says that they built the storehouses of Pithims and Ramses, which we know were actually products of Ramses II. But the problem is that Ramses II reigned from like 1279 to 1225-ish. And that's 200 years after the Exodus, according to the Bible. The Exodus, according to 1 Kings chapter 6, was 480 years prior to the building of Solomon's temple, which started in 970 BCE, which means the Exodus was about 1450 BCE, 200 years before Ramses. So that's a big problem for the chronology of the Exodus, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, and see, that's where, I mean, I don't know the Bible 100%. I haven't read through it. It's something that I'm trying to do. I think most Christians can't even say that. It amazes me how many Christians don't read anything of the Bible, and they just kind of repeat everything. So I get it. it's kind of a struggle for myself already.
Yeah.
But
and I think there's problematic issues with like even the gospel message, right? Like the gospel message is like, if you love God, he won't burn you alive. But like, that's not love. Why does he have to burn anyone?
Right.
Right. Like I understand that. Like
I don't know where it says that if you love God, he won't burn you.
Well, that's what it means to be saved. You're being saved from hell.
Right. Okay, so is that not what it's saying? Is if you love him, you won't. If you have faith in God, if you have faith in what Jesus did, then you're not going to go to hell.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So God says you will either love me and have faith in me, or you'll burn. But why does anyone need to burn? What's the point?
I mean, I guess, but at the same time, if you're like, for even analogy is like, say you have kids and they choose to want nothing to do with you. They're constantly running away from home, and you reach out to them as much as you can, and they just basically, I want nothing to do with you. Is that really the parent's fault, or is that the child's choice to be away from their parent?
Yeah, but I wouldn't torture them with fire. Like if they didn't want to participate in my life, they can just go participate with their own life somewhere else. You don't need to torture them.
Is it torture? Because my understanding is that hell is a separation from God.
Well, that's not in the Bible. Jesus says that hell is the weeping and gnashing of teeth. It says that there's going to be flames.
Yeah, but is that not separation from God too, though? That's what the state, that's what happens in hell, but you're
not
also
if God's omnipresent.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
But that's a quote from C.S. Lewis. That's not a quote from the Bible, my friend.
What's that?
The eternal separation from God, that's not a quote from the Bible. That's a quote from C.S. Lewis.
Okay. So nowhere in the Bible does it say hell is just separation from God. Okay. Well, I was curious too if you have any other book recommendations. I think earlier you were talking about one. It was when someone was talking about the simulation theory, or the Big Bang, the nothing with the universe or something like that.
Oh yeah, there's a great book called Something from Nothing by Lawrence Krauss, and I highly recommend it. I would recommend it to everybody. He's not trying to convince people to become atheists or anything like that. In fact, for part of his life, I think he actually did believe in a higher power. I don't think he does anymore. But the book Something from Nothing gives a pretty good explanation as to what cosmologists mean when they actually say nothing, because they don't actually mean nothing. There's still something.
And what is it that, I mean, I want to read it, but like, what is it saying exactly? Because I guess is it from the idea that before the Big Bang, there's absolutely nothing, and then cosmologists are saying that's not true?
Basically, yeah. Cosmology doesn't teach that there was absolutely nothing before the Big Bang. It's just that we have no way to know what it was before the Big Bang. But there's no reason to believe that nothing gave rise to something. And there's another physicist that writes on this topic. You might want to check out William H. Kinney. He is the head of the physics department at Buffalo University. And he wrote a book on this, both on cosmic inflation, and he wrote another one on dark energy. Both of those talk a little bit about what existed before the Big Bang.
Okay. Do you have any other books that you like that you would recommend?
I probably do, but if you really want a good list of books, send me a DM, and I'll create a list of books that I think that would be really helpful on this topic.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks for coming up, Sarah.
Yeah, I'll let you go. Have a good night.
All right, cheers. Have a great one. Big W for Sarah with an H.
She was so nice.
Wasn't she so nice?
Yes. She was lovely.
She was out. I don't know why we can't have more of those. I don't know why we end up with Christians that just want to get up here and crash out. It's crazy to me.
I'm sure your background has nothing to do with that.
I'm sure it's not triggering at all. Aaron, thank you for the super chat. Aaron, with the $5 coming in, says, Justin, what Bible do you use? I want to get the same one. I actually use a couple different Bibles. The one that I use the most is, I prefer this one because I wrote in it. And I've got a bunch of, so my Bible doesn't have any cross references, right? So like, there's no cross references in the Bible. So I have to write my own cross references into the margins. Which is why I continue to use this one. But this one's old. I've had this since 2010. I've pretty thoroughly destroyed it, which is why I've had to assemble my own cover on it. I just glued some sheets of leather over top of it because the old cover was gone. But it's a great Bible. It's the NRSV third augmented edition from the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible series. But hold on. Wait, there's more.
When did you get that?
Well, I had to figure something out because the green screen feature for my YouTube streaming software isn't very good. And the green screen feature for TikTok is only marginally okay. So this is the New Oxford Annotated Bible, 4th edition revised. Looks like this. I was lucky enough to get mine with the actual thumb tabs. Believe it or not, I picked this bad boy up for $10 at a used bookstore that somebody probably got when they were in Bible college and never read. They must be atheists now. And then this one I bought brand new. This is the 5th edition of the same. Now, you might be asking yourself, are the study notes in the 5th edition and the 4th edition the same? Pretty much. They're almost identical. There's some slight changes. The benefit with the 5th edition is they have more maps and more like normal people stuff like, hey, where's that thing located? Whereas my old 3rd edition, there's not many maps. You just have to know where these places are located. One of those things. So, but I would say this, between the 5th edition and the 3rd augmented edition, there are some differences in the study notes as well, just not between the 4th and the 5th. This edition I hold in my hand, the 3rd augmented edition, at one point in time, Ben, thank you for the crab, was dubbed the Atheist Study Bible because the scholarly notes in this Bible didn't hold back any punches. And they're like, listen, this is what scholars believe. This is how it's interpreted. This is how we read it, and take it or leave it. That drew some negative press. So you'll find, I know, right? In the 3rd and the 4th edition, they toned it down just an inkling, not much, just an inkling. So, it is what it is. So those are the Bibles I prefer. I do like the SBL Study Bible. That was recently released. It took over the HarperCollins Study Bible, which was a great study Bible. If you're a Christian and you want to stay a Christian, then you might want to read the ESV Study Bible. Still a decent study Bible, but they come up with a lot of interpretations that aren't accepted in the rest of academia because it's the study notes are translated purposely to interpret it from a conservative Christian viewpoint. That's their goal, is to have a Bible that you can hold in your hand and all the study notes agree with our current notions of Christianity. So that's a long-winded answer to that. And we got one more super chat. Ricky Lee, thank you so much. It says, do you agree the reason there is a devil because the story needs a bad guy? God gets all credit but no blame. I agree. So the progression of the devil basically started out with, we need an explanation for the bad stuff because we're God's special people. We keep losing. He's kicking our ass, not working out well. Why is it that bad things are still happening to us? Oh, because there's a cosmic battle and the devil's in charge of it. He's the one doing the thing. And this idea kind of got implanted into the Jewish zeitgeist through the Persian period. The Persian period had a very good, good God, bad God model. And that was adopted by the Jewish people, which is why you don't see Satan before the Babylonian exile. There's no Satan. In fact, Satan's really not even mentioned until they come into contact with the Persians. So we would expect Satan would be all over the Old Testament if he was native to the Jewish teaching. That being said, we've got Devin Paul coming in. How you doing, Devin?
Yo, hey guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, how are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Hey, I hope this isn't going to be like a tag team here, because I mean, there's two of you guys. I'm a little bit nervous.
Tell you what, I will be very nice. I can't promise the same for Justin.
This might be a good cop, bad cop. We'll see. But you have the Holy Spirit, don't you?
I believe so, yeah.
So it sounds like a 4 verse 2 then.
No. It's just well, at this point, if the Holy Spirit is talking through me, it's one right now talking to you. So, but hey, we'll just let him speak. So I was scrolling because this is the first time I'm stumbling upon your page, man, and I seen like, for me, as I go about my day, I'm always thinking about my God. I'm always living for him. I'm fasting for him. I'm praying to him, and I see his hand in my life every day. And sometimes, and the reason I say that, like, I literally see divine things happening in my life, but I can say that to anybody, but not everybody's going to understand that, But yeah, when I'm scrolling on here, I see this, boom, your God is imaginary, prove me wrong. And I was like, whoa, what? I mean, I don't think my God is an imaginary. I believe my God is real.
Sure. What's the evidence that your God is real?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what would be the most convincing evidence or the most convincing argument for your God being real?
If you look at the entire universe itself, if you look at reality in itself, right? Doesn't that explain to you that there's a God? Are you guys atheists? I'm just trying to understand. Are you guys atheists?
Yeah, we don't believe in any God.
Oh, you believe in nothing?
I believe in no God. I believe in something, though. I believe in the fact that we exist.
So you believe in a God, then?
No, I don't.
So, okay, I'm just going to use this analogy. So, for instance,
what's
my
the
brother,
name of your God, by the way?
Is Yahuwah. Fuck. Yahuwah, Elohim, a bunch of different names.
Can you find Yahuwah in the Bible for me?
No, hold on a sec. I really want to address this before it slips my brain, because sometimes I think of things and then it just disappears really quickly. So you guys are saying, so this is I want to say this. So my brother, right? He's an artist. So he painted me a painting, right?
Boy.
And then he brought over this painting to me, and I look at it, and I'm like, wow, this painting is beautiful. Wow. And he's like, yeah, I painted it for you. I'm like, oh, thank you very much. If someone, like, say for instance, you go up somewhere,
just say a painter requires a painting and a creation requires a creator. It's much faster.
Yeah, exactly. I don't
know why this takes so much energy.
We're familiar.
You're familiar with it.
You think this is the first time we've heard this?
Yeah. So you've heard. So there's no way that.
Wait. I just want to make sure, Devin, that we're on the same page here. Do you think that we're up here on the internet with like over 1,000 people watching, and we've never heard a painter requires a painting and a creation requires a creator?
Listen, I know you've heard it all. Okay. I know you've heard it all. This isn't like I said. I've stumbled upon these things.
So we know that painters require painting because we know what a painting is, and we've witnessed painters make paintings. Like, we know that data point exists.
Yeah.
But what's your evidence that we're even a creation?
If you look at reality, right? Can't you your senses? Don't you have different senses?
Yeah, my senses tell me that there's no God.
So when you eat food, right? You can taste your food.
Sure
right?
can, yeah.
Yeah, because you have chemoreceptors.
When you walk to your car, right?
Yeah,
you walk to your car, you touch your car door, open it. You have those feelings.
Sarah can explain all of them to you. She's a physiologist.
So that's the thing. So you experience all those things, right?
That's why I know they're real. Yeah.
Yeah, and so because for instance, right? I started looking at quantum physics and micro.
Wait, hold on. Where's that going? How do we know that God is real?
So you're saying because your reality is complex and interesting, it must have been created by a God?
I mean, because if you look at entropy, right? Doesn't entropy say that things break, the universe breaks down?
No,
right? It's not getting better.
Of bad arguments. All right. Thank you so much, Carissa and Legend, for the fest crowns. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's try to stick on like one argument at a time. Listen, I know all of these arguments, but if we could tackle one at a time, that'd be helpful. Okay. So your argument was touching stuff, and I was waiting to see where that was going, and then you went from touching things to entropy.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm talking about using your senses, right? Like your touch, taste, like your smell.
So how does that prove a God?
It proves reality, right?
I think it gets us closer to reality. Yeah. Okay, so
exactly.
Can we use that to demonstrate God's existence?
So do you think that out of absolutely nothing?
That wasn't my question. My question is, can we use our senses to detect God?
Can we use our senses to detect God?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I can use my senses to detect God, but maybe you can't have access to that because you don't have a relationship with God.
Which sense can you use? Which of your 5 senses do you use?
So the thing is, as a Christian, right? When you accept Jesus Christ,
which of the 5 senses?
Hear me for a sec. When you accept Jesus Christ, you unlock this part of your life that a lot of people will never ever get to unlock because they don't have a relationship with God.
All right, but you said that you can sense God, and your argument started with the empirical 5 senses. I'm asking you, which of the 5 empirical senses do you use to determine that God is real? Thank you, Ben Crashing, for the 2-month subscription.
This is why I feel like it's hard for you to understand it.
It was your argument. You brought up the empirical senses, not me.
No, I'm trying to explain to you, but you wouldn't understand it because you don't understand who God is.
What don't I understand?
You don't have a relationship with Him. God is all about relationship.
I don't need a relationship to understand what words mean. Just use your words.
But that's what I'm trying to explain to you. That's not how God works.
Devin, baby, just use your words. It's going to be okay.
Both Justin and I were devoted Christians for over 20 years. So we're very familiar with who your God is. We had a relationship with your God. We have read the Bible extensively. Justin is trained in the Bible. So, don't worry. We are very familiar.
Okay.
Right. So it sounded like your argument was that the 5 senses are proof for God. Now it sounds like that's not proof for God. I'm trying to figure out what your position is. Can you detect God using your 5 senses?
I believe you can detect God by having a relationship with Him.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, can you detect God using your 5 senses?
And that's what I'm explaining to you.
It's a yes or a no. It's just a yes or a no.
This is why you wouldn't understand.
It's just a yes or a no. Can you detect God using your 5 senses?
Can you detect? Yes, I can.
Okay, and which one of your 5 senses are you using to do it?
I'm using my mind.
That's not a 5 sense. That's not one of your senses.
I'm using my heart.
That's not one of your 5 senses. Did you? I don't think you understood the question. So, Sarah, can you tell the guests what the 5 senses are?
No, hear me out for a second.
Wait, so we're talking taste, sight, smell, hearing, or touch.
Right. No heart in there.
Okay.
So the answer is no. Then you can't use your 5 senses to detect God, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. I can, but you don't understand that because you've never had a relationship with God.
Okay, so which of your 5 senses can you use then?
I have used at least 3 of them to detect God myself, based off of my relationship.
Which one?
Based off of my, and I'm trying to explain to you how I'll give you one.
You only need 3 words. You said there are three senses that you use to detect God, which means you only need 3 words.
Mm-hmm.
So which of your 3 senses did you use to detect God?
Okay, how about my hearing? I used my hearing.
Okay, so you heard God audibly.
Yes.
Okay.
And spiritually as well.
There's no spiritual sense. We're talking about the 5 senses.
And that's why I'm trying to tell you that you guys wouldn't understand.
I think
because
Aaron pretty much nailed it here. Aaron says it makes no sense because you don't already believe his cult speak. I agree. Yeah, it's always the same thing. You can't understand because you don't believe the same thing I believe. It's such a nonsense excuse. Okay, so you heard God audibly, yes or no?
Yes.
Well, what's his voice sound like?
Sure. But sir, that's what I'm trying to get you guys to understand.
What's his voice sound like?
I can tell that that you're never gonna let me say what I'm gonna say, because every time I'm going to try to do it,
I'm not going to let you preach. I'm asking you simple, easy questions. You said you heard God audibly. Let's ask you, if you heard him audibly, what does it sound like?
You wouldn't be able to understand what he sounds like if I explain it to you, because my relationship with him is totally different compared to your relationship with him. Listen, everyone in the universe only knows 5%. Like, scientists.
Was his voice deep?
You only know 0.5% of the stuff in the universe. How could you come up here and say you know that there's no God?
Was his voice deep?
How is that possible? Scientists only knows 0.5% of the stuff in the universe.
Okay, we'll send him back to the comments till he's done crashing out. All right, well, we got a couple of people waiting to get in still. I'm gonna grab. I think Stevie was in here next, or Lesser Evil was here next. I apologize. Let me get Lesser Evil in here. We'll see. I was really hoping he'd tell me what his other 2 senses were that he used, but I don't think he was ever going to get there. I think he was just going to crash out for Christ. Lesser Evil, welcome in. Are you with us, Evil?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yes. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Glad to hear it. Okay. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm 24. Actually, I've been to Joel. I've been to different people like Joy.
How well did it go when you talked to Joel?
The guy with the snake head. I mean, they banned me when.
You think it's going to go better here?
I'm pretty sure that you're gonna ban me as well as the other guys did.
Why did they ban you?
I mean, you're the last one. I'm not sure if I've.
Well, I'll just fix it now and cut you before you start crying and do something silly. All right, so we'll bring in Stevie. I mean, he told me.
Wow. Does ban just mean like mute, or do you, like literally block, do you think?
I don't know, but he wanted to suffer for Christ tonight, so he gets taken out. David, thank you so much for the $2 Euro chat. He says, I got a girlfriend, but she goes to another school. Exactly. God is always a Canadian girlfriend. Never forget that. I've got this Canadian girlfriend. Her picture's in my wallet, but you'll never be able to meet her because she's in a different country. Stevie, welcome in.
Good evening, my friend. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Awesome. And are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm a believer, but before we go into that, yes, I'm definitely over 18. I'm against my wishes, knocking on 40.
It ain't that bad.
Oh, it's starting to feel it. It's
you get a couple
starting to feel
grays, you know what I mean? But it's not the end of the world.
Oh no, I've only been allowed to grow a beard for literally the last year. and I didn't even realize how many grays I've got in it. So yeah.
So which God do you believe in?
So I'm pagan myself. I have several deities.
Okay, so you got multiple gods.
Oh yeah. In the same way as you have multiple cupboards in your kitchen, I have multiple gods in my life.
Fair enough. What would be the most compelling evidence or argument for these gods existing?
I think from my side of things, it's less trying to prove that they do exist as opposed to they don't exist. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay. So I understand the...
do things exist by virtue of not having evidence against them?
No. So I'm fully aware of the God fills the gap analogy.
So you think God of the gaps is the best argument?
No. What I said is I'm aware of it, right? I would say you're gonna have to bear with me for a second.
I'm bearing.
I really like the God of the Gap analogy. I really do. And what helps me is, I understand science. I do a lot of listening and various other sort of... I try and educate myself the best I can in the position I'm in on as many faiths as possible.
Is there a supreme God, or are they all equal?
What?
Like, is there one? You believe in multiple gods? Is one of them more powerful than the other?
I'll be honest. I've never asked.
Do they talk to you?
It's not that they talk to me directly. It's like walking down the high street, and there's people on that high street, and they're there.
A lot of things happen when you're high. I know.
No, high street, or whatever you call it in America. What's your word of a high street?
Like a highway?
Main Street?
No, like a town center or a city center.
Main Street, yeah, like what Sarah said, yeah.
Okay, so you're walking down a main street, and there's lots of other people walking with you, against you, whatever. You haven't got to talk to them to know they're there, have you?
I can
see them. Yeah, I can see them.
You can, exactly. You can see, or thing is, okay, hypothetically, you're trying to find your destination. Yeah, are you visually clocking each and every person? You're looking, you're doing the A to H, you're looking at the eye color, you're looking at the hair color. You could identify them 30 minutes later. Every single person that walks past you. Or do you acknowledge that just life goes on around you, and you don't necessarily acknowledge everything?
Stevie, whatever you're having, I want some of it.
Yeah, I know. And I wish there was a drug. This is just the way my mind works. I wish there was a drug.
This guy, watch the language. You'll get me banned.
Oh, okay. I do apologize.
Sorry, I can't use that word.
I wish there was something. I wish there was something, because it might actually help me calm down. But no, this is actually how I lived my life.
Right. So my question is, what is the evidence that the gods are real? And if they are real, like you believe in they're real, is one of them more powerful than the other?
Oh, So, in the same way, Conor McGregor is more powerful than me. Yes, I would say there's probably God's more powerful than the others.
Okay.
Chris Eubank could probably slap me in the cheek and I would go down for about a month and a half. I would say there's most likely God's more powerful than the other. Yeah. And that's just...
Did one of the gods create the other gods?
In honest answer... I do believe, and based on everything I know, there's certain parents when they created in creation theory, there's parents of gods, in the same way as you have parents, and does that make
that's
you
what I'm getting
supreme?
at? Did they, they do the,
Okay.
Like how did they parent how did they sire children?
Their parents.
So, they were, bumping
Physically
uglies.
intimate.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm agreeing with you.
So they're okay. So they're getting down.
Yeah, of course they are. That's how kids are made. Like, I don't get why that's...
about these gods.
How do I learn about them? So, have you ever heard of the... I know, and this is going to be a really, really crazy one. The god Zeus from Greek mythology.
Sure.
Zeus talks to you?
Yeah. He's got parents.
He does, yeah.
Yeah. And guess how they made a baby?
Is there a first god?
No. Do you want me to talk to you about the birds and the bees? I don't like.
I've got offspring. I think I'm good there. Is there a first god? Is there an original god?
Oh, I mean, can I ask you a really, really personal question? No. Can I ask you a personal question for a second?
No. People send me
no, just
threats. I
a
don't
slightly
give out
personal question. No, just slightly personal, right?
Sure.
And honestly, you don't have to answer it. You don't have to answer it, but you'll get what I mean. Right. I don't know what you call them. Grandma, grandpa, nanny, granddad,
booming granny.
Oma, opa. Yeah, your grandparents.
Yeah.
Okay. So there was a point in time where Nanny used to...
Do you remember my question?
Used to well,
Stevie,
she done things to make Grandpa want to marry her.
Listen, Steve,
yeah?
we got to move on to somebody else, okay?
There's a reason why the sofa had a waterproof cover on it.
I know. Right? Listen, we got
Right. So so don't start thinking about what...
I'm sorry, Stevie, I love you, but we got to go.
Whoa.
Here's the deal. We've got a bunch of people in the TikTok queue, and I want to take people in the TikTok queue because Sarah's here and she can actually engage with the guests. But we've got one person in the YouTube queue that appears to be Mormon.
Do it.
We don't get a lot of Mormons in here.
Do it, Justin.
I'm going to bring them in. Okay. Welcome in, Zach. Also, sorry about the super chat. $5 from Godly Entertainment. Good to see you again, Godly. Says, at some point, I'd like to see how a caller feels about other gods potentially being more good than the God of the Bible. That's it. I could have made that comparison with the last guest, actually. I could have said, how do your gods stack up against the biblical God? And I would have been curious to see the answer. And Tyler Murphy, I will boot you. Tyler says Justin low key getting cooked right now. We weren't even debating. There was no cooking. I was asking him about his gods bumping uglies. Tyler, I'll cut you out of here, Tyler. I'll get you right out of the chat. Okay, so we've got Zach. Zach, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
All right, sorry. I think there was a little bit of confusion with my microphone when I first jumped in, so that was my bad.
Sure. All right, so Zach, are you at least 18, and do you believe in a God?
Yes.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
Well, I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, commonly referred to as Mormons.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you've talked to a couple of members of the church, if memory serves, haven't you?
I've talked to one or two of them before.
So, I guess...
Also, while we're at it, if anyone can send out a request for cyber deconstruction, I think he might want to enjoy this one. Sorry, go ahead. I'm listening.
No, I guess I was just a little bit curious as to kind of what you mean by your God is imaginary. That's kind of what got my attention.
Sure. Yeah, so my claim is that everybody's God, all the gods that they believe in, those gods exist in their imagination and nowhere else. Theists cannot demonstrate their God existing outside of their imagination.
All right. So what evidence then would be acceptable to like prove that God, actually does exist?
Well, empirics would be nice. A rational argument landing on God could be nice. Like if you gave a logical argument that could only conclude with God, I don't know if that would convert me, but that certainly would move the needle. Or I think the most compelling evidence ever for the God that you believe in is if all of the predictions that the God made in the Bible actually came true. Because a lot of those predictions quite literally couldn't come true unless there was some kind of supernatural intervention.
I guess a lot of that does kind of seem difficult for someone like a theist to be able to prove, because in my view, it feels like there's kind of a metaphysical stalemate, I suppose. I mean, you said empirical evidence would be nice, but I mean, technically speaking, the God I believe in does have a physical body, though I'm not entirely sure how we would like measure, God's physical body per se. So I'm not entirely sure how I could use like physical evidence for that. And then our rational arguments would be, we'd have to like make sure we were on the same page about like what the nature of reality is too. Like I guess I'm just struggling to see how I would be able to adequately demonstrate that, my God isn't imaginary under like how you framed this conversation. I don't know.
That's
Does
up
that
to
make
you.
sense?
Like if I believed that the tooth fairy existed and you said the tooth fairy doesn't exist, the tooth fairy is imaginary, then that definitely means that the burden of proof would be on me claiming that the tooth fairy is true. And I would have to come up with evidence. Now, I already told you, I think the claims in the book, if the predictions actually came true, I think that would be compelling evidence, but they didn't come true.
Well, isn't the claim that your God is imaginary a positive claim that you would have the burden of proof for?
Yeah, I just said your God is imaginary. He exists in your imagination. You can imagine him, but you can't demonstrate him to exist anywhere else. So now I can give you logical proofs for why no God should exist, but I also know you're Mormon, which means I don't know. Hold on a second. I'm having a little slow connection. My connections, there we go, on TikTok was crapping out for half a second. I think we're good now. Okay. So like I do expect that people that believe in particular gods, I think those particular gods, if they have particular holy books, I would expect those holy books to be true. And I think that's a big category against the God. Right? So I know that Jesus can't be God, much less the Messiah, because the New Testament is full of lies and contradictions and failed prophecies. And I know the same is true for the Old Testament. I also find huge problems with like the scientific accuracy of the books in terms of the flood, the age of the earth, the particular animals that chew cud, the fact that it says in Genesis that you can mate animals in front of striped poles and they'll produce striped offspring. I mean, all kinds of stuff. And with your God in particular, it seemed problematic that he's just kind of a racist.
Okay. What makes you say that?
He says so in the book. Want me to read it?
Sure, we can pull that up.
Sure. And I know you've read it before. Every Mormon knows this passage. 2 Nephi 5. You already have it pulled up, don't you?
I'm pulling it up now. If you'll just give me a moment. I guess it's now my turn to have a slow network.
It happens. Happens to all of us. It's just one of those things.
Here, if I pull it up on my phone, it might be a little bit faster, come to think of it.
I can read it to you. I got it pulled up.
Sure, go ahead and read it to me.
Sure. It says, and behold, this is verse 19, 2 Nephi 5, 19. It says, and behold, the words of the Lord had been fulfilled unto my brethren, which he spake concerning them, that I should be their ruler and their teacher. Wherefore I had been their ruler and their teacher, according to the commandments of the Lord, until they sought to take my life away. Let's see, did I grab the right one? 2 Nephi 5. Oh, yeah, we're getting there. Okay, verse 20. Wherefore...
Oh, wait, can I ask you what the context of this passage is?
Yeah, this is the explanation for why the Native Americans have dark skin.
Is it?
According to you guys.
Well, where is that outlined in the text?
We can just read it. It says, wherefore the word of the Lord was fulfilled, which spake unto me, saying, that inasmuch as they will not hearken unto my words, they shall be cut off from the presence of the Lord. And behold, they were cut off from his presence. And he caused a cursing to come upon them, yea, even a sore cursing, because of their iniquity. For behold, they had hardened their hearts against him, and they had become like unto a flint. Wherefore, as they were white and exceedingly fair and delightsome, that they might not be enticing to my people, the Lord God did cause a skin of blackness to come upon them. Do you think that it's better, it's more delightful to be white?
I don't know if skin tone would be in question here. That would be my only concern.
Well, it says God caused a skin of blackness to come upon them so that they wouldn't be enticing. Verse 22 says, and thus saith the Lord God, I will cause that they will be loathsome unto my people.
Yeah, but remember, the concept of races pertaining to skin color is a rather modern concept. When these texts and the earlier texts would have been authored. Well, I mean, I can even flip open to specific passages within the biblical texts that talk about, like, my skin is black upon me, and it's not necessarily referring to skin tone per se. It has more to do with countenance, is my understanding.
No, that's from the Song of Solomon, and it has nothing to do with anyone.
It's actually not. I'm not quoting the Song of Solomon when I say that.
Okay, so nowhere in the Bible does it refer to someone's skin tone as a reference to them being sad or their countenance. But we're talking about what your book says. Your book says, wherefore, as they were white and exceedingly fair. Do you think white people are more fair?
Well, no, I want to go back to what I was mentioning before about, like,
are white people more delightsome?
I feel like, well, I like to be able to finish my thought. So
I'd like for you to answer a question honestly. Are white people more delightsome?
I'm challenging the premise behind which you're asking the question. I think it's a loaded question.
The book says something. The book says that God
and I'm trying to put the content of the book within a specific context.
God
and trying to define
caused
properly,
a skin of blackness to come upon them, in that they would not be enticing.
So specifically, if you go back to the biblical texts, you have I'm pulled up into Job 30:30, wherein Job says, "My skin is black upon me, and my bones are burned with heat."
Mm-hmm.
It's my understanding that if you go back to the context of that, it's used more as like an idiom so that we can understand it has more to do with ideas like countenance.
It's because he's been sitting out in the sun with ashes all over him.
Well, I don't... Hold on one second.
Have you actually read Job? Do you read the whole story where
I have read
he's
the entire...
cursed with boils and he literally sits outside in the sun for days on end, covered in ashes and dirt?
Well, I understand that specifically. He said my skin is black upon me, but again, it has nothing to do with necessarily, the amount of melanin within your skin tone per se. It's just
I agree.
how they kind of look.
Yeah,
and
it's about the way he looks. And here it says that God made their skin dark so that they would not be enticing.
I feel like you're reading a little bit too deeply into that because I don't.
Which word here doesn't mean what it means?
Again, I'm going back to this idea of what skin would mean in the concept of race, because I feel like you mentioned the term racist.
I didn't say anything about skin tone referring to a race. What I'm saying here is that God is explaining that it is more delightsome to be white. Do you believe that it's more delightsome to be white? That's right, Daniel. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Daniel. 279. He says, morons act nice to become a god themselves. Interesting. I have to ponder that one, Daniel. I have to ponder that one.
Again, I don't think you're... Hold on. I don't... Let me ask you this question.
It was just an easy yes or no question. Do you think that people with white skin are more delightsome?
I don't think you've read the Book of Mormon.
I've not read all of it. I'm asking you an easy yes or no question, though. Do you believe that
here's
people
the problem, though, because your yes or no question is implying that the Book of Mormon is a text that can be taken outside of its context, and I don't think that that's a fair statement.
It's a yes or no question. Okay, I'll just mute you until you answer. Okay, so this is a yes or no question, and I'll just ask you the question 100 times until you answer it. Do you believe that it is more delightsome to be white?
I like to be able to finish my thought because, again,
your thought is going to come after you give me a yes or no. Do you believe that it is more delightsome to be white?
You're taking the passage out of it.
It is a yes or no. I don't care what the context is. You can give me the context after you say yes or no. Now you're just embarrassing yourself. Is it more delightsome to be white? Yes or no?
Look, I'm sorry. If you're not going to let me finish my thought, I really don't see any point of
I told you, you can finish your thought when you answer my question. It is a yes or no question, and it's an easy one. Sarah, do you think that it's more delightsome to be white?
Nope.
No. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Justin, do you think that it's more delightsome to be white? No, I don't. Caller, Zach, do you think that it's more delightsome to be white?
That's not what the text is saying.
Okay, I'll just read it for you since you weren't listening. Wherefore, as they were white and exceedingly fair and delightsome, that they might not be enticing unto my people, the Lord God caused a skin of blackness to come upon them. I think it's pretty clear that it is more delightsome to be the white rather than the black.
You should read verse 24.
I want you to answer my question.
I think you really should read verse 24 because it pertains to your question.
Do you believe, I promise I'll read it immediately after you give me a yes or no. Is it more delightsome to be white? Such an easy question. He ran. I don't see him in the box.
Really? He left?
No, I think he lost his connection. Let me get him back. Hold on. All right, we got him back. I think it was just bad connection.
I was going to say I didn't leave.
No, but yes or no? Is it more delightsome to be white?
I don't think it's more delightsome to be white.
That was easy. All right, fantastic.
Well, I just feel like you're trying to railroad me into giving a straight, a specific answer within
a specific question of the night.
Well, I'd like to be able to finish my thought though, because I don't want to get taken out of context here.
Mm-hmm.
So, the cursing, as outlined in these chapters, has more to do with the separation from God than it does with specific skin color. And there are instances.
But does it mention their skin color?
Again, skin color isn't necessarily what would have been in view here if you look at the broader context.
Okay, so
because as
skin
you
doesn't
continue
mean
to
skin.
Read the Book of Mormon. Well, hold on.
So why did the
If you
Mormons
read
have a
verse
doctrine for a
24
long time that black people couldn't be in leadership?
Hold on, sorry. You cut out a little bit. Say that one more time.
That has nothing to do with this text. Why was it that for a long time African Americans couldn't serve in leadership?
Because people misunderstood what the text was likely referring to.
So God's prophets were wrong?
Well, yeah, I mean, they can be wrong.
Okay.
Well, that would be LDS theology. You would be hard-pressed to find any one of the prophets to say everything I say is perfect all the time.
So you believe that God is literally speaking to people, but they can't get it right. They couldn't figure out race?
I believe God can speak.
What a weak-ass God if he can't tell his own prophets that racism's wrong. Isn't it weird that the prophets of your church are confused about what is and isn't good?
Well, I think that people just get confused in general. I don't necessarily think it would disqualify them from being a prophet for being wrong about something.
Sounds like you're confused. Your prophets made a rule that the African Americans, based on 2 Nephi 5, couldn't qualify for leadership.
Okay, so can you mention when that was first instituted?
No, I mean, I probably could. I mean, Joseph Smith was racist himself. Do you understand that racism is deeply embedded in this religion?
I understand, like, LDS history. I understand
Why
that.
do you think there's so much racism in LDS?
Because a lot of them were converts and they kind of imported some of their cultural ideas into the theology itself.
Do you think maybe because the book itself is racist?
Again, you're making a specific claim about why this was instituted. I'm asking you to back up the claim by going back to where this was allegedly instituted and pointing out, hey, this is the scriptural justification for why this was instituted. I don't think that's an unfair question.
The question is, was it instituted?
Yes, there was an institution.
Oh, there we go. That's all I care about. There
okay.
you go. So you believe in a racist God? That's a bullshit God if I ever heard one.
You see, that's exactly what I was concerned about, because I was scared that you were going to try and get me to give these yes or no answers, and I wouldn't be allowed to clarify what I mean.
The God of your Bible is racist. He thinks that it's better to have white skin than dark skin.
Again, you're reading too deeply into it because you haven't.
I'm just reading what the words say.
Mormon. So
it says they were white and exceedingly fair and delightsome.
So
and then God
what was
made
the cursing then?
And then God made their skin dark so that they would
So
not
what
be.
was the cursing then?
So that they would not be enticing.
So specifically, I'm asking. This should be really easy then.
This should be really easy. I already told it to you twice, maybe 4 times.
You're saying it's the black skin. That's the.
It says in verse 22. It says, "And thus saith the Lord God, I will cause that they shall be loathsome to thy people." Loathsome. God is darkening their skin to make them loathsome, to segregate them, to make them different from the good people. Do you understand?
Where the curse is actually outlined in verse 20, if you go back up.
Yes, I know. We read it.
Well, no, you read verse 21. You read verses 20 and 21.
I read 19.
21 mentions.
I read 19 through 22.
Okay,
I'll read it again for you since you weren't listening.
What is verse?
It says,
you're actually down to verse 24.
The words of the Lord had been fulfilled unto my brethren, which he spake concerning them, that I should be their ruler and their teacher. Wherefore I had been their ruler and their teacher, according to the commandments of the Lord, until the time they sought to take away my life. Wherefore the word of the Lord was fulfilled, which he spake unto me, saying, Inasmuch as they will not hearken to thy words, they shall be cut off from the presence of the Lord. And behold, they were cut off from his presence. And they had caused... No, the curse is...
Well, hold on. Stop right there. It says that's what the curse is.
You're not listening. That's not the only part of the curse. I'm reading you the rest of it. There's a conjunction here in the English language. And is a conjunction. It says, and he caused the cursing to come upon them. Yes, a cursing came upon them. It says, yea, even a sore cursing because of their iniquity, which is wild because this isn't how people spoke English when Joseph Smith was alive. It says, for behold, they had hardened their hearts against him, and they had become like unto a flint, because they were hard. Wherefore, as they were white and exceedingly fair and delightsome, that they might not be enticing unto the people, the Lord God caused a skin of blackness. So God darkened their skin so that they wouldn't be enticing to the good people.
Okay, now keep reading.
Okay, well, we'll keep reading. And thus saith the Lord God, I will cause that they shall be loathsome unto my people, save they shall repent of their iniquities. And cursed shall be the seed of him that mixeth with their seed. Oh, it sounds like segregation if I've ever heard it. I'm going to make your skin black, and I'm going to curse you if you mix with them. Oh, buddy, it just gets better.
Keep reading, keep reading.
For they shall be cursed with the same cursing, and the Lord spake it, and it was done. And because of their cursing which was upon them, they did become an idle people, full of mischief and subtlety, and did seek in the wilderness for beasts of prey. Literally saying that because they were cursed and made outcasts of the community, they become idle and lazy. Exactly the same thing people cursed or said about the African American people. This book gets more racist the more I read it. Wow.
No.
It is bad.
Hold on.
Imagine
there's
believing
an issue, though.
in a God that cursed people to have dark skin.
Okay. I want to make sure you're done, because I really want to make sure I'm able to get this point across here.
I can't wait. What's your next point?
So specifically, you're only able to read those implications in there if the Nephites, or whenever these people were living, held those same presuppositions about the nature of skin color as you.
Do you know what the presuppositions of the Nephites were?
Well, again, it goes back to, this is why I brought up the whole idea of, like race being a modern concept when it's associated with skin color. Because if you read the verses, you can make a very convincing argument that the cursing is just separation from God. And because there's a separation from God, there's also likewise a specific, that's what's being associated with them being an idle people full of mischief and subtlety and wilderness of prey. And if you continue reading the Book of Mormon,
so you're not going to address the fact that God made their skin dark, are you?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
So you're not going to address the fact that he made their skin dark. And thank you, Organic Perception, for the $5 super chat. Organic says, the caller has pretzeled himself into blaspheming his own faith's prophets. I know. That's why I was hoping to bring up the prophets. Yeah, this is crazy.
Well, I'm not. I would actually cite my own prophets whenever they say that, they're not perfect. But
can you? Oh, okay. So the prophets got it wrong, I'm sure. So back at the bar, the cursing included making their skin dark so that they would no longer be enticing. It just says it clear as day in the text.
Well, there are lots of instances, too, wherein the term white and delightsome is coincided with the idea of pure and delightsome. So it's not necessarily it's not necessarily skin color being mentioned. It's this idea of kind of spiritual countenance being more referred to.
Show me in the book where it says that white and delightsome isn't referring to skin color. Because here it says white and delightsome is referring to their skin. Now, it might be possible that white and delightsome can be used elsewhere, but here it's very explicit. It says... they were white, meaning they're no longer white. They were white and exceedingly fair and delightsome, that they might not be enticing unto my people. So the goal is to make them unenticing, unappealing.
All right. If you jump over to Alma 23.
Okay, we'll do Alma 23. Yep.
Go down to verse 18.
Okay, we'll get verse 18. Let me put it on the screen. And it came to pass that they called their names Anti-Nephi-Lehi's, and they were called by this name and were no more called Lamanites. And they began to be very industrious people, yea, and they were friendly with the Nephites. Therefore, they did open a correspondence with them, and the curse of God did no more follow them.
Okay. So this would be an instance wherein it says the curse of God is mentioned being removed, and yet no mention of skin color is brought up here.
So the curse of God was removed. They did what God wanted them, and he reversed the curse for these specific people. I know. But he didn't reverse the curse for all people, did he? Did he say he reversed the curse for all humanity?
Well,
did these people's ancestors have the curse lifted?
No, I think you're missing my point. My point is mentioning that the idea that the curse is specifically referring to whether or not they are able to like be in the presence of God, like being part of God's chosen people. Like covenant theology is there's a pretty robust covenant theology within the Book of Mormon if you go back and read it cover to cover, which is why I bring this up. And I can even mention another instance wherein later on in the Book of Alma.
Why does it mention the Amalekites in Alma 23:14?
The Amalekites in 23, chapter 23 doesn't have a. Oh wait,
sure
14?
Does. And the Amalekites were not converted, save only one. Neither were any of the Amalonites, and they did not harden their hearts, and also the hearts of the Lamanites.
Oh, the Amalekites? Why does it mention them?
You were that the Amalekites didn't exist in America?
I could take the time to explain that to you if you want.
I would love for you to explain how the Amalekites came to America on a ship which has no ability to cross the ocean in the middle of the Bronze Age.
Well, first off, this would have happened years after Nephi and company would have arrived. And the Amalekites are long descendants of Nephi, is my
About what year did the Amalekites come over?
The Amalekites never came over. You see, it would be a lot easier if you had read the Book of Mormon before you're making a lot of
so
these
the Amalekites
accusations.
didn't come over.
No, they didn't.
Okay, because they're included with a bunch of people as though they're living in a same region.
Yeah, they are.
And where is that?
In the Americas.
Okay, were the Amalekites living in the Americas?
Yes.
Okay, how did they get there?
Well, they were allegedly descended from people who had migrated over there.
The Amalekites are descendant from who?
Specifically, a group of Nephites.
The Amalekites are descendants from the Nephites? Before or after they came to America?
After.
After. So after they came to America, the Nephites birthed the Amalekites, and then they sailed from America back to the ancient Near East?
What? Okay, hold on, sorry.
Are you aware that the Amalekites...
You should ask your question one more time.
Are you aware that the Amalekites existed in the ancient Near East, and they are a real people?
Oh, you see, it's a different group of Amalekites.
Oh, there's multiple Amalekites? I'm sure there is. It just happened to be that they came over to America and they called their descendants the Amalekites, the literal enemies of the Hebrew people.
Well, they were named after a guy named Amaleki, and he's mentioned previously within the Book of Mormon narrative. And they're
Malachi?
Yeah, there was an Amaleki.
See how all of this just sounds like a bunch of nonsense history by a guy making things up in a language that never existed? Reformed Egyptian isn't a real language, by the way. Why did over half of the 11 witnesses recant?
Recant what?
Recant their testimony.
Their testimony of what?
In the Book of Mormon, at the very beginning, there are testimonies.
Okay, great.
The
Can you
eyewitnesses.
find a specific instance wherein they said they did not see what they claimed to have seen?
Yeah, give me a second.
While you're looking that up, I'm happy to make a comment about Reformed Egyptian too. Like, Reformed Egyptian isn't necessarily like its own independent language.
What is it?
It's just, they refer to an idea that they were using some kind of an Egyptian script, and then they changed it.
Who changed it?
It just kind of changed and developed over time. That's how languages work.
Yeah, but who changed it? The Egyptians?
No. it would have been the Nephites who had lived over there, and they just kind of used that language over time. But then over time, languages change and develop, and then it's not the exact same as the Egyptian they may have used in the beginning.
How come we don't have any text in Reformed Egyptian?
Well, it depends on what you mean by Reformed Egyptian. There are different Egyptian scripts, right?
How come we don't have any texts that are written in the supposed Reformed Egyptian?
You see, that's kind of a dodge to my question, though. Like, I've actually addressed that already.
That's not a dodge. It's a simple question. Why don't we have any documents in this supposed language? Also, Cyber Deconstruction, welcome in. Can you hear everyone?
I can hear. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Yeah. And while we're talking about this Reformed Egyptian, I think it's important to also make note of the Kinderhook plates. I don't know if you're familiar with what the Kinderhook plates are.
I know about the Kinderhook plates.
Yeah, you know that those were like fraudulently made. Joseph Smith enthusiastically took them in thinking they were authentic, just to have the people who made them as forgeries come to him like 10 years or 5 years later and be like, yeah, we made those. Those were...
Well, that wouldn't have been possible, actually. So I don't know how much you've looked at this specifically. Are you familiar with Don Bradley's work on this subject?
Yeah, you could go research them. But we also have some quotes, too, that I would just like to make mention here. So we have Joseph Smith quoting, "If I had anything to do with the N-word, I would confine them by strict law to their own species." That's found in Joseph Smith, History of the Church, Volume 5. You can look that up through pages 217 through 218. We have a Brigham Young saying, "The seed of Ham, which is the seed of Cain,
if you're going to read all
hold
the
on,
prophets allegedly being...
I know you want to run from this. Yeah. So the seed of Ham, which is the seed of Cain, descending through Ham, will, according to the curse put on him, serve his brethren and be a servant of servants to his fellow creatures until God removes the curse, and no power can hinder it." And then he later goes on and says, "But let me tell you further, let my seed mingle with the seed of Cain, and that brings a curse upon me and upon my generation and upon my people." And this can be found in the Teachings of President Brigham Young, Volume 3. I shall tell you the law of God in regards to the African race. If the white man who belongs to the chosen seed mixes his blood with the seed of Cain, the penalty under the law of God is death on the spot. This is found in Brigham Young, Journal of Discourse, chapter 10, verse 110. So,
I didn't own the Journal of Discourses. Journal of Discourses is just people commenting on things in shorthand and then having
these are people that are quoting him. Do we need to read what John Taylor said? We can read what John Taylor said. He was the third president.
I know
the descendants of Ham, besides a black skin, which has ever been a curse that has followed the apostate of the holy priesthood, as well as a black heart, have been servants of both Shem and Japheth. And abolitionists trying to make void the curse of God, but it will require much more than the power of man to counteract the decree of God's eternal wisdom, meaning that God was okay with slavery.
Yeah, and also I would add on the Kinderhook plates. In 1981, there was an actual official magazine of the LDS Church stating that the plates were a hoax.
Okay.
But would you also like to go over some of the blatant false prophecies that Joseph Smith made as well?
I'd like to hear the false prophecies, yes.
Yeah, so this is one that he made. It was made in 1835, and says, "I have called this meeting because God has commanded it, and it was made known to me by a vision and by the Holy Spirit. It is the will of God that we should be ordained to the ministry and go forth to prune the vineyard for the last time. For the coming of the Lord, which is nigh, will be in 56 years. That will wind up the scene." Again, this was a prophecy that was held in 1835. 56 years passed in 1891. We have a.
So did you know that Joseph Smith clarified what he meant there?
Yeah, you can say that, but that was ad hoc after this happened. But we can go on with the United States government to be overthrown. Hold on.
Are you going to let me explain this, or are you just going to like talk about all this stuff at me?
Well, what's the explanation for the failed prophecy?
Well, the thing is, that specific one that he mentioned there is also outlined in Doctrine and Covenants section 130, wherein he talks about this idea that he wasn't sure if it meant that like the millennium would appear or whether he would die at that time. He wasn't entirely sure what that meant. And so to claim that this is some kind of definitive prophecy is to go against what Joseph Smith seemed to indicate. And we would have to, I would trust that Joseph Smith would be able to clarify his own words more than people living after him by hundreds of years.
Hey, this is in the History of the Church, Volume 2, page 182.
Well, yeah.
We can also talk about the United States government to be overthrown in a few years. And this one's even more damning, because this one here, he invokes the name of the Lord. And as you know, in Deuteronomy chapter 18, if you invoke the name of the Lord and it doesn't come to pass, you are a false prophet and you are to be unalived.
I also think you're misreading that chapter, but you can finish your thought.
Wait, Deuteronomy 18?
Yeah, Deuteronomy 18. You think I'm misreading that?
The difficulty is that the text for Deuteronomy 18 is actually implying that we're dealing with a true prophet. And if you go to specific translations like the NRSV, it specifically indicates that instead of saying don't listen to him, it's don't listen to it, because the context seems to more strongly suggest that when the prophet says something falsely, he's spoken presumptuously, and you should just not listen to that specifically.
It says you kill him.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and read it real quick.
I'll put it on the screen.
Well, that's you're mixing up chapters there, I think. But go ahead and finish your thought.
Yeah, no, this is chapter 18, verse 20. But any prophet who presumes to speak in my name a word that I have not commanded the prophet to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet shall unalive.
Oops.
So we'll just go ahead with this one. I prophesy in the name of the Lord God of Israel, unless the United States redresses the wrongs committed upon the saints in the state of Missouri and punish the crimes committed by her officers, that in a few years the government will be utterly overthrown and wasted, and there will not be so much as a potsherd left for their wickedness in permitting the unaliving of men, women, and children, and the wholesale plunder and mass extermination of thousands of her citizens to go unpunished. Again, that's in History of the Church, Volume 5, page 394. Last I knew, the United States government is still standing. The state of Missouri has not collapsed. The United States government hasn't
collapsed. Hold on, what year is it?
This one was made in 1843.
Yeah, I think you mismarked there. Yep.
Sorry, you're bringing up a lot of stuff, and I want to make sure I'm able to like at least respond at least a little bit to some of this. So I'm being a little bit quiet, not because I'm trying to ignore you, but just trying to pull up notes. That's all.
Yeah, that's fine if you want to address this.
Okay.
And then we'll talk about after this one the Civil War, because that's the big one that Mormons will always run to, is the Civil War, and we'll definitely talk about how Joseph Smith just plagiarized the newspaper.
Well, I'm familiar with the argument about that.
Well, I'm giving you time to redress. Are you going to redress?
Well, what do you want me to address first? Because you've bounced around to specifically racism. You've talked about the Second Coming. You've talked about the Kinderhook plates. Like, is there some specific place you want me to start, or?
I think racism is the pressing issue.
Yeah, when we're done with that, I got a question for him.
All right. So, I don't know if you were listening into this first part here, but basically I'm under the impression that when they made those kinds of comments, they were speaking within their cultural context, and I think they were wrong.
Oh, but they're prophets of God. Should they ever do that in public?
Do prophets have to be perfect?
I mean, when they're out publicly speaking and people recognize them to be a prophet of God, right? And they are making these comments, and the church found it so important that these be written down and documented.
Yeah, I guess I just don't see how it follows that because they're a specific prophet and they're teaching something, it means that they're fundamentally inerrant. I guess I just don't hold that presupposition.
Oh, it's just showing that the early leaders of your church were just racist, and thus would follow that your church is founded on racism.
I don't know if that necessarily follows either, unless you're like you're a big like a CRT guy. I don't know how you lean politically, but
let's see. We have comments from the 4th. We have where Joseph Fielding Smith, the 10th president, is talking about how this doctrine did not originate with Brigham Young, but it was taught by the prophet Joseph Smith at a meeting of the general authorities of the church. So Joseph Smith is quite literally making his comments at a church meeting, right, with only the general authorities.
You're getting that would be a third-hand source written almost a century after the fact, correct?
Yeah, who's Joseph Fielding Smith, and what's his relation to Joseph Smith?
He would be his, I want to say Joseph Fielding. He would be a great uncle. So Joseph Fielding Smith's great uncle would be Joseph Smith.
Correct, and they've got the writings because they wrote down what they said, right?
Well, where did they write down that?
Unless
I mean, you were citing the history of the church. Where in the history of church is that documented? Where Joseph Smith said that in particular?
Huh? Where he said
Joseph Smith taught that specific doctrine, specifically that.
Yeah, so it's going to be in Joseph Fielding Smith, the N-word and priesthood improvement era. We also have Doctrine of Salvation, chapter 1, verse 61. These are all where these are all saved at.
You know, if memory serves, I'm pretty sure Doctrines of Salvation wasn't meant to be published.
In fact, he also, it doesn't matter if it was meant to be published. Like, that's irrelevant. We also have Joseph Fielding Smith.
Why?
Yeah, because you're trying to cover it up. I'd want to cover it up too. But Joseph Fielding Smith answers to gospel questions. So this is at a seminar that he was at, and he's mentioned if Abraham, Joseph, and Moses had married N-words, wives in their descendants would have been denied the priesthood according to the word of the Lord to Abraham. Again, this is found from those Egyptian papyri that we haven't even covered yet, where the Pearl of Great Price comes from. But this is found in Abraham chapter 1, verses 21 through 27. Had such a thing happened, the Lord would not have called Israel as his chosen people. Neither would he have claimed or have chosen the prophet Joseph Smith and given him the keys. Right? So, I mean,
yeah.
Just admit you're.
I'll read a super chat and let the guests chew on that. David, thank you for the $10 super chat. David says, Psalm 118:8, it is much better to take refuge in the Lord than to trust in men. Yet that is exactly what the apologist expects with their interpretations and apologetics. It's laughably hypocritical. I agree. We're expected to take Joseph Smith's word for God when Joseph Smith seems to be proven wrong at every turn. Like, he claimed that he corrected the translation of the Bible. No way he actually knew Greek or Hebrew. No way.
And how did Joseph Smith do the Joseph Smith translation?
Well, according to BYU, he copied it from somebody else's commentary.
Yeah, as a matter of fact,
would you be able to pull that open for me? Would you be able to read that source?
It's
I'd be interested to hear you read that specifically.
The BYU Brigham Young University Journal of Undergraduate Research, published in 2017, make a pretty compelling case for why his particular translations or corrections actually just come from a popular commentary at that time period.
Do you know what commentary?
Yeah, specifically, it came from the View of the Hebrew, which was actually written by Oliver Caldry's pastor. It was written by Oliver Cowdery's pastor, and in fact, there's a friend of mine. He has a book. It's Christ Before Jesus. Is actually doing stylometric analysis on this, and we do actually see things that are taken right from that book, almost word for word. There's also the battles. Huh?
Have you read View of the Hebrews?
Yeah, I have, and there's things in it that are taken word for word. Yes. In fact, what the church did is kind of genius. The church actually bought the rights to the book, so they can kind of say, "Hey, this is what they're going to claim it was plagiarized from, like thought for thought plagiarized." But we have the book. But not only that, but there's also, I'd have to go look up the name of it, but there's a late 1700 high school textbook that was used, and when you go look in that book, you'll notice that a lot of the war chapters that are found later on in the Book of Mormon, the battles are copied almost like identical to how they're portrayed in this book. It's just the people involved, their names are changed.
I would be deeply interested in you being able to pull that up and let me see it.
Yeah, we'll go find.
Wow, he's looking for that. Aaron, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Aaron says, "Hooray for making the claims of your alleged prophets unfalsifiable, at which case there is no reason to accept such claims, just like astrology, especially if you're admitting that the prophets can get things wrong." Listen, according to Deuteronomy 18, we should have been stoning these prophets.
It's actually interesting that you mentioned that. I was going to read a couple of biblical commentaries on that. And no, this isn't from like LDS commentaries. This is like non-LDS scholarship, by the way.
Yeah. By the way, Cyber, I haven't told you yet, but I found an online copy of the Bible corrected by Joseph Smith. I'm gonna go
Joseph
through
Smith, Matthew.
What's that?
It's a Joseph Smith Matthew. It's hilarious.
I'm going to go through it and see the corrections, and I'm going to point out where he probably got it wrong, because I can guarantee he doesn't actually know Greek or Hebrew.
Do you know the nature of the Joseph Smith translation? And
Not
what
yet.
he was trying to do?
I'm about to find out. Didn't Joseph say that he did more for humanity than Jesus?
Yes, he did.
Oh, wait, where did he say that?
Shit.
I'd be interested to hear you pull that up.
Oh, let's see, where is it?
Yeah, I
It's in Doctrines and Covenants, 135.
Okay, I can open that.
Says, before he was martyred, the prophet Joseph Smith brought about many things to bless all humankind. Joseph Smith, the prophet, the seer of the Lord, has done more, save Jesus only, for the salvation of men. Oh, I misheard it. No, he didn't say that. He said he did more than everybody other than Jesus.
Well, no, Joseph didn't say that. This is being written after Joseph's death.
Well, fair enough. Let me see if there's another quote.
And I'm not trying to be like dodgy or anything. Like I hope that you guys know I'm trying to like engage in good faith here, and I'm trying to hear you guys out, because I don't want to just like tryly dismiss you guys as being, evil or that sort of thing. I'm just curious to hear you guys' perspective, I guess.
Oh, it was John Taylor was the one who said the quote I'm thinking of. John Taylor said...
Oh, that might be right.
Yeah, John Taylor says, Joseph Smith, the prophet and the seer of the Lord, has done more... No. It's still corrected. There must be... I don't want to say the word corrupted. Somebody must have been floating this quotation around on the internet with it wrong to paint a picture that's not actually there, because the words of Taylor Smith say that he did... more for mankind than everybody except for Jesus, which is fine.
Well, it sounds like we're on the same page with that then.
Yeah, I agree. I don't find that to be a bad thing to say. Obviously, I think it's silly, but still, I don't think a racist did more for humanity than anyone but Jesus. But also, iReactor, thank you for the $6.66 super chat. Big W iReactor, good to see you in the house. It says, what about the book of Abraham, Reformed Egyptian nonsense? How can we take JS seriously after that fiasco? Do you know about that, Cyber? About
so the book of so they have what's called the Prologate Price. It contains what they refer to as the book of Moses, the book of Abraham, and essentially what was going on is this was during the height of Egyptology. They're finding all these new tombs, and there was and people were able to buy mummies, and there was a mummy exhibit that was for sale. And Joseph Smith could only afford some of the funeral text for it. So he couldn't actually afford the entire mummy. So he bought the funeral text, and I will bring this up real quick. But from this text, he was able to
You've already gotten a couple things wrong about that, but go ahead and finish.
Well, no, I didn't.
Well, actually, at first he was only interested in buying the papyri, and he actually ended up getting the mummies as well. But that's not necessarily germane to your point, and so I'm not going to hound you too much about it.
Let's see. It's not letting me turn my camera. Oh, right here. So yeah, you'll see right here if you're able to see that.
Hold on, let me make your camera screen bigger so we can all see it. This is the one thing I do like about bringing guests in over YouTube is I can manipulate the camera sizes so that we can all see what's on the camera. Okay.
So yeah, there was this document, if everybody can see that.
Yeah.
That was used for it. And so if you read here, we've got these down here. So if you look at number 1, which we know today to be either the Ka or the Ba in Egyptian mythology, but this is the Spirit of the Lord. This is Abraham on an altar because apparently a priest in Egypt tried to sacrifice Abraham. So we've got this craziness here. From it, he also purchased this text, came with it as well. And then there is one more. This came with it as well. And this is Abraham sitting on the throne of Pharaoh, because that happened in Genesis. We hear about that in Genesis. We don't. And I'm convinced that had Joseph Smith been able to afford the entire mummy, he'd be touting that thing as having had the mummy of Abraham.
Well, no, because as I mentioned before, he was actually able to purchase the mummies. It's actually his mother acted as like a tour guide. That's how she was able to make a living in Nauvoo. She would allow people to see the mummies and see the papyri.
But Justin, I did want to ask you a quick question because this is something you might know. I'm sure
you've asked a lot of different questions. I'd like to make sure that
yeah, we will. Guests won't be able to answer. So in the King James Version, we know there's some italicized words that are added in, correct?
Yeah, sure. There's a bunch of italicized words in the King James, but they're not very consistent about applying them. Typically, the italicized words are there when they're added for understanding, but they're not really in the original manuscripts. So, for example, in the Hebrew language, there's a lot of applied states of being. And the King James Bible sometimes will put the implied states in italics. And then sometimes they'll put text corrections in there too.
Yep. So the reason why I bring this up is when Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery got lazy, they'd copy entire chapters from Isaiah. But we know they copied them from the King James Version because they left the italicized words in.
Yeah. And the King James Bible is
how many variations there are?
Wait, say that again?
Well, you understand that it's very likely wasn't a direct transcription and that the evidence points against that, right?
Wait, points against what?
So they're not copying directly from the KJV, or if they are, they're doing
because they left the italicized words in. If they weren't copying directly, if this was actually in or on the golden plates, right? The italicized words would not be there because the italicized words were added in by the people who were translating the King James Version. They added those words intentionally for like emphasis, but they wanted to show that we are adding these. That's why they're italicized. They wanted to make sure people knew that that was not part of the original text.
So let me ask a quick question then. How would you have put the words in there to make the text understandable while also retaining its original thing? If they're not allowed to use those same italicized words, what words should he have used?
So again, when the words are added in by the translators, they're putting them in there themselves. They never claim that these were part of the original text. They are literally just adding them in themselves, which is why they italicized them, because they wanted the readers to know that, hey, this is not in the original text. We added this for one reason or another. It could be for an emphasis of something, but we added this. And so it wouldn't make sense that Joseph Smith would have these same italicized words added in.
Unless he was copying from the King James. Because we've got multiple translations from the time period of King James where there are italicized words and they're different. All the translations are different. It's just weird.
So I guess that's why I'm confused, because they're not actually put in word for word from that given point in time. Because first off, the witnesses to the translation don't really mention him using any kind of supplementary material. And that's multiple corroborated witnesses saying that.
Oh, we don't care
and
what
that's
the
even
witnesses
when they're
say.
not in a member. That's also when they're not members of the church, by the way.
Yeah, but we don't care what the witnesses say. We're talking about the textual evidence.
Well, I think it should at least matter a little bit, because we have that going against us. And then we also, I can also point back to the idea that there are multiple different variants within, the Isaiah chapters. I assume that's what you're referring to. Here, hold on one second.
Well, for example, we could go and open up 2 Nephi chapter 19, verse 1, and open up Isaiah chapter 9, verse 1. And I promise, if I start reading from the Book of Mormon and Justin starts reading from Isaiah 9:1, they're going to line up verbatim.
Yeah, I'll pull it up. 2 Nephi what?
So 2 Nephi chapter 19, verse 1.
Sure. Yeah, I didn't even put it on the screen. Give me a second. All right. I'll get it on the screen. There we go. Nevertheless, the dimness shall not be such as was in her vexation, when at first he lightly afflicted the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, and afterwards did more grievously afflict by the way of the Red Sea beyond the Jordan in Galilee of the nations. Certainly.
Yep, and that's
like Isaiah.
That's verbatim Isaiah 9:1.
Oh, it's actually not. There's actually an additional word in there. Do you see it?
One word. Yeah.
Oh, just the word red?
Yeah, Red Sea.
Yeah.
So if they're copying it in, why did he put that in there if that's not in the original KJV text?
Because he wanted to add it in, because he didn't know what sea. It's also true that the Red Sea is not near Naphtali.
That is also true. So again, that goes back to the idea of
Naphtali and Zebulun are next to the Sea of Galilee.
Process. So again, though, that's not a mistake that people would make.
When were Naphtali and Zebulun afflicted by the way of the Red Sea?
Well, can I finish this thought?
Not yet. I wanted to know when were after they were already in the promised land. When were Naphtali and Zebulun afflicted by the way of the Red Sea?
That's the thing. I don't think they were, because I think this is just a scribal error.
Oh, so it doesn't mean
Joseph
Red Sea.
Smith. Wait. So the most correct book of all times has scribal errors?
Define most correct. Well, hold on.
Is the Red Sea supposed to be the Red Sea?
Hold on, because he brought up a very specific quote. When Joseph Smith said that it was the most correct book, what was the context of that quote?
We're asking you, is the Red Sea a scribal error?
I think it is, yes.
Okay, so why is there a scribal error here?
Because Oliver probably wrote it down wrong.
And in fact, Joseph Smith's quote was, "I told the brethren that the Book of Mormon was the most correct of any book on earth and the keystone of our religion, and a man would get nearer to God by abiding by its precepts than by any other book."
Okay, so
not even the Bible, not even the Bible.
Correct book, it's doing it under the concept of the principles it teaches, right?
No, we're talking about the truthfulness of the claims made in the book. We're not talking about whether or not you like the principles.
Well, that seems to be what Joseph is mentioning when he says that quote, right?
So what was Joseph quoting in 2 Nephi chapter 19?
I'm sorry, say that again.
In 2 Nephi 19, what was he quoting? Isn't it weird that it parallels Isaiah chapter 9, verse 1?
Why would that be weird?
And then verse 2 again. The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light. They that dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them hath light shined. Holy crap, that's a direct quote from Isaiah chapter 9.
That one actually doesn't have any variations in it. You're right.
He copied from Isaiah 9.
like whenever he got bored, let's go ahead and we'll read Isaiah.
Look at verse 6. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Of the increase of the government and peace there is no end upon the throne of David and upon his kingdom. Oh my, this is verse 16 and 17 of the same chapter.
Hey, can you open up for chat Isaiah chapter 3 verses 18 through 23? Because I want to read what the Book of Mormon says.
Yeah, I'm going to get it in the King James too. Isaiah 3:14?
Isaiah 3:18 through 23.
All right, here's 18. It's on the screen. Let's read it. Read your version, and I want to compare it to the King James.
So this is from 2 Nephi chapter 13. So happens to be 18 through 23 as well, because like all of 3rd Nephi is copied from Isaiah. But in the day that the Lord will take away the bravery of their tinkling ornaments and calls and round tires like the moon, the chain and the bracelets and the mufflers, the bonnets and the ornaments of the leg, and the headbands and the tablets and the earrings, the rings, the nose jewels, the changeable suits of apparel, and the mantles and the wimples and the crisping pins, the glasses and the fine linen and the hood and the veils.
That is word for word copied directly from Isaiah chapter 3.
So the issue here is you guys. Well, I can't speak for you, construction. I deconstruction, I should say. But the you understand, like they have like the words of Isaiah, and they're
copying from him. I know.
Yeah, like word for word directly. That's what we've been saying.
That's the whole point.
So I guess I'm struggling to see what the issue is. Like, what's wrong with them citing Isaiah?
Because they're leaving the italicized words in.
Why is that a problem?
Because he's quoting a new text.
So, okay, so what you're saying is because he doesn't italicize them, that's somehow a problem.
No. Does Nephi say that he's quoting from Isaiah?
Yes.
Where?
Prior to this point. And you would be able to know that if you had read the Book of Mormon.
Okay, so then he's just quoting from the Bible then?
Yes, or at
specifically from the King James Bible.
Well, no, specifically from
Isn't it weird that was the Book of Nephi or the multiple books of Nephi, were those part of the plates that he received?
They were, correct.
Isn't it weird that the plates that he translated directly quoted from the King James Bible, didn't those plates precede the Book of King James?
Yes.
Supposedly,
so
yes.
The plates were created before King James ever lived, but it just happened to be that they quoted from the King James Bible?
and do you know who when Lehi and his family before they built a whole ass ship and sailed across the ocean, Jeremiah was the prophet.
Yeah,
that's super late. We're talking 6th century.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's when around Nephi was alive.
Just ridiculousness.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous that there was the idea that there was a Israelite.
It's ridiculous that so here's one reason why I think you're being kept up here. Is because it's not for your sake, right? So we're giving Chad an opportunity to hear these claims and then hear what goes through your brain housing group and then comes out of your mouth.
Well, let me ask you a question. When were the plates that Joseph Smith translated, when were they written?
When were the plates written?
Yeah.
Oh, circa 400 AD, something like that.
Okay, so they were written 400 years after Jesus.
Allegedly, yes.
Okay. It's weird that they quote from the King James Bible.
Well,
another 1,200 years later.
You guys are laughing, but I guess I'm just a little bit confused as to why Joseph Smith, when translating a document allegedly, can't use text that would be familiar to his audience as a way to communicate a specific idea.
Because
Go ahead, bud.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say because the claim is that the thing literally came all from the gold plates, right?
With a hat over
That's
his
the
eyes.
claim. Yes,
he had a hat over his face. He had the seer stones in the hat.
Where is that actually made? Where is that claim actually made? I'm actually curious.
Do you believe that's what? Do you believe that's what happened?
That there are no.
Do you believe that is what happened?
Well, I actually think that there's evidence to where, Joseph Smith.
It's a yes or no question. Do you believe that Joseph Smith translated the tablets using the seer stones?
Give yes or no answers, but I'm actually
because it's easy. I need to know what you believe about the translation of the Book of Mormon. Do you believe the narrative that he translated it using the seer stones?
I do believe that the Book of Mormon was translated by using a seer stone. Yes.
Okay, and do you believe the narrative that the seer stones were placed in the hat and the hat was placed over his face?
Yes.
Okay,
sure, let's go with that.
Okay, so if that's what happened, then he wasn't reading the King James Bible as he was translated. According to the narrative, he was reading it using the seer stones, and somebody else was writing it down.
So how does that correspond to then him basically just whenever he got bored
do you think he knew Isaiah chapter 3 by memory?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Do you think he knew chapter 3 of Isaiah by memory?
It's possible. I mean, his family didn't seem to indicate that he was that well read.
Cyber, what's more probable, that the whole Book of Mormon is a hoax and just ripped off the King James Bible, or that these tablets written over 1,000 years before the King James Bible were read in secret, and then as he was reading them in secret to a scribe, the scribe just happened to write down the exact same words that are in the book of King James's Bible, specifically, I think it was like the 1769 edition?
Yep. Yes. And it is a hoax. As a matter of fact, again, Christ Before Jesus, their current work that they're doing, their stylometric analysis, includes the Book of Mormon. And again, it is showing that the verbiage that is being used is showing up that it is common with the time period that Joseph Smith grew up in. It is showing that the Book of Mormon had 4 authors in it, which is interesting because, we've got, if we have like the writings of Nephi and they're writing these, verbatim as they're saying, then we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Have you read the entire Book of Mormon?
Yes. We should have 12. It should show up as 12. It should show up as 12 different people. And if you're going to say that Mormon compiled it, then it should show up as one author, right? Because that's how stylometric analysis works. But what they're seeing is it shows up.
Remember,
Do you know what stylometric analysis is?
I do know what stylometric analysis is, but I'm challenging the premise of your argument because it's not just Mormon's content in that book. Because it was
correct. So
because he's the one that's like compiled a good chunk of it. You also have Mormon and Moroni that have compiled up a little bit into it. The Book of Ether was allegedly written not by Moroni. Well, actually, I guess it depends on how you count that one specifically. But
so yeah, so if that's your argument, it should show up as at least 12 authors writing it then.
No, I think you're misunderstanding.
Hold on, listen. But it doesn't. It shows up as 4. And when they compare some of the writings to like Joseph Smith's other writings, it is very clear that these aren't like Joseph Smith actually translating. It matches the writings of Joseph Smith's other writings. So the whole thing's just a hoax.
Yeah, I don't think that logically follows, and I think you're making a lot of assumptions.
I don't think he understood the argument, Cyber.
No, I understand your argument. I just don't think you guys understand the Book of Mormon.
Let me ask you a question that came from our chat. The Flanker 420. Flanker, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for continuing to supporting the channel. Says, what would convince guest that he's wrong? What evidence would you accept that would lead you to conclude that you're wrong?
If we were to find a secret letter from Joseph Smith saying, "Yeah, I basically made it all up," that would be pretty crushing for me.
So the only thing for you that would prove that this is wrong is if Joseph himself said that I made it all up.
I mean, the difficulty at that point is because you're trying to read intent into it, right?
Okay.
Because it's possible that Joseph Smith is just wrong, and I think I've already mentioned
he is wrong.
A couple of different instances.
All right. Well, listen, guys, it's almost midnight. I got to go to bed. It's late for me. We've been at this for a little bit, but thanks. Listen, thanks for chatting. You've been very polite, Zach. So we appreciate that. I gave you a hard time, so you took it well. Cyber, thank you so much for being here. You're awesome. Are you going live tonight?
I'm going to go live right now.
All right, go live, and by the time I'm done exiting, we're going to be over in your place, okay? Big dubs for Cyber Deconstruction. We appreciate that. Also, Zach, listen, thanks for being here and being a good sport. You took a lot of abuse from us, and it takes a lot of guts to do that. So, definitely appreciate that.
I don't want you guys to read the intent like I'm just completely unable to be reasoned with either.
Heaven doesn't make any.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that you're completely unreasonable.
And so I might come on another time and we might be able to chat about the stuff again because you guys brought up a lot of stuff and I felt like I didn't get a lot of time to be able to respond to a lot of the stuff you brought up.
That's fair. Yeah, we kind of rushed you with a bunch of stuff. I know. I get it. I get it.
Anyway, I have no hard feelings. Maybe we can talk again, but hopefully we'll be able to have a little bit more of a balanced conversation next time.
All right, we will, okay?
All right. Take it easy.
Right. Cheers. Have a good one, Zach.
You too.
Boy, that was something. Oh, my goodness. Johnny, thanks for being here all night. Guys, thanks for being here all night. We had a hell of a stream. At one point, we had 600 people here from YouTube and a 700 something from TikTok. We had a hell of a night. We're going to see if Cyber Deconstruction is live yet. I think he is. We're going to send everyone over to Cyber Deconstruction.
I was like, what? I don't...
Right here. I'm going to show you on the screen, guys. I need everybody to run over and jump in Cyber Deconstruction's live stream on TikTok. You can find him under Cyber Deconstruction. I think his actual @handle is cyber.deconstruction. He's awesome. He's a great friend of mine. So jump over and show him some support. And I think I see Philodragon in the queue. Let me bring in a friend real quick. Hi, how you doing, Aaron?
Hey, good, Justin. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Awesome. Doing great. Yeah, really good live tonight for sure.
Hey,
really
thanks,
excited.
man. I appreciate it. What's in your mind?
So the one thing I just wanted to mention, I wanted to ask you about the Bible thing because I want to buy the Bible you were talking about.
Right.
the one that's like not, it's like harsh on, it's transparent, right? I want to look for that.
That's what you want.
Before you tell me about that, the thing I wanted to mention about this, and I know you probably thought about this so many times too, is how frustrating it is when these apologists will just make everything they're saying unfalsifiable, such that, right, and you just noticed it right now. He said, well, if you could find this letter from Joseph Smith that said I made it all up, then it would falsify it. But of course, the thing that's lurking right beneath the surface is that there's no way he would ever accept that any letter was ever from Joseph Smith. So even if it was, he would find every way around it. That's what makes it unfalsifiable.
100%. And the same thing with the prophets. We got the prophets, but the prophets are wrong.
Right.
We got the book, but the book can be wrong.
Right. And of course, I don't know if you did this, but for me, as I was, Christian apologist for, 10 plus years, I used to do this too, but then eventually multiple people pointed it out, and I started to become intellectually honest. And I noticed I was like, holy crap, that is what I'm doing. I can't believe it.
Right. Yeah. I was the same place. I was an apologist for quite some time. Probably a span of at least like 5 to 7 years. And then once I realized there were actual problems with a lot of the apologist claims, I dropped it, even though I was still a Christian. But yeah, man, I get it. That's why I try to be patient. Sometimes it's hard, but I try to be patient because there was a time I was there too. We were there before.
Yeah. The last thing I'll say is it very much reminds me. So one of the classes I took in college, when I was going for my degree in philosophy, was we talked about philosophy of science, and there's this thing in philosophy of science called the demarcation line, right? What is demarcated from science and pseudoscience and non-science? So one of my papers I wrote for a capstone was the differentiation, or whether astrology is science. So, and it's so funny because if you've ever debated or discussed something with an astrologer, you'll notice that they do the same kind of slippery tricks that, like, no matter what you say, you cannot falsify their astrological belief because it's unfalsifiable. And I'm like, if I could just get this Mormon guy to see he's doing the exact same thing as astrologers do.
Yep. It's the same reason why we make up these fake gods like Doug or Spanky, because it demonstrates that when you're just making unfalsifiable claims, you can make any claim you want. It doesn't matter what it is. I don't know if I told you this, but the cat on my shirt after midnight, this is why I got to get offline. After midnight, the cat on my shirt comes to life. So I can't let the world see this happening in real time. It's gruesome. And you just have to believe it on faith.
That's right. What would falsify it?
Doesn't matter. You just have to believe it.
You have to believe it.
You'll burn in hell if you don't.
Right.
Jay, thank you for becoming a 13-month subscriber. Big W, Jay Lennox. I appreciate that. Jay Lennox goes lives as well, guys. Make sure you're following Jay Lennox.
Oh, the other thing that just came to mind is I have to think that perhaps Paul, right? Paul was probably somebody of the same mind. He probably practiced the same kind of unfalsifiable thinking, right? It seems so much the case. In Romans 1, right? He's just like, well, obviously when I look around the world, like, look at the trees, right?
You know
like,
it's true, but you're suppressing it.
You just know it. Right? Yeah.
All right. Well, listen. Get the third augmented edition of the New Oxford Annotated Bible.
Okay. Is that a 2001 edition?
Mine's 2018, but I think they ran it until 2001. Let me see. Yeah, mine's 2018. You don't want the third edition. You want the third augmented edition. You'll be able to find it out there.
Yeah, I'll just look on eBay. Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't get the third augmented edition, then just go ahead and get the fifth edition.
Okay, so either the third augmented or fifth.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. Perfect. Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks so much, Aaron. I appreciate you too. Let's get some W's for Aaron in the house. All right, guys, it is time to get over to Deconstruction, Cyber Deconstruction's live. I want to see that number pop up before 100. I'm not getting off this live until I see his numbers go over 100. We need to get over 100 over here. Then I'll meet you over there in Cyber Deconstruction's live. So let's go. Let's find Cyber Deconstruction's live stream and get in it. We're at 71. Can we get 72? Can we get 72? I see 72. Can we get 73? Let's do it. Let's go. 77. Let's go. Cyber Deconstruction. We're almost 80. We're at 83. Bam. Let's go. 83. We're almost to. There we go. 85's coming up. I can feel 85. I prophesy that we'll hit 100 within the next minute before it hits midnight. We're at 88. We only need 12 more. 89. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. 93. We're almost there. 96. He helped us out big time here tonight. Let's show him some love. Let's support his live stream. And we just passed our 100. 100. I will see you over there. Guys, thank you so much for all the gifts and the likes and the shares and the super chats. Make sure you're all following each other. TikTok might be going away. If you're not following me on YouTube, follow me on YouTube, please. If you're following creators here on TikTok, but you're not following them elsewhere, take the time this week and follow them before we lose the ability to do so. So we love you guys. We'll see you